Chapter 841 Undercurrent. The endpoint of zero boundary. White space is located on one side of the gray dot, exists in absolute nothingness, and is the destination of all positive concepts. The transcendents of all races gather here all year round to watch over each other, suppress the sacred timeline, and guard the source of the black disaster, the end of the zero boundary, the dark tomb. At this moment, the white sky was filled with endless colorful light. In the dazzling sun that was as solid as a substance and had an infinite halo, there was an indescribable figure sitting cross-legged. Gu, Huang, Yi, Chun, Shang, Tontian, Baiming, Zhan, Lord of Truth, Absolute Power, Four-Colored Wheel of Origin, Supreme Tai, Taoist Master, Shirkong Brahma Buddha, Jehovah of Eternal Darkness, the First Snake Mother, the positive and negative matter in themselves, Black Absolute Burning Heaven, the True Lord of God, in organic matter united. Almost all the transcendent ones from the human race and all other races gathered here, all with their eyes slightly closed, their minds wandering outside, with hazy light flashing between their brows. These lights converge together, swirling, vibrating, and then spread out like water waves. Strange ripples that are impossible to see, describe, or understand rise from the white sky and instantly sweep across the endless whirlpools of the heavens. The boundless and immeasurable distance of time and space is like nothing in front of these ripples. Crash. The ripples push the concepts. The power of concepts that only the transcendents could see surged violently from the center of the vortex of the heavens, swept to the edge of the spiral arms, and stopped outside the vortex of the black disaster heavens. Buzz. A silent humming sound appeared, and the vast and endless whirlpool of the heavens was swept by the ripples. It froze for a moment, and then a shocking change occurred. Only under the narrative perspective can one glimpse such a terrifying scene. All the heavens, all things, have been transformed into empty text descriptions that can be read, deleted, and modified. In the boundless torrent of words, there are still some things that have never been narrated. They are like the brightest stars, dotted in the darkness and nothingness, unchanging and shining brightly. They are the things that exist in every part of the heavens, the key core that connects and drives the evolution of the heavens, and the source point, the blue star. Buzz. The silent humming sound reappeared, and the strange ripples suddenly shrank back into the white sky. The endless heavens that were narrative suddenly returned to their original state, as if everything just now was an illusion. However, the calm only lasted for a moment, and the same ripples surged out from the white sky again, over and over again. The transcendents are using their own horrific methods to search for the source tomb that has been hidden for endless years. Finally found you. Clang. Among the countless source points, one of them, under the repeated sweep of the ripples, collided with it, making a crisp sound and revealing some subtle fluctuations. This fluctuation is extremely small, not even as loud as an ant's yawn, but in such a macroscopic perspective, it still cannot escape the eyes of the transcendent and is accurately captured and locked. Boom! The colorful suns in the white sky exploded one after another, and tall figures stepped out one after another. They had strong auras and countless worlds were born and destroyed in their flashing eyes. They looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then their figures disappeared. The next moment, the transcendents had appeared outside the universe of the source point of the highest dimension of space and time in the Valhenia heavens. Everyone. Wait a minute. The bright human form of Jehovah of Eternal Darkness has infinitely overlapping snow-white wings on his back. Each feather that sparkles with divine light is made up of an infinitely vast world of light, as many as 1 trillion layers. With a gentle smile on his face, he raised his hand and spoke to stop everyone's next action. What do you mean, Jehovah? Tontian frowned slightly. His eyes were cold, and every word he uttered seemed like a sharp sword that could cut through the heavens. Hearing it made people feel cold in their hearts and their consciousness tremble. Master, calm down. The brows of Jehovah of Eternal Darkness trembled slightly, and facing Tontian, the killing machine, his tone softened. The smile on his face became even deeper and more fake, but the determination in his heart did not weaken in the slightest. The black disaster must be eliminated, but the human race cannot be allowed to dominate alone. With the strength of the human race, plus the 2 monsters Huang Yi who can touch logic, there is no doubt that the human race has an absolute advantage in the fight for the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source, and all other races have almost no hope. If the human race were to understand the secret of the Lord of the Source this time and take control of the Source, there would be no place for all races to survive in this endless universe. From now on, I'm afraid they would have to rely on them and be inferior to others in every way, judging others by himself. Jehovah of eternal darkness asked himself, if his race of gods possessed the power to crush everything, he would never allow other races to exist. At the very least, they would have to become slaves and servants of the gods. Not my family. Its heart must be different. The human race and all other races hold this concept. This is a barrier that cannot be erased by time, strength, or any other factors. Peace treaty? Alliance agreement? These are nothing but empty words. In the infinite scale of time and space, they are meaningless. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Our destiny is still in our own hands now. Knowing this well, Jehovah of eternal darkness and the transcendence of all races all agree that the secret treasures of the Lord of the Source must not fall into the hands of humans. So, I just have a very important piece of information to tell you. This concerns the survival of all races, including the human race. The face of Jehovah of eternal darkness was solemn, and his tone was serious, which immediately attracted the attention of a group of transcendents, all of whom had subtle expressions. Although there is grudge between them, a detached person will not fool them, as everyone has to save face. Original black light. Boom! A pitch-black darkness suddenly exploded, covering everything and obscuring everything in it. He is not dead. Humph! You're still trying to step into logic. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kill. 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 The will of transcendence swept through the clouds and turned into a terrifying vortex that could devour the concepts of all things. It was deep, dark and boundless. Upon seeing this, Jehovah of eternal darkness showed a look of satisfaction. This was an open conspiracy. A conspiracy that occupied the righteousness and killed two birds with one stone. The undercurrents within the myriad races were surging. And the same was true within the Black Disaster? How could Balanchadi, Azathoth, and other transcendent beings be willing to watch the source black light succeed? As the supreme being, who would want to be stepped on by others? At all times, one needs to flatter, bow down, and tremble with fear, for fear of causing the slightest displeasure to those who transcend logic and losing their eternal life. I'm afraid that, apart from this fellow Heiyuan, the rest of the Black Disaster transcendents all have something strange hidden in their hearts. After all, they are the Black Disaster, the most lawless, ruthless, and evil existence. The situation is urgent. We will never allow the origin black light to reappear in the world, let alone allow him to achieve supreme logic. Kill him. Kill him till he is annihilated and his concepts become ashes. Kill. Snap. A roar filled with murderous intent directly penetrated the conceptual time and space, tearing apart the gray dot. A series of sharp gazes reached the deepest part of the dark tomb, illuminating the eternal darkness, to reach the heart of the Black Disaster. Crossing the black, white and gray concept origin and crossing the dark tomb is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. This shows the eagerness in the hearts of the transcendents of all races. We must kill the source black light, but we cannot hand over the secret treasures of the source master to the aliens. Gu, with a slightly solemn expression, pondered for a moment, and then looked aside. Yi, Huang, I'll trouble you with the secret treasure. But, Huang Yi frowned, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It was obvious that the ruthless men were captured by Heiyuan, and the fact that they were coerced was no secret among the transcendents. Okay. You have to believe in our strength. If we are defeated, you can come to our aid. After all, when the time comes, any threats will be meaningless. Well, all right. Huang Yi looked at each other and nodded silently. This was indeed the case. Compared to the origin of the black light, although the importance of the secret treasure was slightly lower, it was still not a trivial matter and needed to be treated with caution. With the two of them watching, it would be much safer. At least we can't let the alien succeed. Walk. There is no such thing as a waste of time in communication between transcendents. With figures flashing, more than half of the human transcendents have disappeared, and only Huang Yi and the other two are left at the narrative level. However, the myriad races have left more power and have already overwhelmed the human race. Although the human race knows the little tricks in the minds of these alien races, they can do nothing about it. If they continue to send more forces, the alien races will definitely follow. If they go back and forth, will they be able to kill Yuanzhu Heiguang? This is an open conspiracy, which forces you to follow his rhythm. Although it is shameless, it does work well. Snort. Emperor Huang Tian showed displeasure and glanced coldly at the alien transcendent. He hated evil and could not stand this kind of tricks. Ha ha ha. Huang, let's not just stand there. Let's get started quickly. Once this is done, we can go and defeat Yuan Chuhaiguang. At first, the snake mother smiled very strangely. Her branches and limbs trembled, and her thick long hair twisted and fluttered wildly. Looking closely, each hair is a colorful snake, and in each snake's mouth, there is a miniature heaven shining with divine light. Do we need a fat snake monster like you to tell us what to do? Are you qualified? Yi Tiandi had an indifferent expression, and his blunt words choked the snake mother so much that her face turned blue. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the group of transcendents, and continued in a deep voice, all beacons are activated. That time and space has been completely locked. Let's start. Good. Nearly 20 transcendents present stretched out their hands at the same time, and gently scratched the source cosmic barrier that was said to be indelible. And a dark crack directly appeared. As they took steps, the transcendents had already reached the outside of the source blue star. They all looked back and forth at the stars in front of them that were like dust. But they still found it difficult to see through the mystery of the blue star. The means of the Lord of the Source Point are too transcendent. The Source Point he created is full of mysteries, and the tomb world hidden there is even more unsolvable. Even they find it difficult to find any trace of it. And even with the help of many trace clones, they are unable to anchor it. Until now, after their joint deduction, they determined that the tomb world would appear in this time period. And then, they spread the chess pieces and implanted special beacons in the bodies of many people on the other side. And finally successfully anchored the tomb world. Things will be much easier from now on. Narrative. Unfold. Conceptual link. Coming. Boom. The tall figures of the transcendents all collapsed into a conceptual particle, flickered slightly, and then disappeared into the void consciousness channel that appeared to be in a mysterious state. The activation of the beacon was even brought forward a lot, which was inseparable from Bai Donglin's unintentional influence. The moment his ego consciousness stepped into eternity, the terrifying force of oppression swept through every corner of the tomb world. The expressions of the people on the other side changed wildly. They fell to the ground and trembled uncontrollably under the infinite pressure. Their consciousness gradually became blurred, and they fell into a state of selflessness. Suddenly, a hazy light rose from his brows, gathering and condensing in the void, transforming into a strange vortex of nothingness. Transcendent. Coming. Chapter 842, Eternal Consciousness. This is impossible. It's just consciousness. Just consciousness. Even if it's eternal. How can it be so terrifying? Brother Bai, did you succeed? You are so powerful that we on the other side have already surpassed our imagination. You have a terrifying power of consciousness that is beyond our cognition and beyond our comprehension. Bai Donglin. Bai Dong Lin. At this moment, under the traction of the altar's terrible mass, the entire source tomb world has completely collapsed. All tangible and intangible things, myriad time and space, information concepts, and the boundless world of 179.99 trillion super thoughts have been compressed into a thin layer of colorful gauze, tightly attached to the surface of the altar. At a glance, the vast tomb world was all absolute darkness and nothingness, with only one thing remaining, the infinitely majestic altar, standing in the center of heaven and earth, shining with divine light and mighty, with all light converging on it. At the very top of the altar, one could vaguely see a bunch of tiny black dots like dust, in human shape, of all kinds of strange shapes, some trembling on the ground, some sitting cross-legged with difficulty. The Supreme Mother Shore from all the races looked pale at this moment, and they tried their best to look up, staring at the vague figure at the top, and their hearts were extremely shocked. The only remaining rationality made them scream and roar unconsciously in their subconscious. The ninth realm of self-consciousness is eternal and immortal. According to various secret records, the power of this realm, its most important characteristic, is that it gives living beings the ability to peek into concepts, touch concepts, and even control concepts. The second is immortality. As long as there is a trace of existence in the world, it can be used to revive. Apart from the above two, the remaining is the killing and destructive power of the nine realms consciousness, which is mainly reflected on the will side. But it shouldn't be so outrageously strong. Right. Just with a little bit of the fluctuation of breath, a little bit of the energy that seemed to be there and not there, they were able to oppress tens of thousands of the top beings on the other side, leaving them powerless to resist. their consciousness becoming blurred and on the verge of collapse. This is definitely not as simple as eternal immortality. Well, finally, we have come to this point. The faint sigh is full of vicissitudes, as if all the emotions in the world are contained in it. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer the previous darkness, depth, indifference and coldness. There was only absolute calmness. His eyes were clearly black and white, and so clear without a trace of other colors. Between the eyebrows, a pure white halo shines brightly, and within the halo is an invisible vortex that cannot be seen. It is the concept infinitely superimposed thinking quantum nebula after the promotion. Every ray of light condensed into a nebula is a world of thought that exists between existence and non-existence. The countless living beings living in it are all the aggregation of Bai Donglin's self. Divine self, other self, and super self. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. This is more than just eternal immortality, let alone the existence of the other side. Even those transcendents, who have been promoted for endless years, do not have such a terrifying self-consciousness. My son Bai Yuan is such a filial son. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, glanced at the magnificent altar under his feet, and nodded with satisfaction. When he entered the Source Tomb realm, his consciousness was only one step away from a breakthrough. But don't underestimate this window paper-like barrier, which can permanently block countless other shores from entering. Whether you can make a breakthrough or not. If you can, then you can. If you can't, then you can't. It is not something that can be achieved eternally by relying on time and accumulation, or a flash of inspiration or enlightenment. This is even more true for Bai Donglin. His background is too profound, and his special consciousness is a billion times stronger than the ordinary other side. Naturally, it is also a billion times more difficult to summarize consciousness and break the boundaries of concepts. This altar is truly extraordinary. It blurs time and space and contains the power of various concepts. With each level you climb, the difficulty of the test increases exponentially. There was no time at the altar. Bai Donglin didn't know how much time he had spent here. 1 infinite era? Or 100 infinite eras? He didn't know. He only knew that a very long time had passed. His consciousness had collapsed and disintegrated countless times. When he reached the peak and his consciousness leaped to the concept, he woke up from the endless years. Obviously, the Lord of the Source, his own son, knows his father very well, and knows Bai Donglin's immortal nature. He even guessed that he would go around the field. In one word, he is tough. Only then did they spend so much effort to create such a towering altar, which could be said to be tailor-made for Bai Donglin. Only such terrifying pressure could drive his consciousness and complete the final leap. From now on, the vast sea and sky, the state of transcendence is at your fingertips. Only when consciousness steps into eternity will one understand why the 9th level of consciousness is an indispensable prerequisite for entering transcendence. Concepts are a force that transcends information and are even more invisible and elusive. No matter how powerful the existence on the other side is, it can only sigh in despair when faced with invisible and intangible concepts. Bai Donglin spread out his palms, and his fingertips slid, creating invisible ripples in the air. That was the power of concepts, lingering between his palms like a silk thread. This did not involve the use of vortex power, but was entirely dependent on his own characteristics. He touched the concept, and the concept was no longer traceable, but filled his field of vision, abstract and colorful, flowing and mysterious. The next step is to control the concepts and enter the realm of transcendence in one fell swoop. Bai Donglin clenched his palms fiercely and rolled the concept thread into a ball. Infinite expectations rose in his heart. Comprehending the concept was a painstaking process. With his strong consciousness and the assistance of the vortex force, the process would not be too difficult. And, buzz, the towering altar under his feet, which swallowed up the entire tomb world, began to tremble slightly, as if it had completed its mission the moment Bai Donglin's consciousness broke through. The complex concepts contained therein are endless. At this moment, they turn into invisible torrents, converging together and rushing into Bai Donglin's body. Although immature, they are complete in variety and contain all concepts, as if they are a collection of concepts in a miniature endless vortex of the heavens. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling extremely comfortable, and tried his best to accept the power of concepts. These concepts, which seemed to be new, were more suitable for him to use in transition and to comprehend the ultimate state of transcendence. Once all the concepts in the altar have entered my body, I will no longer need to sympathize with the outside world and can completely meet my needs. In other words, you only need to freeze your own time. and in an instant in the outside world, you could enter transcendence. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin felt very pleased. He felt that the child was indeed his own biological son. He had considered the filial piety in many ways. Oh, my son? Bai Donglin felt a little embarrassed and looked up quickly. He saw a slowly rotating vortex suspended on the top of the flat and vast altar. Under it, a small figure was lying on the ground, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. I don't know if it was because he sensed Bai Donglin's gaze or because of the attraction in his blood, but Xiao Baiyuan's eyebrows trembled slightly. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Bai Donglin's figure clearly, his expression lit up with joy, and he suddenly jumped up. The terrifying power directly tore through time and space. Father! Boom! The person arrived before the voice and crashed into Bai Donglin's arms. Bai Donglin hurriedly hugged him. It was because he had thick skin and flesh. If it were any other person, he would probably spit out blood at this moment. Oh my good son. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long. Not long. I just took a nap. Father really didn't lie to me. Father, are we going to meet at the top of the mountain? Nature. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with surprise. This altar was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be a protection for Xiao Baiyuan for many years. Although he was immersed in the test and had an unclear perception of the outside world, he estimated that in the process of climbing the altar, he had spent at least dozens of infinite epochs. One infinite epoch is equal to 1 trillion years. Father, in my dream, I seemed to sense that there was something calling me in this whirlpool. Should we go in? Bai Donglin's expression condensed slightly, and his sight fell on the whirlpool. With his current consciousness, he could not overcome the obstacle and perceive the scene behind it. What exactly did the Lord of the Source leave behind? He didn't know. The only thing he knew was that this might be something that his future self, with the help of Baiyuan, would give to him after crossing the boundary between destruction and creation. Extremely important. You have to take it and control it in your own hands. But this process may not be that simple. Sure enough, as Bai Donglin took a step towards the whirlpool, his figure suddenly froze, and he slowly looked back. At the bottom of the stairs, a large group of people were pressed to the ground and had begun to roll their eyes. But a small number of them were still able to sit cross-legged with difficulty and barely maintain their demeanor. These other shores are the chess pieces of the transcendence, endowed with the existence of beacons. But the more they resisted the oppression of consciousness, the more they were targeted. Without exception, their eyes were wide open with anger. They were completely unconscious. Their consciousness fell into a blank state, and the beacon was stimulated and completely detonated. Boom! The three pure ones, the demon lord, the spiritual will, and all the others on the other side, all had brilliant light bursting out from between their brows. Dots and strands of light, like starlight and fireflies, gushing out, converging in the void, and slowly forming a strange vortex. Whoosh! Whoosh! 20 tiny particles, one after another, shot out from the vortex, swirled for a while, and then exploded violently, one after another. Tall and majestic figures with a faint aura that could not be looked at directly crushed the void and darkness as they walked. A wisp of aura fell and pressed down on the altar. Snap! The majestic altar that contained everything in the tomb world collapsed under the pressure of the aura. Huge cracks ran through it from top to bottom, and the cracks spread all the way to Bai Donglin's feet before they stopped. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the dark gap in front of his feet. He knew in his heart that it was not that the altar was weak, but that the power of its essential concept had all poured into his body at this time. So it was crushed by the breath. The figures in front of him were all so unfamiliar. Bai Donglin muttered to himself, "Are these the transcendents of all races?" After his consciousness broke through eternity, his eyes were able to penetrate the conceptual barriers and see the hidden true faces of these transcendents. Come to think of it, among the transcendents of all races, he had never met any of them except Tontian and John. So it was no surprise that he felt unfamiliar with them. As luck would have it, his two acquaintances were not at home at this time. No one knew what they were busy with, and they were too busy to even participate in such a big event. Sir, the breath of the arrival of the transcendent dispersed the omnipresent pressure of Bai Donglin's consciousness. All the people on the other side suddenly woke up. When they saw the blurry figure in the void, their faces changed drastically. They quickly stood up and saluted, with cold sweat running down their foreheads. Compared with Bai Donglin's violent storm, it was obvious that facing these silent transcendents put more pressure on them. Hee hee. Is this the origin tomb? TSK. It's nothing special. I wonder if the secret treasure he left behind is really as powerful as the legend says. At first, the snake mother's laughter was crisp, as if it contained great attraction. Some weak-willed males below couldn't help but take a sneak peek. The next moment, their faces were filled with despair, and their bodies instantly turned into pale stone. And even the source of the information was completely petrified. Emperor Huang Tian showed displeasure, but seeing that the dead were all alien races with a bad reputation, he did not say much and focused his attention on the vortex. Not only Huang, but other transcendents were also staring at the vortex above the altar. They did not take the other side seriously at all. With one exception. Huh? It's him. Emperor Yi Tian looked at Bai Donglin, who looked calm, with surprise in his eyes, and traced back a figure in his memory. That was in the perfect heavens, on the source blue star lost outside the supreme dimension, on the top of Mount Tai, the starting point of his extraordinary journey. Once, a group of little guys came to visit the so-called ancient road of transcendence, and Bai Donglin happened to be there, although it was covered by the light of transcendence. As a powerful narrative transcendent, he would definitely not perceive it wrongly if he saw it a second time. Father, I'm scared. Xiao Baiyuan looked panicked. His roots were extremely special. Not only did he contain all the power of the Purple Emperor in his body, he was also the source of the future and the past. Naturally, his sensitivity to crisis exceeded that of ordinary people, and he could clearly recognize the horror of those transcendent people. Haha. Don't be afraid. See you in. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Bai Donglin's eyes contained an inexplicable meaning, and he didn't care about the transcendent's disregard. This was the gap between different levels of life. In the eyes of the other party, he was just an ant. Well, if that's the case, then he will stand at the same height as the other party, so that they can no longer ignore him. Xiao Yuan, wait for me for a moment. A moment is enough. Before he finished speaking, the light in Bai Donglin's eyes froze for a moment, and endless years passed quietly in the frozen time. Snap. In an instant, time and space were shattered. The pupils of all the transcendents shrank sharply, and their gazes involuntarily dropped, staring at the blurry figure distorted by endless concepts. Conceptual level creature. I am supreme. The end of everything. Beyond everything. Above everything. 13 extreme realms. The Transcendent by Donglin. Chapter 843. I just want to kill you. Damn it. Heretic. Humph. You are a spy of the Black Disaster. You actually dared to sneak into the Origin Point 2 realm right now. You must be killed. Kill. In an instant, he entered the realm of transcendence. How horrifying is this? How could the transcendents of all races not see through Bai Donglin's identity as a human? That's why they were shocked and worried that the human race would have another invincible person. So they found a random excuse to take strong action. Kill first and report later, to eliminate future troubles. Boom. The snake mother restrained her original wanton attitude at this moment. Her expression became solemn. A faint light flickered in her dark green pupils. Her snake body and long hair twisted and danced wildly. The miniature heavens in her bloody mouth all burst into brilliant light, and their shapes merged into a single and ultimate conceptual power. Hiss. The snake made a faint sound, and the endless conceptual power brewing in its mouth gushed out, swaying like a colorful light band, and violently whipped towards Bai Donglin. In the eyes of the transcendent, time and space have lost their meaning. Wherever the mind points, the attack will come, and there is no buffer in between. Even so, the snake mother still felt it was not enough at first. A hazy glow flashed in her snake pupils, and her expression became extremely cold and stern. Narrative boundaries. Expand. In essence, there is no fundamental difference between those who transcend concepts and those who transcend narratives. They are both supreme beings at the same level. The difference lies in that the latter's control over the power of concepts has reached another level. All concepts in the world are understood and controlled by them, and they are integrated and sublimated into more powerful magical powers. The number and depth of concept fusions determine the height that the narrative level can reach on the narrative ladder. The higher the position, the stronger the narrative objects that can be expanded and tampered with. This is the best basis for dividing the strengths and weaknesses of narrative level transcendence. Die! As the snake mother pointed her finger, a strange wave spread out from her fingertips, instantly covering every corner of the tomb world, whether it was nothingness or darkness, including the only remaining towering altar. Everything became distorted and illusory. The seemingly solid and unparalleled altar now showed only two words in the world, altar. Looking closely, These 2 words were condensed from countless tiny characters. These mosquito-like tiny characters explain the altar's roots, inside and out. If the snake mother is willing, she can erase these words with a thought, and then the altar will completely disappear without leaving a trace. Not to mention the existence of the other side. In the ignorance, only a name remains. The so-called heaven-defying power and the source of information are all empty words. Presumptuous, bold. The snake mother's initial attack was so swift that although the 2 heavenly emperors Huang and Yi were a little slow, they still reacted immediately. They became furious and decided to step into the narrative perspective. It's too late. A hint of ferocity and excitement flashed across the snake mother's eyes. Being able to kill the future invincible man of the human race in front of Huang Yi and the other 2 was an unprecedented thrill that gave her an infinite morbid pleasure. What? Although Huang Yi is terribly strong, the snake mother is confident that she can take the initiative and kill Bai Donglin in an instant. After all, although the instantaneous transcendence is strange and somewhat terrifying, it is only a breakthrough, and the consciousness has only achieved eternity not long ago. The immortal true meaning has not yet extended to all traces of existence. This is the time when a transcendent is most vulnerable and easiest to be wiped out. But the snake mother, who was about to kill, suddenly froze in expression and stood there in a daze. In her narrative perspective, except for the vortex above the altar and several narrative transcendents, who were not described in her narration. Even Bai Donglin was not described in words. I saw a tall figure standing on the narrative level, covered in colorful light. The invisible power of narrative was unable to break through the defense of the 7-colored light. 7-colored divine light. Yes, with its mysterious nature, it has long surpassed the concept. So how could it be pulled into the narrative level? With this weapon protecting the body, it can be said that the most powerful killer of the narrative level transcendent is completely useless in front of Bai Donglin. Break. There was a hint of sneer in Emperor Yi Tian's eyes, and he sneered at the snake mother's dullness. The news that the 7-colored divine light was in Bai Donglin's hands was listed as an absolute secret by the human race. So how could he let the alien race know it? That's why he and Emperor Huang Tian didn't feel anxious when they saw the snake mother taking action. Even if Bai Donglin was really unlucky and was wiped out, Huang Yi and the others were confident and had the means to reverse the reality of this moment. Even though the sacred timeline has locked the time they have traveled through as they transcend, it may be too far away to be traced back. But it is only a brief moment. If the 2 of them work together to trigger a trace of logic, they can still erase the established facts. Since you have nothing to fear, there is no need to panic. As Emperor Yi Tian rebuked coldly, a domineering and powerful narrative wave surged out, directly crushing the narrative world created by the snake mother. Everything shattered like a bubble, and the things unfolded by the narrative instantly returned to reality. The people on the other side, who were still in worship, had no idea what had just happened. But Bai Donglin was different. He already had the experience of opening up the narrative perspective. After his consciousness achieved eternity, he was no longer afraid of losing himself in an abstract and distorted narrative. Therefore, he witnessed everything that had just happened and knew that he had come face to face with death. He could not help but feel murderous towards the snake mother, and his disgust towards other races also increased. As expected, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Xiao Yuan. What's going to happen next is not suitable for children. You are still young, so don't get involved. Bai Donglin reached out and pinched Xiao Baiyuan's fair little face. His tone was light, but it contained endless murderous intent. Father. Xiao Baiyuan opened his mouth. Although he was young, he realized something, and a look of worry flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. Your father will be back soon. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A conceptual force wrapped around Xiao Baiyuan and pushed him into a vortex not far away. It was his first time to face off against a transcendent, and he didn't know what would happen. The worst-case scenario was that he would be beaten to death. Xiao Baiyuan was following him, and it was very dangerous. So he had no time to take care of him. Behind the whirlpool is the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source Point. For Xiao Baiyuan, it is undoubtedly the safest place. Snake Mother, do you want to die? Emperor Huang Tian put his hands behind his back and stared coldly at the first snake mother with an extremely indifferent look. This fat snake monster was so bold that it dared to attack the newly promoted transcendent of the human race in front of him. From this we can see that the alien races are really starting to get anxious. The increasingly powerful human race seems to be blessed by nature, and with its own strength, It is able to suffocate all other races. Sensing the terrifying aura emitted by Huang Yi and the other man, the Snake Mother's expression changed slightly at first. She realized that she had lost the chance to attack again. While she was secretly annoyed, she also showed a dissolute attitude, as if nothing had happened just now. Hee hee. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I was just too nervous. After all, the current situation is complicated and inexplicable. That's why I mistook the human race for the Black Disaster. With the existence of the powerful enemy Black Disaster, the human race still needs the strength of all other races. The Snake Mother knows that Huang Yi will never fall out with all other races just because of this small matter. Moreover, as a narrative transcendent, how could he, the original Snake Mother, be so easy to kill? Misunderstand? Humph! An alien transcendent? Such a high-sounding person. But he is nothing more than this. Kill. The earth-shattering roar shattered the void of time and space. Such a merciless sarcasm immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many of the transcendents in Huanghe were surprised. And those weak, pitiful and helpless people on the other side were completely dumbfounded, all staring at Bai Donglin with dull eyes. He? How dare he? Crazy. Crazy. This madman Bai Donglin actually dared to curse the original Snake Mother to her face. He is dead? No one can save him. The original Snake Mother, who was pointed at by the sharp edge, had a sullen face. How long has it been? After achieving transcendence? He had never imagined that there would be anyone who would dare to insult him. Huang Yi and the others called him a fat snake monster. But that was because he had the ability to do so. Was the #1 combat power among all races a joke? But this kid, who has just entered the state of transcendence and has not even mastered the concept, dares to speak so rudely. He is simply like lighting a lantern in the toilet. You want to die. It's a long story. But in just a moment, Bai Donglin, with an indifferent expression and murderous eyes, completely exploded and opened fire at full force. Infinite. Ultimate sublimation. The power of vortex. The endless heavens are burning in his body. And the powerful consciousness that is eternal and indestructible, combined with the vortex mystery obtained from the Purple Emperor's body. The vortex force that Bai Donglin can drive at this moment has become so powerful that it cannot be increased, even if he has not achieved transcendence and cannot drive concepts. Just relying on this skill, he dares to confront the transcendence head-on. Let alone now. Concept. Fusion. It is extremely difficult to integrate different concepts. Those veteran transcendents have gone through countless years to hone such powerful skills bit by bit and lay the foundation for narrative. Bai Donglin has not even fully mastered the concept of existence in the world. He is just like taking a scoop of water from the ocean. Naturally, he cannot overtake others and immediately start climbing the narrative ladder. He chose another path, and on a whim, integrated the concept into the power of vortex. It was unexpectedly smooth, and the concept was extremely smooth, like fish entering the sea, rushing into the vortex force. And the two merged perfectly together. Boom! The platinum flame and hazy light enveloped Bai Donglin. The halo between his eyebrows was bright to the extreme, and the vortex of the heavens that slowly unfolded behind his head was boundless and extremely terrifying. A wisp of breath descended, and the towering altar beneath him suddenly melted like snow and was pressed into absolute nothingness. Those beings on the other side all sensed the danger of death and showed expressions of horror. Faced with such a terrifying force, there was nowhere to escape. This is just a breath of air. So scary. So terrifying. They are going to die. They are going to die. They will all disappear along with this melting altar into this vast graveyard. Little guys, this place is no longer suitable for you to stay for long. Leave. Seen Bai Donglin getting furious, Emperor Huang Tian's eyes became even more surprised. And he couldn't help but think of waiting and watching what would happen, seeing that those on the other side were about to be affected and killed. Kindness emerged in his heart. With a wave of his hand, all the bodies on the other side became illusory, as if they were about to fly away, and the crisis in his heart was instantly eliminated. The three pure ones relaxed as they recognized the voice of Emperor Huang Tian, and thought to themselves that, as expected, the legend was true. This lord was very compassionate to the human race. He had the most domineering and powerful nature, but also a soft heart that was full of kindness towards the weak. Thank you, Emperor Huang Tian, for saving my life. The three pure ones bowed, shouted loudly, and then disappeared. And no one knew where they went. Thank you. Emperor. Shortage? Emperor of Heaven. Hearing this familiar name, Bai Donglin woke up from his mysterious state. The light between his eyebrows suddenly retracted, and his horrifying consciousness instantly took complete control of the infinitely surging power. The out-of-control breath was also taken back into his body. At this time, the top of the altar had been completely melted, like a bloody mouth that had taken a bite out of the huge cake. Is he Huang? Then, this one should be Emperor Yi Tian. There was an inexplicable meaning in Bai Donglin's eyes. Although he had walked through the ancient path of transcendence in the perfect heavens, out of respect for the transcendence, the wild leaves there had distorted faces, and were not their true appearances at all. This was the first time the three of them met. The two well-known figures they knew from novels actually appeared in front of them, giving people a wonderful feeling of fantasy stepping into reality. What did this guy do? Faced with Bai Donglin, whose aura suddenly became terrifying, the snake mother initially put away her contempt in her heart, and her expression became serious, as if things were somewhat out of control. Hee hee, fellow Taoist. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Sizzle. Bai Donglin had a cold expression. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the towering snake mother. He violently punched out with a straight punch, aiming directly at the opponent's forehead covered with colorful scales. It's not a misunderstanding. I just want to kill you alone. Boom. The fist surrounded by platinum flames contained a strange and powerful power, which was a fusion of vortexes and concepts. It was difficult to understand, terrifying and frightening. The mighty force penetrated the long river of concepts and reached the bottom layer, completely crushing the snake mother's true body entrenched in the shadows, and the fatal point on its body. Hiss. How dare you insult me? You bastard. You want to die. Chapter 844, One Punch for Eternity. Bald donkey. Quickly release my brother-in-law. Otherwise, today I will make sure that no one in Jinshan Temple will be left alive. Boom Ronaldo. Rolling black clouds covered the sky and the sun, and pale thunder rolled like dragons and snakes. Every flash and explosion resounded through the clouds, and the majestic power of heaven was terrifying. Two figures, one in white and one in green, stood in the dark clouds, their clothes fluttering in the strong wind, looking down with cold and bright eyes. When the woman in green shouted, the shadow of an extremely huge green snake slowly emerged behind her, coiled and hissing, looking extremely ferocious. Evil creatures! How dare you disturb the tranquility of Buddhism? Now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. Clang. Bahai observed the celestial phenomena and frowned slightly, looking like an angry Vajra. He swung the Qinglong Zen staff at his hand hard, and the whole Jinshan temple shook. Sister, since this bald donkey is so stubborn, I think we don't need to hold back. The most important thing is to rescue my brother-in-law as soon as possible. Xuqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but there was a hint of excitement flashing in the depths of her pupils. Alas, this is the only way. Bai Suzhen looked a little dazed. Her husband being captured had already made her feel at a loss. She didn't expect things to come to this point. Thinking about the baby in her belly, she was confused for a moment. Humph! Bald donkey. You asked for this. You can't blame us. Call the wind and summon the rain. Boom! Crash! The snake is in the dragon's zodiac sign, and the art of controlling rain is superb, as if it is a natural instinct. The green and white snakes are seen tumbling in the clouds, and the next moment, the sky seems to be torn open, and an endless stream of water pours down, connecting the sky and the earth, spreading over thousands of miles. The power is extremely terrifying, and under its cover, the Jinshan Temple is like a lone boat in the ocean. Presumptuous. Water-flooded Jinshan Mountain? A demon is a demon. How ridiculous. With such a murderous nature, how can you still talk about devoting yourself to Buddhism? Today, I will slay the demon. Bahai opened his eyes angrily, let go of the Zen staff, raised his hand to tear off the brocade robe, turned around and threw it, and the sky and the earth were divided by a red cloth, and the endless rain was blocked outside the Jinshan Temple. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored one Siddhagarbha, Prajna Pramitha, Bahai, who had thrown away his cassock, seemed to have let go of the wildness in his heart. He was domineering and chanting spells, and a golden dragon roared out from his muscular back. Roar! Death! Monster! After all, Bahai was still one dong higher than the others. After several battles, Bai Suzhen was knocked down to the clouds by the purple gold bowl. Then, the Lane Pagoda turned upside down and suppressed her completely. Elder sister, Xiaoqing was horrified. Bai Suzhen was captured. She was no match for Fa Hai on her own. After barely blocking the bite of the golden dragon, and about to be smashed to death by the green dragon's end staff, Xiaoqing's eyes suddenly became dull. His face looked dazed. And he muttered to himself. Supreme. The beginning of everything. The end of everything. The original Snake Mother. Recite my true name, and you will be able to see my body. Buzz. The moment the name First Snake Mother appeared in this world, a strange wave swept through, and the entire universe fell into stagnation. At first, the Snake Mother had anger in her eyes. She stepped out from Xiaoqing's words in a complete state, and at her full strength. She was supreme, and had a ferocious aura. Snort. With a cold snort, the heaven collapsed. The sacred mountain collapsed. The underworld was engulfed by endless flames, and all the gods and Buddhas in the sky fell silently, without even leaving their corpses. Monster. Monster. For some reason, Fa Hai, who was so close to the original Snake Mother, not only did not die, but he was still conscious. It was also because of this that he looked at the dead silence in the world and his mind became completely dazed. Snap! The purple gold bowl that Fa Hai used as a storage magic weapon cracked open, and a yellow book shot out, and the pages flipped rapidly. Finally, it freezes on the last page, which reads Mythical Tales, the biography of Bai Donglin. The 3 words Bai Donglin seemed to contain magical power. After a twist, they turned into a human form. He stepped forward, raised his fist, and attacked the original Snake Mother. Snake Mother, can you escape? Boom. The silent collision obliterated all concepts. The entire universe, and even the heavens in this area were annihilated in the aftermath. And the figures of the 2 transcendents also disappeared. Hiss. Roar. In the Tagger Desert, the night sky was dyed with green firelight, and huge snake shadows were twisting and shaking in it, with shrill hisses, which contained great pain. Crazy. Is Medusa crazy? What on earth does she want to do? She actually burned herself with strange fire. This is the Blue Lotus Earthcore Fire, ranked 19th on the strange fire list. Its power is extremely terrifying. Ordinary people try to avoid it for fear of being contaminated by it. Medusa must have lost her mind, so she threw herself into the sea of fire. Almost. Just a little bit more. Only by completely burning this body can it transform into a 7-colored sky-swallowing python. My lord. I will succeed. Although Medusa was screaming and screaming due to the burns, she still had some rationality in her heart. As she thought about it, a fragmentary scripture emerged in her mind. This was her foundation. Faced with such a critical moment, she couldn't help but recite it silently with piety. It holds its tail in its mouth to transform the heaven and earth. All paths return to it. It is the source of the beginning. The original Snake Mother. Call. The blazing green flames were suddenly frozen and shattered into ice chips on the ground. The concealed scene was revealed to everyone. A human figure stood on Medusa's charred corpse. His long snake-like hair twisted and wriggling, which was extremely creepy. At first, the Snake Mother concealed all her auras and restrained the fluctuations of her power. She believed that Bai Donglin tracked her down in this way. Gulu. My strange fire? Xiaoyan looked at the ice chips all over the ground with a confused look on his face. He could no longer sense the aura of the Azure Lotus Earthcore Fire. Not to mention him. Even Yao Lao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Xiaoyan felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. And the deepest memories in his mind inexplicably emerged automatically. Those were memories he thought he had forgotten. From a novel he read in his childhood on Blue Star in his previous life. Titled The Immortal Me. Why did I suddenly remember this? And I was so clear-headed. Every word and every punctuation mark is still fresh in my mind. Xiaoyan was so shocked that he didn't even realize that a bright white light was flashing between his eyebrows. A figure stepped out leisurely and glanced at him. Hello, fellow countrymen. Goodbye, fellow countrymen. Boom. Without saying a word, Bai Donglin punched the first Snake Mother hard, who looked surprised. The innocent little world, along with the universe and the heavens where it existed, was instantly crushed into nothingness. Little white dragon. What song are you humming? Old son, can't understand it. Under the cover of night, the master and his disciples who had just dealt with a disaster on their journey to the west were sleeping on a hill. Tang Song and Beiji had already fallen asleep, and Sun Wukong, as usual, went to find the little white dragon who had transformed into a human form, and had a drink and chat with him. It's not surprising that senior brother doesn't recognize this song. This is something I saw on a piece of wind rock. I thought it was strange, so I wrote it down. It seems that what is described there is a being called the first snake mother. What snake? Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a graceful woman walking out from between the eyebrows of his junior brother. He wanted to see the figure clearly, but he felt a pain in his eyes. His fiery eyes and golden pupils were actually destroyed. Hey! Who is this monster? The golden cudgel had not yet been taken out. At first glance, the snake mother mistook Sun Wukong for nothing, and the little white dragon was stepped to death. Huh? Could it be a coincidence? How could a transcendent believe in coincidence? He was just wondering how Bai Donglin could keep up with him. After all, the other party had just entered the state of transcendence. Amitabha. The journey of master and disciple to the west involves the distribution of luck. So naturally they are always under the attention of gods and Buddhas. The death of Wukong at this time naturally attracts the arrival of powerful people from all sides. Roll. What was the original existence of the snake mother? He was already upset. So how could he have the mind to pay attention to these ants? With a roar, he directly pierced through the heavens and all the worlds. The Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and even the three pure ones were all shocked to death, and their corpses scattered like light. Master, big brother, second brother, are dead. All dead? Why did this happen? Sha Sung was shocked by what he saw. He didn't know why he was still alive when even the Buddha had passed away and the heaven and earth had disappeared. Buzz! The bag he had been carrying was suddenly turned over, and a scroll of painting slowly unfolded. The portrait on it seemed to come alive. Its eyes moved, and it glanced at him. This is... Sha Sung remembered that this painting was given to him by the scholar whom he had rescued from the monster last time. According to the scholar, he had seen this man in a dream one day and felt that he was very powerful. So he picked up his pen and painted him. Oh, it's you. Bai Donglin left a puzzling remark, then walked out of the painting, smiled coldly at the snake mother, and punched her. After a burst of white light, only Sha Sung was left between heaven and earth. The essence of the universe surged and gathered, all condensed on the Buddhist beads around his neck. Master! Master! And everyone, under great sorrow, Sha Sung went mad and turned into a man with rugged hair and beard. The Buddhist beads around his neck that had absorbed the essence of the world also twisted and turned into 9 crystal clear skulls. Master! Wherever the transcendent passes, the sacred timeline follows like a shadow. This time and space has been infected and covered, and history has been locked from then on, and can no longer be changed. The initial universe, Chaos City. On top of the densely packed houses, many immortals sat cross-legged, sometimes looking up, sometimes paddling casually, all concentrating on comprehending the power of the law, and cherishing this hard-won opportunity. On an uneven wall, there was a pattern left by some powerful man in some era. The dense lines were like a tangled mess, 3/4 into the stone, and were piled together wildly and randomly, vaguely forming a blurry snake shadow. Hiss! The void twisted, and a glimmer of light flashed across the snake's shadow. Then it came to life, crawled down, and turned into a human form. Incredible! How on earth did this guy do it? He just stepped into the state of transcendence, and hasn't even fully grasped the concept. But he has spread the traces of his existence so widely. At first, the snake mother frowned. It was not that she was afraid of Bai Donglin. She was just surprised that the other party could achieve such a level when he just entered the state of transcendence. Spreading traces of existence is something that every transcendent will do, but it has to be done step by step, which is very time-consuming. At the same time, it requires making use of the Tao of the heavens again and again, so as to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The transcendents do not rely on traces of existence, and their power will not be constrained by them. But every trace is the transcendent's backup, and one of the keys to maintaining their own existence. Mother Snake, I have caught you again. This is the 3rd trillion time. Do you want to continue? An immortal warrior with a dull look walked into the room mechanically, holding an old-fashioned computer in his hand. The screen was playing the most popular fantasy drama Bai Donglin's Journey to Another World. The original plot has been messed up. Bai Donglin on the screen smiled and stared at the original snake mother. After that, he raised his fist and reached out of the computer, turning it into a palm knife and chopped it down fiercely. Humph! Bai Donglin, you are indeed not simple. Well, I have had enough fun. At first, a trace of annoyance flashed across the snake mother's face. She was already impatient with the endless fighting. This was also a recognition of Bai Donglin's strength. He really could not wipe him out. The clash between transcendence cannot be described in words. And if even a little bit of the horrific aftermath dissipates, it will destroy everything in this world. In this universe, the strongest person has only barely reached the level of the half-step 11th realm. How can he resist such an impact? Most likely, he will be like those in the previous universes. Roll. Boom. In this world, in the future time and space, and on the continent of origin, there was a sudden and earth-shaking roar. Then a huge hand reached out and instantly extinguished the aftermath of the collision that was about to break out in Chaos City in the past time and space where Bai Donglin was. It's you? At first, the Snake Mother's pupils shrank slightly. And then she took a step forward, came to the present time and space, and looked towards the depths of the origin continent. Luo, didn't you go to explore the boundless void? After a trillion infinite epochs, you actually came back. The human race is indeed hiding its true strengths. Silently, the monster Luo was hiding in secret. For a moment, the Snake Mother felt gloomy. This is what has already been exposed. Who knows what other powers the human race has hidden? It seems that Jehovah's judgment is correct. If we don't think of a way out, we may really be trampled under the feet of the human race in the future. Row! At the source tomb, Bai Donglin slowly retracted his fist, stopping this momentary long confrontation. With strange colors in his eyes, this punch pierced through eternal time and space, the endless heavens, and fought with the original Snake Mother in concepts and reality billions of times without a clear winner. For the time being, we have gained some understanding of the terrifying power we now possess. I have just entered the state of transcendence, so I guess I need to calm down a bit. It shouldn't be difficult to kill this mother snake. Bai Donglin thought so. Chapter 845, The Unkillable Transcendent. What is a concept? The property of things that can change the model is called the concept of the thing. Concepts are abstract representations of the common essence of things. They are both expressions of the self-awareness of living beings, and the most basic building blocks of the thinking system recognized by living beings. In the subjective consciousness of living beings, concepts specifically refer to a form of thinking that reflects the essential attributes of an object. For the conceptual level transcendent beings, who are incomprehensible, indescribable, and untouchable, concepts are centered on him and reflected from subjective thinking to objective reality. Wherever the transcendent's gaze reaches, everything is an abstract and vague concept that can be manipulated and played with at will until it reaches the limit of his consciousness and thinking. But what can escape the transcendent's mind? Only those who transcend can restrain those who transcend. This is an immutable iron law. To repeat, if there is only one transcendent being in the world, then he will be everything. Omnipotent, omnipresent, and lawless. Ahem. The transcendent ones are indeed as indelible as the legend says. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining with divine light. He clenched his somewhat illusory fist. His arm twisted and flashed for a moment. And then he fell from the conceptual level and returned to the observable reality. Not far from him, the original Snake Mother was still intact, and the pierced head had quietly healed. In the instant of confrontation, the two sides chased and killed in the endless heavens of time and space, and countless worlds were affected and destroyed. The Snake Mother lost only a few insignificant traces of her existence. Difficult. Trying to kill a transcendent, especially a more powerful narrative level one, is difficult beyond imagination, as far as Bai Donglin knows, and has verified it through this confrontation. There is no shortcut to killing a transcendent. The most basic prerequisite is to first erase all traces of the opponent's existence. Those who are transcendent are all eternal. The years they have gone through are difficult to measure even with infinite epochs. It is conceivable that the number of times they have experienced the heavens is astronomical, and the traces of their existence they have spread are endless. The traces of the Snake Mother that Bai Donglin had just killed were only 300 trillion. Not even a fraction of it. From this moment on, the immortal talent he relied on no longer had any advantage over the transcendents. That being said, the transcendents are not unkillable. At least, there are quite a few transcendents who have fallen in the past. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and temporarily suppressed the coldness in his eyes. When he was still in the only realm, he learned from the war monument that in the battle for the seven-color divine light, 3 transcendents from all races died, including a narrative level 1. No need to think too much. Most likely they were beaten to death. It is too difficult for a transcendent to wipe out the opponent one-on-one. Even at the narrative level, a conceptual level transcendent cannot be easily wiped out. Both conceptual level and narrative transcendent beings are conceptual level creatures, with no essential difference. except that the latter are more powerful. On the premise of controlling all concepts, they can also integrate them and sublimate them into a more bizarre narrative power. If the concept held by the former is a ball of chaotic dough, although it can be kneaded into any shape at will, it is still dough. At the narrative level, you can use dough to make a bowl of hot beef noodles in an instant. This is the difference between the two, which lies in the depth of control over the use of concepts. Bai Donglin thought to himself that only by achieving logic could one completely surpass transcendence and kill the transcendence with ease. Congratulations on entering the realm of transcendence. From now on, the human race will have another supreme being. Congratulations. After a brief confrontation, the human transcendents had gathered around, and while they bowed to congratulate them, they were also vaguely wary of the aliens, and their hostility was quite obvious. Our new transcendent, fellow Taoist Bai, seems to have a strong murderous nature. Leaf, what do you think? Emperor Huang Tian fell behind and did not move forward too much. He secretly sent a message to Emperor Yi Tian beside him, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. TSK. That's really cruel. Just with that one punch, hundreds of millions of people were killed and countless people suffered a disaster. But this is a battle between transcendents. It is inevitable that innocent people will be affected. Isn't that how we got through it? The only difference between me and Brother Bai is that my mentality did not change so quickly. Once you step into transcendence, you will see through life and death. This is why Emperor Huang Tian was somewhat dissatisfied. He thought that Bai Donglin adapted too quickly. He had just achieved transcendence, and without any reluctance or hesitation, he decisively ignored all living beings in the heavens and worlds. Isn't this a reflection of his ruthless nature? You know, all the heavens destroyed by the hands of the transcendents will be shrouded in the sacred timeline and cannot be reversed or restored in time and space. This is a reflection of the all-out confrontation between the transcendents, who are reluctant to hold back. Bai Donglin seemed to have sensed something, frowned slightly, and nodded to Huang Yi and the others. Knowing a little about Emperor Huang Tian's character, he probably guessed what he was thinking, but he had no intention of explaining. He believed that he had compassion for the weak and would naturally not harm living beings without reason, even if it was unintentional during a fight with a transcendent alien. The reason why he is so reckless is that he has analyzed some things through various information. The existence of his son, the Lord of the Source, proved one thing. That is, everything currently known was rebuilt after being torn down countless times, including the many transcendents in front of him, and even himself. The future situation is extremely grim, and the final enemy is extremely powerful, undoubtedly above the narrative. It is estimated that the person who transcends logic will have no chance of escape. If you still have concerns and worry about the consequences at this time, you will probably end up in failure. Then everything will have to be overturned and started all over again. Therefore, a little sacrifice is really insignificant compared to the overall situation. Bai Donglin also secretly vowed that if he could end the enemy, he would naturally reverse everything and resurrect the destroyed heavens and all living beings. Since he can restart everything in the future, it is not difficult for him to do this. And it can even be said to be easy. When he reaches that level, even the sacred timeline can be played with by him at will. Emperor Huang Tian misunderstood him. He was not cruel and ruthless, but he had already completed the change of mentality from the moment he knew Xiao Baiyuan was the master of the source point. On the contrary, Bai Donglin should be a compassionate and kind person. He. Bai Donglin laughed secretly in his heart. This could be considered as a way to show off himself. Anyway, he didn't care what others thought. Humph! Daoist friend. What a great trick. The transcendent is in a transcendent time frequency. All thoughts and actions are just a moment. At this moment, the original snake mother came back to her senses from her surprise and looked at Bai Donglin with hatred, with an unwilling look on her face. Being chased and killed by a newly promoted transcendent, who is at the narrative level, is such a shameful thing. It really makes me angry. Who is your fellow Taoist? We are not familiar with each other. Bai Donglin sneered and shook his head. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill the fat snake monster next time. There was nothing to say about the alien race. Boom. The transcendents did not forget the purpose of coming here. Bai Donglin stepping into transcendence was just an accident. The time delayed was more than 3 moments, which was more than enough. Almost at the same time, a group of transcendents took steps at the same time, and the extremely terrifying power of concepts clashed and collided in the void, creating countless abstract things in the destruction, and then annihilated them in an instant. The next moment, they all rushed to the front of the vortex. Kill! with murderous intent in his eyes. Emperor Yi Tian raised his hand to grab. An incomparably huge bronze tripod that condensed infinite concepts appeared out of thin air in his palm, and he slammed it down. Rebel. Rebel. A perfectly round sphere wraps around a six-sided cube, and the cube conceptually wraps around the sphere, layer upon layer, embracing each other. To infinity. The narrative-level transcendental being. The positive and negative object itself. Clang. Silently. The huge bronze tripod had smashed heavily on Emperor Yi Tian's forehead. The terrifying conceptual power exploded, causing his tall body to freeze slightly for a moment. Snort. Narrative and transformation are free. Who claims to be invincible, and who claims to be undefeated? Wherever I am invincible. Destruction. Emperor Huang Tian had an indifferent expression as he stood on the highest ninth step of the narrative ladder. Looking down coldly, from a narrative perspective, he attributed all concepts of invincibility to himself. With a push of the hand, the positive and negative objects themselves had no way to escape and were directly compressed into a negative dimension, disappearing from existence. He. What a great eternal emperor. What a trick. But you want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Not enough. The positive and negative objects that fell into the negative dimension of space and time disappeared. But the consciousness of terror still spread between heaven and earth. A red cube suddenly shot out, expanded, and directly burst the negative dimension of space and time, escaping from the suppression. Although the whirlpool was very close and could be crossed with a thought with great power of transcendence, this short distance became an endless chasm due to the obstructions and shackles of everyone. Leave. Emperor Huang Tian frowned, and his eyes met with Emperor Yi Tian. They both nodded slightly, and instantly understood what the other meant. They know these alien transcendents very well. Using ordinary means, it is very difficult to eliminate these troublesome guys, let alone get rid of their obstructions. Therefore, I can only use that trick. Huang Yi is feared by many transcendents, and Heizai regards him as the biggest and most dangerous enemy, just because the two of them can touch a trace of the legendary logic by working together. Concepts are constrained by logic. The reason why logic is invalid is not the concept, but a subjective distortion. Logic completely overrides concepts. Ha ha ha. This breath, even my will trembles. Hee ha ha ha. It's really terrifying. The snake mother, who had confronted by Donglin for the first time, after several fights, seemed to sense something. She turned back suddenly, and stared at Huang Yi and the other two with her scarlet vertical pupils. Her expression changed for a while, and then turned into a crazy and morbid laughter, full of fear and desire, and an extremely complicated look. Snake mother, you are distracted. Sizzle. Boom. His whole body was covered by platinum flames, and the bright light wheel between his eyebrows was spinning rapidly. In a short period of time, Bai Donglin's strength seemed to have increased a lot. He seized the flaw revealed by the snake mother, tore through the conceptual barrier, and with his palm clenched, a sharp long sword dripping with scarlet blood appeared out of thin air. Crying blood? Infinite concept vortex returned to the ruins with one blade. Chant. Snap. The terrifying power was added to his body. Even after several transformations, and absorbing the power of concepts together with Bai Donglin in the frozen time, Qixue could not bear it at this moment, and his body was covered with cracks. Ah! Master! Be gentle. I'm about to burst. This was Bai Donglin's strongest attack. All his strength was concentrated on this knife. The terrifying aura dissipated slightly, causing all the transcendents present to look at him sideways. This kid. The corner of the snake mother's eyes twitched. The invisible energy had completely locked onto her. She could not dodge the knife, and could only take it head-on. The human race is too strong. It seems that this is the only way. Jehovah. You are right. At first, the snake mother's expression was determined, as if she had strengthened some kind of belief. She did not use any means of defense, facing Bai Donglin's terrifying attack. She instead showed a sneer. Sizzle. The weeping blood passed through the snake mother's true body and reached deep into the concept. The invisible vortex of the blade shattered everything it touched and wiped it into nothingness. 1 trillion. With one blow of the sword, trillion traces of the snake mother's existence were wiped out, and they were all powerless to resist. Therefore, there was no aftermath to spread and affect all living beings in the heavens. Huh? This is, at the place where the snake mother disappeared at first, a pitch-black crystal suddenly appeared, and then exploded into a ball of black mist. Amidst the surging black mist, two figures stepped out. Huang Yi, your opponent is me. The corrupt battlefield fell into a moment of silence, and subtle looks appeared in the eyes of both humans and alien transcendents. Black Source. Emperor Huang Tian narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly. The many transcendent aliens did not dare to look at him. Aliens, you have crossed the line. Black Disaster Transcendence. Bai Donglin was secretly shocked, then showed an expression that he had expected it to be like this. Good. Very good. These wolf cubs of the alien race have finally shown their rebellious nature. They deserve to be killed. Chapter 846. Fighting more and more powerful. Crossing the line? Huang. And everyone else. Do you think that my people have any other choice? Snap. The cubic spherical shape of the positive and negative objects themselves slowly collapsed, extending in all directions like a staircase. And a young girl walked out in the infinite light. The petite body seemed to be carved out of crystal glass. The long crimson skirt seemed to be burning like fire, and the long azure hair spread out like a waterfall. Every strand of hair went deep into the deepest level of the concept, and was closely connected with many huge creatures. The girl had an intimidating aura, and a sea of light gathered behind her head, with a complex stair-shaped pattern emerging at the core. It was a narrative ladder woven from fusion concepts, and it actually had 8 steps, which meant she was only 1 step away from the top. The cold question from the positive and negative objects themselves made the already heavy atmosphere in this world drop to the freezing point. Everyone knew that this battle would be the beginning of a complete rift between the myriad races and the human race, and they would never be able to return to the past when they were only physically together, but actually apart. Trust? The power and uniqueness of the transcendence means that there can never be absolute trust between different ethnic groups. Oaths and covenants cannot shackle those who transcend. It is meaningless to expand consciousness, expose thoughts, and present each other's thoughts, memories, secrets, etc. to each other. Those who are detached can easily conceal and modify these things. Who knows whether what you show me is true or false? Even if it is true, you can still change it. Therefore, it is impossible for all races to trust the human race. And the human race is also sufficiently wary of other races. Even so, you shouldn't let the wolf into the house. Do you know what you are doing? Emperor Yi Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the black source in front of him, feeling extremely angry. Indeed, the secret treasures of the Lord of the Source involve the secret of the Source and the secret of the power of logic. Whoever obtains it can be said to have mastered the endless heavens and supreme power. But fighting for this thing is, after all, just a family affair. Pulling the great enemy Black Disaster into it has violated the principles and broken the last bottom line. What these alien races did was undoubtedly a desperate act. A desperate madness after hysteria, leading the human race's strong men to destroy the source of the black light. Although the starting point of this conspiracy is very sinister, it is still within the scope of acceptance of the human race. After all, this matter is beneficial to the overall situation. But in order to fight for the secret treasure, they borrowed the power of the Black Disaster and did not hesitate to expose the biggest secret of all races to the enemy. This was really challenging the bottom line of the human race. Humph! Forced by the situation, cooperating with Black Disaster is the last resort. We have a clear conscience. The original Snake Mother, whose true body was destroyed, stepped out from the concept of nothingness, without any harm. Her aura was still so terrifying. She looked around coldly with a calm expression, and even a little pride on her face. What a helpless act. What a clear conscience. You traitors must all be killed. After saying this, Emperor Huang Tian stepped onto the 9th step of the narrative ladder and delivered a terrifying punch that could erase countless concepts, with murderous intent directed at the original Snake Mother. Haha. Huang, all this is to blame on you humans. You are too powerful. Yet you are still unsatisfied and even want to control the source. You are forcing us into a dead end. That's right. Isn't it better to maintain the previous situation? Why did it have to come to this? In this case, either give up the secret of the origin or let the Black Disaster take it away. We can't let you and other human beings get it. The positive and negative objects took action themselves. With a light clap of their crystal clear hands, they, together with the original Snake Mother, blocked the terrifying palm of Emperor Huang Tian. Boom. Concepts are boiling. The power of destruction runs through the ages, and the countless universes disappear silently in the past, present, and even future time and space. The rest of the transcendents also started fighting against each other, and for a moment, The Source Tomb realm was almost blown up. Seeing this, Emperor Yi Tian's expression changed, and he was about to step forward to assist Emperor Huang Tian, but was blocked by the Black Source. Ha! This is brilliant. Really brilliant. You never expected that, did you? There will also be a day when you humans will be attacked by a crowd. He Yuan laughed happily. All along, all the races had cooperated with each other to beat them up. They didn't expect the situation to change and lead to such a ridiculous scene. He Yuan, it seems like things aren't going well for you guys in Haizui right now. Why? Even you betrayed Yuanchu Heiguang? There was sarcasm in Yi Tian's eyes. Although he said so, he was secretly worried in his heart. The Black Disaster still had the energy to send strong men to help the alien race. It was obvious that the operation to wipe out the Source Black Light should not be smooth. The hidden place where the original Black Light is located is extremely special. It is isolated from all connections with the outside world. Even those who are transcendent cannot know what is going on inside. Humph! What do you know? The power of Father God is immeasurable and supreme, surpassing everything. Even if he has not yet completed the final transformation, you cannot shake him. As for those traitors, they will be dealt with one by one later. He Yuan looked ferocious, and he hated traitors like Balan Shadi to the core. At the same time, he was very confident, because it was the Father God who sent him to snatch the secret treasure of the Source Point. It can be seen that Yuanchu Heiguang has the confidence to settle everything. Yuanchu Black Light was naturally very concerned about the Lord of the Source Point, who could beat him into silence. After receiving the intelligence, he specially sent his most powerful Black Source to seize him. Father God. Everyone was secretly shocked when they heard this. This was a secret that no one knew. No one would have thought that He Yuan and Yuanchu Heiguang had such a relationship. No wonder. This guy was so powerful, yet still loyal to him. Hey, it's really lively. As soon as I entered the state of transcendence, the supreme beings that are rarely seen in ordinary times took turns to appear one after another. Perhaps this is the difference in circles. Bai Donglin muttered to himself, and glanced at the vortex passage that was nearby. It seemed that he could enter in one step, but once he made any move, he would inevitably attract a group attack. Before that, he had to deal with these alien Black Disasters first, then raise his eyes and scan the battlefield, and then appear in front of the first Snake Mother, Emperor Huang Tian. Go and deal with those Black Disasters. Leave these two guys to me. The Transcendent have long lost the concept of gender, and the form they transform into depends entirely on their own preferences. Bai Donglin will not look at the Snake Mother and the positive and negative objects themselves with the eyes of looking at women. Don't underestimate her because she is a weak little girl. She can wipe out billions of heavens with just a breath. So scary. Can you? Emperor Huang Tian had no intention of looking down on Bai Donglin. It was really a bit dreamy for a newly promoted Transcendent to say that he would fight against two narrative-level masters. Although the seven-colored divine light was magical, it shouldn't be this serious. You can give it a try. At least you won't die. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly with a solemn expression. When he fought with the Snake Mother before, the other party did not use her full strength. Most likely, she just wanted to test his background. Now there was a narrative-level person involved, so he had to deal with it seriously. Okay. Be careful. Emperor Huang Tian's gaze towards Bai Donglin became much softer. Although this guy was cruel and ruthless, he was not a timid person. He would really dare to take action if necessary. Between existence and non-existence, concepts become nothingness. Vortex zero boundary. Seal. Sizzle. Time and space cannot leave any trace on the Transcendent. So time has no meaning. And naturally there is no distinction between fast and slow. Bai Donglin suddenly clasped his hands together 11 times, and the halo between his eyebrows suddenly burst into brilliant light. A strange space-time that was entirely platinum in color enveloped him. The Snake Mother. And the thing itself. Huh? That's interesting. The thing itself showed surprise in its eyes. And after careful perception, it could not catch the slightest fluctuation of the concept. No. The concept still existed, but it was merged with a strange force and turned into something beyond their cognition. By Lord of Grey Silence. White Terror. In the narrative perspective of the two people, Bai Donglin's whole body was burning with platinum flames, boiling and whistling, and the scattered light particles were distorted into endless visions, including the heavens, the universe, and strange continents. Countless creatures were waving their arms and shouting, fanatically reciting Bai Donglin's real name. Snake Mother. This boy must be the one. Right? the bearer of the seven-color divine light. The thing in itself found that it could not narrate by Donglin. A layer of colorful hazy glow blocked his power. His expression changed, and he thought of the reason. Yes, that's him. At first, the snake mother closed her eyes slightly. She had made repeated attempts before, even at the cost of a large number of traces of her existence, just to confirm this one thing. Because of the existence of the seven-color divine light, this person is a bit strange. His strength is far beyond the reach of the newly promoted transcendence, and our narrative ability is useless to him. At this point, the snake mother paused, looked at Bai Donglin with a strange look, and said slowly, Bai, you may not know that things have developed to this point, and it is inseparable from your influence. Oh, what do you mean? Bai Donglin frowned. From the beginning to the end, he had very few contacts with these transcendents, and every time he was in a passive position, he didn't know when he became so important, because of the seven-color divine light. Although we don't know what this thing is at the moment, it is beyond our comprehension and must have extraordinary power. John risked his life to hide the seven-color divine light, saying that it was to end the war and prevent it from falling into the hands of the Black Disaster. But isn't it also because you humans want to monopolize the seven-color divine light? It would be fine if the seven-color divine light disappeared forever. But you appeared, and John was resurrected. This bastard and many of your human race's transcendents used all means to cover up your tracks, and didn't let us get involved at all. They were on guard against us all the time. You humans really took advantage of us. If we ignore everything, and let you grow up and control the seven-color divine light, will you become the next Wang Yi? An invincible existence that makes us, the myriad races, unable to sleep or eat. At first, the snake mother was very emotional. Her voice sounded sharp and piercing, and her pupils became increasingly red with jealousy. Oh, so, when you are weak, you will choose to join forces with the human race to anchor the location of the Source Tomb realm? Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. The moment he stepped into transcendence, he read a lot of information in his concept and understood how these transcendents entered the tomb world. Because the human race is becoming more and more powerful, and he, the bearer of the seven-color divine light, is developing in secret. All races are jealous and anxious, so they have no choice but to turn their attention to the secret treasures of the Lord of the Source. If they control the Source, they will equal or even surpass the power of the human race. That's right. This time, we will not only get the secret of the origin, but also the seven-color divine light on your body. We will not let go of it. Kill. Although the Vortex Zero boundary blocks concepts, it cannot limit the power of the transcendents themselves. They can even self-destruct and escape at any time, just like Bai Donglin's previous operations relying on his immortality. Therefore, the snake mother was not panicked at all, and took the lead in launching a terrifying attack. Seeing this, the object itself also stepped forward to follow, and the endless towering things behind it connected by hair also punched and chopped at the same time. Oh, you guys are worthy? A sneer flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. No one except him could take away the seven-color divine light, let alone touch it. Jean, who had been suppressed before, had a personal experience of this. Boom. The Vortex Zero world filled with platinum light fell into the quagmire of extreme destruction. The three supreme transcendents fought desperately, and the ultimate annihilation was accompanied by abundant creative power. With every collision, the aftermath would open up real, vast and boundless heavens and worlds in the void. Afterwards, the concept passed by, and tens of thousands of infinite epochs passed through the heavens in an instant. The creatures born in them were no less than 1 million, and they achieved the 11th realm. Unfortunately, they were not the original heavens, and could not give birth to the existence on the other side. The 11th realm was the upper limit. Snap! These are nothing but the heavens opened up by the aftermath of the collision. Like a flash in the pan. In an instant, the outside world is already annihilated inside, and countless powerful creatures are turned into ashes amid wailing. Bai Donglin was fully focused, his eyes shining, and he didn't care about the heavens that were constantly being born and destroyed at his fingertips. Those creatures seemed to have lived for only a moment. But in fact, tens of thousands of eons had passed inside the heavens. They were at the end of their old age, and the world was returning to its own abyss. There was no need to feel pity for them. His attention is now entirely focused on every fight. The attack methods of the Snake Mother and the thing itself all contain complete and endless concepts. Every bit of dissipated concept is devoured and absorbed by him, and he comprehends and absorbs them completely. As the fight intensified, he became stronger and stronger. with almost every punch he threw becoming more powerful. This kid. He's branding our concepts. The object's eyebrows trembled slightly. After just a few exchanges, it had already noticed that something was wrong with Bai Donglin. When the snake mother heard this, she immediately stopped and looked at Bai Donglin with a look of doubt and surprise. She didn't know whether to fight or not to fight. And she was in a dilemma for a moment. Can we still play like this? I have never heard of anyone being able to comprehend concepts in this way. You know, the power they possess is the sublimated narrative power after the fusion of endless concepts. It is extremely mysterious and complex. How can it be easily comprehended like the power of a single concept? Moreover, in the midst of a fierce battle, in such a harsh situation, it was simply wishful thinking to want to comprehend the concepts. But Bai Donglin did it. His increasingly powerful strength and increasingly complete and rich conceptual aura all proved this impossible fact. TSK. I can't hide it from you. So, what are you going to do? Bai Donglin clenched his fist, and platinum sparks exploded. The conceptual form that was almost crushed was instantly restored to full health under the operation of immortality. His ego consciousness, after being nourished and transformed by the seven-colored divine light and completing the final metamorphosis, has become extremely special and powerful, not to mention other transcendence. Even he himself does not know what supreme realm he has reached. In short, it is not difficult to understand the opponent's concepts during a battle. As easy as breathing instinct. My two teachers. If you don't take action, I will do it myself. Ha ha ha. Bai Donglin laughed wildly, and as he took a step forward, he blasted out endless fist shadows, and brilliant light filled the entire vision. Is this the power of the seven-colored divine light? It's really difficult. The snake mother and the thing in itself looked at each other, nodded helplessly, then raised their hands and pressed. And the narrative world rapidly unfolded and blended with each other, turning into a colorful, twisted, abstract and strange cube. The formless and supreme. The formless. The place without a place to return to. Eternal tribulation. Eternal punishment. Buzz. Bai Donglin's eyes darkened, and without even a chance to react, he was locked in the cube. Snort. The thing itself snorted coldly, opened its red cherry mouth, and swallowed the cube of constantly changing colors, with a look of unwillingness on its face. We can't beat them. We can't kill them. So we can only suppress them. But they knew that this seal was of little significance. Just as Bai Donglin could not suppress them, they could not completely seal Bai Donglin. The seven-colored divine light ignores the power of narrative, which almost limits 90% of their means. Those who are transcendent all have the means to self-destruct and escape. Not to mention Bai Donglin, a veteran, who dies very quickly, and makes great use of his immortality. Destruction. At first, the snake mother put her hands together, destroyed her true body, and escaped from the Vortex Zero realm, with the thing itself following closely behind. Chapter 847. A critical moment. Leave. Hearing the call, Yi Tiandi turned around and met the determined gaze of Emperor Huang Tian. He opened his mouth, and then all his endless emotions turned into a sigh. A dim color flashed in his eyes, and his heart was filled with infinite guilt. Huang, I understand. Emperor Yi Tian's expression became firm. Now was no longer the time to ignore the overall situation for the sake of his own interests. After all, they still couldn't save the ruthless man. No! Perhaps the outcome was already determined from the beginning, and he was just deceiving himself. Huang just couldn't bear to wake him up. Sacrifice. Emperor Huang Tian closed his eyes, made a nameless seal with his hands, and a string of green flame surged out from between his eyebrows and quickly spread throughout his body. Road. Emperor Yi Tian raised his sword finger and lightly tapped his forehead. A dark vortex instantly appeared behind him. Boom. An indescribable and extremely terrifying aura swept across the tomb world and time in an instant. The corrupt battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Many transcendents felt a chill in their hearts and cast incredulous glances at Huang Yi and the others. Even the vortex floating in the void froze for a moment without anyone noticing. Stop! You guys. When He Yuan saw this, he felt his scalp tingling and his previous arrogance was replaced by fear. What do you want to do? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Huang Yi? Don't you want to save that woman? He Yuan was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and immediately used his life-saving trump card. He knew how important that woman was to Huang Yi and the other man, and was afraid that the other party would forget this point because of impulse. Enough. He Yuan. A guy like you doesn't understand ruthless people at all. If she knew everything at this moment, she should be happy. Her death should have been glorious. It is barely enough to bury you. The narrative level transcendence. With her, Emperor Yi Tian looked down coldly. And as the dark vortex behind him expanded infinitely, his eyes had turned into a dark color, full of pure indifference and terrifying coldness. He understood what Emperor Huang Tian meant. The reason why he abandoned the lives of the ruthless people was not because the Black Source appeared in the Source Tomb realm, nor was it for the purpose of competing for the secret of the Source Point. It was just a Black Source, and it was not enough to force them into a desperate situation. It was because of the appearance of the Black Source that a very bad signal was released, facing the encirclement and suppression of many transcendents. The Source Black Light still had the energy to send people to spy on the secret of the Source Point. It can be imagined that the battle situation there was not good, and it was even at a one-sided disadvantage. They need to settle this quickly and go to provide assistance. This secret logic technique that can shock all enemies will have to be used sooner or later. Why not use it now to eliminate the evils such as the Black Source? Damn it! These two guys are serious. Undergoing the increasingly terrifying feeling of oppression in the void, He Yuan's heart sank again and again. Although he had anticipated the arrival of this day, he did not expect it to happen so soon. Huang Yi and the other two were indeed not simple and extremely decisive. Their thoughts and ideas could not be judged by common sense. It seemed that he used the ruthless man to shackle Huang Yi. But if you think about it carefully, wasn't the other party also taking advantage of this stable situation to allow the human race to develop stably for a long time? He Yuan knew very well that he could not test Huang Yi's bottom line. So every war was mainly targeted at all races except humans. In the last war, none of the three transcendents who died were from the human race. What a deep thought. This is taking advantage of the situation and using them to reduce the power of the alien races for the human race. Thinking of this, He Yuan couldn't help but get angry and ashamed. The situation had developed to this point, and the human race and all other races had already torn their faces apart. The meaning of the ruthless man's existence could no longer restrict Huang Yi. All we can say is that black disaster is black disaster. Heartless and ungrateful. Naturally, he will not understand the emotions of human beings and will think of everything in the darkest light. Even if the situation develops in this way, this is not the original intention of Huang Yi and the others. Good. Very good. In that case, then wait to collect the body of the ruthless man. No. Not to mention her corpse. All traces of her will be completely erased. She will disappear forever, sinking into an unknown corner of the sacred timeline. She can only live in your memories, gnawing at your guilt all the time. Ha ha ha. He Yuan looked crazy. And at the last moment, he was still thinking about maximizing the value of the ruthless man. Even if he died, he wanted to make Huang Yi feel guilty. Snort. Emperor Yi Tian's eyes trembled slightly, and the dark vortex behind him was unstable for a moment. Then he moved his mind and cut off his thoughts. Endless murderous intent surged down and submerged the Black Source. Die! Die! Emperor Huang Tian, who had transformed into a human-shaped torch, had appeared in the dark vortex at some point. He showed no emotion or joy, and raised his hand indifferently, then slowly slapped it down. Almost at the same time, He Yuan, with a ferocious look in his eyes, pinched the magic formula in his hand. In the gray and silent place, on the top of Yujing's sacred mountain, the void twisted, and Bai Donglin, who had escaped from self-destruction, appeared out of thin air. Ah! Brother, you're finally back. It has indeed been a very long time. The flow of time in the Source Tomb realm is abnormal. In just a short period of time, 2 small eras have passed in the outside world. Go play. I have something to do. Ah! Bai Donglin frowned, waved his hand, and knocked Shaozi off the sacred mountain. A solemn look flashed in his eyes, and anxiety surged in his heart. Hurry up. Hurry up. We should be able to catch up. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and integrated his powerful consciousness into the vortex force. With the gray and silent land as the source and hub, it instantly enveloped the endless black and white vortex of the heavens. He wants to find a little guy, an eternal fool and idiot from the other side of the black disaster, who once didn't even look at him. Among the many other sides of the black disaster, the foolish boy lord is ordinary and seems insignificant. But Bai Donglin knows, and He Yuan also knows, how important this guy is. When he was dying, he was curious about the existence of the other side. So he used the observer's will to sweep the foolish child lord, and accidentally discovered the transcended blood in the stone tablet, as well as the ruthless emperor who was suppressed by it. Now that I think about it, that drop of blood should have belonged to Heiyuan. By gathering together bits of information, he could already guess what would happen. He had to save the ruthless man before tragedy struck. His perception merged into the power of the vortex, which continued to spread. His strength surged. His consciousness became stronger. And the characteristics of the gray and silence land made the speed very fast. At every moment, countless heavens and everything in the boundless domain flashed through his mind. If there was no transcendent blood to constantly drive the sacred timeline and cover everything, Bai Donglin could completely go back to the past. Outside the Taihao heavens, kill the foolish child lord, and rescue the ruthless man, if he had not been distracted at the beginning, and sent out a clone in time to lurk beside the foolish child master in the form of an observer. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs, so I can only use this stupid method. Faster! 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 The scope of the search was too large, and it also involved the black disaster vortex of the heavens, which cut off the possibility of using the power of concepts, and could only use the more secretive vortex power. Oh right! That character. Bai Donglin suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He risked his consciousness collapsing, and forced himself to memorize the characters in that drop of blood. Perhaps it would come in handy. I didn't understand its mystery before, but after achieving transcendence, I realized that the characters are the product of the fusion of multiple concepts, and are the basic units that constitute the power of narrative. This is undoubtedly also a beacon. As Bai Donglin thought about it, he memorized the unique fluctuations of the characters, and converted them into eddy current frequency bands. He no longer needed to perceive them so delicately and deeply, and the expansion speed suddenly increased by billions of times. Hey, old man, I finally found you. Sea of Fantasy. This sea is colorful, with endless brilliant colors and infinite illusory light and shadow. It is the confluence of the delusions, wisdom, spiritual light, and imagination of all intelligent creatures. Such a strange place was one that the foolish boy Allah had never been to before, let alone even heard of. Not long ago, he was sent in by a slap from Black Source. He was still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. He could only stay where he was, trembling with fear. He regarded those illusory light spots that passed by from time to time as a scourge, and dared not touch them at all. My lord. The foolish boy lord looked pious, kneeling under the stone tablet as usual, with his back straight. For endless years. Forever. Buzz. As if it had heard the prayer. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and suddenly burst into endless blood light. Under the shocked and incredulous gaze of the foolish boy lord, the scarlet light rolled like a sea of blood, and instantly condensed into a boundless giant palm that spread out hundreds of super thoughts. It pinched an inexplicable seal with its fingers and pressed down hard. The Sea of Fantasy also rolled and trembled under this terrifying power. The continent of corpses, where the foolish child lord was located, was the center of the bloody palm. It was like a fallen leaf in a storm, pitifully small. My lord. Why? Heiyuan was already raging with rage at this point. And in such a rage, he just wanted to kill the ruthless guy immediately. So how could he care about a mere foolish boy master? Just an ant. The foolish boy was filled with despair, and could only close his eyes and wait for death. Until his death, he knelt obediently on the spot. After waiting for a while, he found that he was still alive. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, My lord, have mercy on me. When he opened his eyes, his fanatical expression suddenly became dull. I saw a figure appear on the stone tablet at some point. Although small, his back looked extremely tall and majestic. With one hand raised high, he held up the terrifying bloody palm that was falling down. Hee. Not bad. Not bad. I finally caught up. Foolish old ghost. Long time no see. Bai Donglin looked back and looked down, grinning, his snow-white teeth almost blinding the eyes of Qitong Jinju. Oh what? What is going on? Crazy. Crazy. He must be crazy. How could it be him? The human boy back then? It's only been a short time. Count on your fingers. It's only been 3 trillion years. Chapter 848. The Ruthless Emperor. Broken. Boom. Snap. He raised his hand high and clapped it hard. The power of the infinite vortex concept suddenly surged out. In an instant, dense platinum cracks spread out. The terrifying bloody hands that were connected by hundreds of super thoughts trembled and collapsed, turning into empty light spots and falling into the Sea of Fantasy. Bai Donglin resolved the crisis single-handedly, but he did not let down his guard. After concentrating and sensing carefully for a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As expected of the second Emperor Huang Yi, he is indeed amazing. He broke the Black Source's means and saved the ruthless man, with the omnipresent characteristics of the Transcendent. The other party did not descend, nor did they launch any follow-up attacks. It was obvious that the Emperor Huang Tian and the other two had completely suppressed the Black Source, making it completely unable to interfere with the outside world. Crash! As the transcendent blood left by the Black Source dissipated, the stone tablet that had stood for ages returned to its original appearance and became an ordinary rock. It shattered with a sound, and its suppressing and sealing power also disappeared. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Bai Donglin looked back when he heard the voice, only to see a woman in a white dress and wearing a bronze mask walking out from the depths of the corpse continent. Her aura became stronger with every step she took. The invisible and strange aura stirred up the boundless sea of fantasy. Such terrifying power was not as simple as the other side. Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. Let me take care of some trivial matters. Bai Donglin's eyes showed confusion. After being trapped for endless years, he was now free from the cage. He should return as soon as possible to see Huang Yi. What could be more important than this? Prove eternity and step into transcendence. Before he finished speaking, the eyes of the Henren Emperor shone with an extremely bright light, and a crystal halo appeared behind him. Layer upon layer, endless, indistinct figures could be seen standing solemnly inside. Although blurry, one could clearly sense the same meaning. They were all Henren's own incarnation in a certain life. What? Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly. He was careless. He thought he had entered a state of transcendence in an instant. His status had been maximized, and he was supreme and great enough. However, he never expected that the ruthless person also understood this. What a little trifle. Damn it. Why didn't he think of this trick at the beginning? Bai Donglin was secretly annoyed, slapping his thigh and sighing. The ruthless man was not joking. As a veteran, he had already sensed the same kind of breath in the other party. An eternal consciousness was slowly awakening. Sizzle! Under the tearing of the ruthless man's energy, a dark crack appeared in the void, and a pitch-black stone jar shot out from it and fell steadily into the ruthless man's hands, like a bottomless black hole that could swallow up even the sight. This is... Bai Donglin looked carefully and was stunned. He saw a big word chew on the jar, with flying dragons and phoenixes in the air and a strange aura, as if it were a living thing. Hey, interesting. It's that guy. Perfect heavens. Perfect heavens. What is so special about you? You actually... Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, his eyes flickering, and his endless thoughts scattered. He summarized and deduced all kinds of information, and stood still while thinking, which could be regarded as protecting the ruthless man. During this period of time, there have been conflicts among all races, as well as the Black Disaster. There are signs of impending catastrophe. If one is not careful, there will be no recovery, no matter whether it is a race or an individual. In troubled times, heroes will emerge. The most dangerous times are also the most brilliant times. First there was Bai Donglin. Then there was the ruthless emperor. So it was reasonable for a few transcendents to appear. But perfect world is indeed a bit in violation of the rules. First there were the two heavenly emperors Huang and Yi, which was already unique among the endless heavens. Now there is the ruthless man and the strange stone jar that has lost its human form. It is no exaggeration to call it against the will of heaven. It seems that the problem still lies on the source blue star. When I retrieve the things that Xiao Yuan left behind, I should be able to understand the reason. Bai Donglin thought of his experience in the perfect heavens. He had gone through the space-time administration and retraced the so-called ancient path of transcendence. One of the stops related to Emperor Yi Tian is on Mount Tai on the blue star, the origin point of the blue star. What is that place? In other heavens, the source universe where the blue star is located is hidden in the supreme dimension. It can only be seen from the other side, and is protected by the Lord of the Source. Except for the Source Walker, only the transcendent ones have the ability to step into it. But the source universe of the perfect universe has been completely exposed to the outside world, and even the blue planet has become a tourist attraction. According to legend, that universe is a world of time and space cut down by the Emperor of Desolate Heaven. Now that I think about it, things are probably not that simple. Ha ha ha. My lord. The collapse of the stone tablet and the walking out of the ruthless man made the foolish child master understand everything at once. Faced with the terrifying aura of the Transcendent, he became disheartened and looked bleak. Go ahead. It's not a loss at all to die at the hands of a Transcendent. The foolish boy really took the initiative. He slowly stood up and faced death, with his body, that had been kneeling for endless years. At this moment, he looked particularly upright. Die! Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, looked down indifferently, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This old guy had a fatal grudge against him, so he deserved to die. But it would be too easy for him to die like this. The most important thing is that it is such a waste. Every other shore is an extremely precious existence. No matter whether it is the 10,000 races or the Black Disaster, they are the supreme powerful ones, second only to the Transcendents after all. Moreover, only the natives of the world of the heavens nurtured by nature can achieve the other shore. It would be such a pity to kill him. If it were before, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. But after achieving transcendence, he has many more ways to deal with it. You are just a small other shore. Even if I devour you, it won't be of much use to me now. However, your 8 realms consciousness does have some value. Hearing Bai Donglin's deep words, the foolish child's master's heart trembled, and he felt something was not good. He was afraid that something more terrible than death would be waiting for him. Thinking of this, the foolish boy's true master looked ruthless, and he destroyed himself, along with his consciousness and body, all turned into nothingness. You underestimate the transcendent, don't you? How could I? The foolish boy master had a dazed look on his face, looking at his intact self. His consciousness was in a trance, as if his self-destruction just now was just an illusion. But the intention of death was so vivid in his mind. Accept your fate. From now on, you are a part of my huge energy pool. Humph! If I don't squeeze you dry, wouldn't that ruin my reputation for being thrifty? With a wave of his hand, the terrified foolish boy lord disappeared in the wind, leaving only a dazzling ball of light. That was the crystallization of the 8 realms consciousness. The most critical feature of it was preserved by Bai Donglin. He was always doing his best to create something out of nothing and make the world a dream. Bai Donglin has made up his mind that whoever falls into his hands in the future will suffer the same fate. Neither life nor death. They will be like inexhaustible batteries, forever supplying him with energy and making the most of waste. There is no end to the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons. The more powerful the infinite heavens are, the stronger the vortex power will be. It is the key to his ability to suppress transcendent beings such as the Snake Mother. Screech! Boom! Suddenly, endless colorful thunder appeared in the void. The boundless sea of fantasy trembled violently, and the illusory waves surged, as if unable to bear the oppression. The ruthless emperor has restrained all his magical powers. Sometimes he seems ordinary, and sometimes he seems to be beyond everything. The eternal truth lingers around his body, and his aura is powerful and boundless. The black stone jar held in his hand is also stained with a dreamy color, and there seems to be a faint roar of wild laughter whistling through it. Amazing! She really succeeded. With such a unique method, it seems that she was not far from a breakthrough before being captured by Black Source. For every transcendent, it is not easy to achieve it. They all have to go through countless hardships, endless pain, and endless years. Perhaps this Black Source is the last calamity for the ruthless person to set foot on the path to transcendence. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and accepted the greeting. He said, you saved my life and protected me. I deserve this favor. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Henrin. But the situation is dire right now, so I'm afraid the transcendent scripture will have to be postponed for now. I see. The ruthless man's eyes narrowed slightly, since Heiyuan had already taken action against her, his biggest bargaining chip. It was obvious that the situation had reached the most serious moment. Otherwise, Wang Yi and the other two would definitely not give up on her, and would choose to confront Heiyuan head-on. Are you going? Logically, I think you should stabilize your realm now, and not get involved in the battlefield for the time being. What Bai Donglin said was true. The ruthless guy was not like him. He was a real new transcendent. The traces of his existence that he spread were probably only limited to the perfect heavens. Moreover, he did not have the gift of immortality, and there was a high chance that he would perish if he faced those terrifying guys head-on. He was different. Even the original Snake Mother was shocked by his peculiarity. It was okay that his combat power was excessively strong with the blessing of the Vortex Force. But the key point was that no one had ever heard of a new transcendent who could keep up with the flow of narrative-level traces everywhere. All of this originated from Bai Donglin's previous operations. When he was spreading the Tao of the heavens, he used the will of the observers to scatter countless clones throughout the endless heavens. With each subsequent spread of the Tao, those clones did the same. It can be said that nowadays, there are his clones in every part of the universe, running the pawn shop of all worlds, selling the energy containing his consciousness, further deepening the spread of traces. His original intention was just to plunder energy, but he never expected that the result would be a great success. As a newly transcendent person, the number of his traces was no less than those of the veteran transcendents. And even more than that, compared with them, the only thing he lacked was conceptual understanding. Bai Donglan has already found a solution to this problem, and he will surely be able to eliminate this defect soon. Fellow Taoist, we are going to go there. Don't worry. We are not as weak as you think. The ruthless man's tone was calm, but it contained a strong sense of self-confidence. The stone jar in his hand shook slightly, and a strong will also emanated from it. Bai Donglan hesitated for a moment, thinking of the uniqueness of the perfect world, and the strength of Huang Yi and the other two who joined forces to make the heroes fear them. He couldn't help but daydream. If these two joined, good. In that case, my two Taoist friends, please enter Nirvana. It is not easy to enter the Source Tomb realm. Even for a transcendent being, the Snake Mother can survive death time and time again, not because she has descended from the outside world, but because she has already left traces of her existence in the Tomb realm in advance. It can penetrate the endless heavens from the inside, yet it is unbreakable from the outside. This is the strange tomb world created by the Lord of the Source. If Bai Donglan wants to re-enter now, he has to rely on the traces left in advance. If he wants to bring the ruthless men with him, he can only rely on immortality. The method is very simple. The same as when he brought Bai Jiana and others out of the Zhiga Zutian cage. The transcendent can be reborn with just a trace, and there is no need for him to reconstruct his existence form, which is much more convenient. In this case, I will trouble you, fellow Taoist. Although she didn't know what Bai Donglan would do, she still had trust in her savior. Even if she took a step back, it would only be a death. She was now an eternal and immortal transcendent. Destruction. 2 people and 1 jar destroyed themselves at the same time. Bai Donglan used the observer's will to wrap up the traces of the ruthless man and the stone jar's self-consciousness, and anchored the Source Tomb realm in an instant. As cunning as he was, he had already left behind many clones in a state of self-destruction before he stepped onto the altar to accept the test. So it was easy for him to cross the river with the help of them. From this point of view, immortality is still very advantageous. God knows how much effort those transcendents have put into entering the tomb world. The so-called traces of existence are essentially an extension of the concept of the eternal and indestructible self-consciousness of the transcendent, which contains the immortal truth, and can therefore allow the transcendent to reverse life and death perfectly and without any damage, which is incomparable to the heaven. Regarding the existence of traces, the most crucial point is that transcendents cannot leave traces for each other, and it is impossible for 2 transcendents to be stuck in an undead bug. Just like Sean, many transcendents still remember him, but he cannot be resurrected from their memories. This is true even if Jean did not completely destroy himself in order to seal off the war in the heavens. The ultimate reason for this is that the transcendent's eternal and immortal consciousness is pure and inviolable, and will actively reject or even directly crush the external immortal truth. Therefore, the ruthless man and the stone jar cannot walk out of the memories of Huang Yi and the others, and can only rely on Bai Donglan to bring them into the Source Tomb realm. Die. The lightly falling palm became the center of heaven and earth. Infinite concepts were overwhelmed by it. All the transcendents could not help but cast their eyes on it, with a chill in their hearts. This was a terrifying power that was faintly above the transcendents. It is incomprehensible, indescribable, and able to surpass the cognition of those who transcend. Without a doubt, it must be the legendary power. Logic. Logic. Invincible. Invincible. The consciousness of all the transcendents was screaming. Sure enough, the rumors were true. When Huang Yi and the other 2 joined forces, they could really temporarily reach that ultimate supreme realm. Is this the most terrifying killing weapon among humans? Huang Yi? If you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I have the protection of Father God. He Yuan faced this palm head-on and endured much more pressure than others. His body was slightly cracking, and the concepts lingering on his body disappeared silently. His expression became hideous and terrifying, and he was unwilling and resentful. This time he messed up. He didn't expect Huang Yi to flip the table. He couldn't die. He believed that the Father God would not abandon him. After all, At this time inside the Black Disaster, there were not many transcendents who could be driven by the origin black light. The only pity is that this trip lost the opportunity to peek into the secret of the source, and also release the beast Huang Yi. Humph! Whether or not killing someone will kill them, you won't know until you kill them. It's a long story. For the transcendents who are not affected by the concept of time, there is no distinction between fast and slow. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Emperor Huang Tian had already pressed his palm on the center of He Yuan's brow. Knowing well the horror of the alliance between Huang Yi, He Yuan did not even think of resisting and faced death calmly. At the last moment before his existence dissipated, his expression suddenly changed and became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a bucket of shit. Damn it! Bye! Dong! Lin! They lost. This round was completely lost. The roar of Black Source and the concept of existence dissipated in the tomb world at the same time. The many traces that were previously secretly left behind were also destroyed by a strange force. Snort! Huang Yi and the other man frowned at the same time. A trace of unwillingness flashed across their faces. They could sense that the palm strike just now had directly wiped out 99% of the traces of the Black Source's existence. But at the last moment of erasing the Black Source, when the power extended to its core, a sudden and terrifying force destroyed their power. Yuanchu Black Light is indeed not dead. He is as terrifying as the legend says. An invincible existence that killed the Lord of the Source Point. Ahem. Is it possible that the ruthless man died in vain? No. Emperor Yi Tian had a look of resentment on his face, with traces of blood appearing at the corners of his mouth. The black hole behind him showed signs of dissipating. It was obvious that this state was extremely difficult to maintain, and the cost was not small. Kill. Sensing Yi's anger, Emperor Huang Tian sighed in his heart, then stretched out his palm again, pressing on the head of another Black Disaster transcendent. No! This guy was only at the conceptual level, and he didn't have a father god as powerful as the origin of Black Light to back him up. Naturally, he could not escape death after being attacked so horribly. All traces of his existence were wiped out, and he completely disappeared from all concepts except the memories of the transcendent. Even his closest relatives will completely forget him, and his bloodline descendants will disappear in the erasure of the concept of cause and effect. Ahem. After a series of attacks, Huang Yi had reached his limit. Hot blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. Then, he fell from the strange state, and his breath became much weaker. It can cause irreversible injuries to transcendents. This shows that although this move is terrifying in its killing power, it is not a conventional method that can be used casually. This should be the case. Otherwise, the human race would have relied on Huang Yi's power to wipe out the Black Disaster long ago. After all, before that, no one knew that Yuanchu Heguang was not dead. The existence of Huang Yi is more like a nuclear deterrent. Sometimes if it is not used, it may be more beneficial to the human race. Once it is used, it often hurts both the enemy and us. Call. Seeing that Huang Yi had returned to normal, and his breath was even much weaker, the alien transcendents who were originally frightened all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. I'm not afraid of being laughed at for saying this, but just now, they had even backed down and were ready to give up the secret of the origin. But now, the balance of victory seems to have tilted towards them again. Both the human race and the Black Disaster suffered losses, and they are the biggest winners. Ha ha. Wonderful. Really wonderful. At first, the Snake Mother, the positive and negative objects themselves, walked out of nothingness. Although she looked victorious, she stayed far away from Huang Yi and the others. It was obvious that she was still in fear, afraid of falling into the same fate as the Black Disaster transcendent. You guys, do you want to give it a try too? Emperor Huang Tian's eyes were stern. He was not trying to scare people. If he let go of everything and was determined to sacrifice his life, it would not be difficult to kill all these aliens. However, there is still the source Black Light waiting for them in the outside world, and they cannot use all their strength here. Well, for a moment, the tomb world fell into silence, and neither side dared to move. Sizzle! Suddenly, some ripples appeared in the void, under the gaze of the transcendents. Bai Donglin stepped out leisurely, with a bright smile on his face. TSK. What a pity! I seem to be a step late, and missed the most exciting part. The ruthless emperor, holding a stone jar in his hand, slowly walked out from the traces of consciousness. His unparalleled elegance instantly illuminated the entire Source Tomb world. A ruthless person. Emperor Yi Tian blinked, stunned for a moment, and then looked at Emperor Huang Tian. Ha ha ha! Well, Chapter 849 True Damage. A perfect world. Absolute rationality, and knowing when to do what are the basic qualities of a strong person. Even though his heart was filled with surprise and accident at this moment. When Emperor Huang Tian saw the ruthless man, his eyes flashed slightly, and his hands silently made seals. Boom. Bai Donglin only felt a bright white light flash before his eyes. And when his senses recovered, he was already in a strange space and time. Looking around, there is a huge dark green platform under my feet. There are 9 stairs on all 4 sides, which are made of countless words. Starting from the platform, it extends to the boundless darkness at the end of the sight. Here it is. Bai Donglin clenched his fists. The boundless power was real. It was obvious that it was not his consciousness that was pulled into this place, but his real body that had descended. He was confused but not panicked. He was confident that he could escape at any time. He couldn't help but look at Huang Yi and others beside him with a questioning look. Perfect world. This is my narrative world. Beyond reality. Located on the 9th level of the narrative ladder. Everything here is in an absolute freeze. Concepts and sacred timelines cannot infect this place. Emperor Huang Tian nodded slightly, and his eyes towards Bai Donglin became gentle. The slight prejudice he had before had disappeared. The simultaneous appearance of the ruthless man and Bai Donglin explained everything. Which went without saying. Huang Yi, long time no see. Bang bang. The ruthless man's eyes contained complex emotions, and the stone jar in his hands was shaking violently, making clanging sounds. Although he had a clear eternal consciousness, he could not utter a single word. This was indeed very strange for a transcendent person. I'm glad you're back. Yi Tiandi opened his mouth, and all his words turned into one. The friendship between him and the ruthless man had gone through eternity, and had long surpassed the concept of close relatives. This time, the ruthless man was able to escape danger, and he was naturally infinitely happy in his heart. Those who are causally connected to the transcendent, no matter where they are, will naturally not escape their perception, whether alive or dead. After Huang Yi broke the agreement and attacked He Yuan, although he did not sense the death of the ruthless man, he knew that He Yuan would never let go of the ruthless man who had lost his value, and it was only a matter of time before he would settle the score. It was not until Bai Donglin appeared with his ruthless man that they realized that everything was over. Not only did the ruthless man escape from the predicament, but he also entered transcendence. It was a double happiness. It seems that your choice was right, and we were overthinking it. Yi Tiandi shook his head and smiled bitterly, still with lingering fears. If it happened again, he would still give advice, and stop the ruthless man from falling into the trap, and trapping himself in the Black Source cage. This was really too dangerous, and if one was not careful, there would be no recovery. It was just a fluke. The ruthless man spoke in a calm tone, without any trace of fear, as if he had already seen through life and death. It's easier said than done to achieve eternal self-consciousness. I can't compare to you, so I had to take a risky move. I won the bet, and at least the result was good. Chew. He paid a greater price. Although he achieved transcendence, he became like this. Clank. Clank. As if somewhat dissatisfied with the ruthless man's words, the stone jar began to shake again, and the word chew on it shone brightly, and the dazzling light faintly condensed into a young man's face. Hiss. Bai Donglin, who was standing by, heard the underlying message in these few words, and couldn't help but take a breath. Well, he is worthy of being the ruthless emperor. He is really ruthless to himself. To live towards death, on the absolute line between life and death. To glimpse the true meaning of eternity. To step into the extreme realm of transcendence. The danger involved cannot be summarized in a few words. If he hadn't fought for the Book of Yen Su and led to the appearance of the foolish child true lord. If he hadn't accidentally used his will to sweep across the corpse continent after being angrily killed by the foolish child true lord. If any one of these links is missing, the ruthless person will never achieve transcendence. At this moment, he will be turned into nothingness under the black blood palm, without leaving any trace. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin couldn't help but feel lucky. His consciousness cultivation could be so smooth and so rapid, all thanks to the help of immortality. When the fire of will was ignited at the beginning, Jiang Wudao told him that the fastest and most important way to cultivate consciousness is to realize the true meaning of eternity between life and death, dying and resurrecting over and over again. Is there any better condition for cultivation than this? Therefore, this created his infinitely powerful self-consciousness. Look at Henren and Chu. It seems that they are also stuck at the last step, only one step away from eternal consciousness. With their invincible strength in the other side, it is very difficult for them to trap themselves in absolute death. Except for the Transcendents. Who else can hurt them? The state of absolute death is not something Shaozi has experienced before. It is a false death artificially created in a closed time loop. This method may be useful in the early stages of consciousness cultivation, but it is completely wishful thinking to think that one can step into eternal immortality by doing so. If it were that easy, the Transcendents would have been everywhere long ago. The ruthless guy is indeed ruthless. He Yuan is completely being used. Bai Donglin feels awe in his heart. These legendary characters are not simple at all. Brother Bai, we will remember this kindness. Huang Yi, the ruthless man, and the black stone jar all expressed their infinite gratitude to Bai Donglin. Ha! You are too kind. Although we have never met, we are both human. How can I just sit there and do nothing? Bai Donglin smiled and waved his hands. He rescued the ruthless man with no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to save him. Perhaps he was influenced by the novels he read in his previous life. Well, as for the stone jar with the surname Chu, he just brought it along unintentionally. Ahem. Emperor Huang Tian, you pulled us into this place. Surely it's not just for reminiscing about the past. Right? Back to the topic. Bai Donglin is still thinking about the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source. Although this space and time is independent of reality, there is no need to delay any longer. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. The eyes of Huang Yi and the other man sank slightly, and their expressions became solemn. They looked at each other and nodded. Sacrifice. Road. A string of green flames gushed out from between Emperor Huang Tian's brows, and quickly spread throughout his body. A pitch-black vortex also appeared behind Emperor Yi Tian. The two of them ignored the damage, and once again performed the terrifying forbidden technique with their injured bodies. This is... Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled. He sensed a terrifying crisis from the dissipating aura. He moved involuntarily, and distanced himself from Huang Yi. But he still felt a stinging pain in his eyebrows, and his sense of crisis remained undiminished. Sure enough, our guess was correct. The ruthless man murmured softly. His eyes slowly closed. An endless light suddenly exploded behind him, condensing and shrinking, turning into a pure white vortex. The black and white whirlpools seemed to be inexplicably connected. They expanded and spread at the same time, intertwining with each other, spinning violently, and gradually turning gray. Clang! The pitch-black stone jar shot out, passing through the gray vortex. Its shape gradually softened and stretched, and finally turned into a long sword with a strange and inexplicable aura, and fell into the hands of Emperor Huang Tian in the center of the vortex. Boom! The terrifying aura suddenly surged 1,000 times. Bai Donglin was only slightly affected, and suddenly felt his consciousness sinking, his mind roaring in anger under the stimulation of the crisis. Such a terrifying forbidden technique. I can't take a single strike. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank suddenly, and platinum flames instinctively appeared on his body. At this moment, all the auras and strange visions quietly dissipated, and Huang Yi and the others returned to their original appearance, with flickering eyes and a look of inexplicable meaning on their faces. Emperor Huang Tian, what kind of power is this? Hearing Bai Donglin's question, Emperor Huang Tian came back to his senses from his thoughts, shook his head, and said, we don't know either. This power that transcends transcendence may be logic, but we don't know where it comes from. It seems like instinct. Naturally, we know that as long as we join forces and pay a price, we can drive this terrible force. With the addition of Ruthless and Chu, this force has become more intense and powerful, but its essence has not changed, and the necessary losses have not decreased at all. Yi Tian frowned. It seemed that it didn't mean much to them. After all, the two of them had been able to kill the Transcendent together before. If they couldn't reduce the loss, wouldn't it be a futile damage overflow? And they would have to sacrifice the Ruthless man and Chu. That's not the case. It's better to have something than nothing. The enemies of the human race are no longer just those ordinary Transcendents. The joining of Yuanchu Black Light and Henren is of extraordinary significance. Pity. I don't know if the four of us can kill the Origin Black Light if we try our best. If we fail, the human race will. Emperor Huang Tian had worry in his eyes. He learned from the Lord of Eternal Darkness that the Origin Black Light was breaking through logic, which was a completely different concept from their temporary use of the power of logic. Original Black Light? Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he spoke decisively when he had doubts in his heart. Huang Yi would naturally not hide anything from his benefactor's questions, and told him everything. Even the losses after the forbidden technique was performed. Irreversible real damage. Bai Donglin was secretly shocked when he heard this. It was indeed true. Once one used power beyond one's own body, one would have to pay a heavy price. Injuries are rarely mentioned by the strong. Even at the 11th level, the only true self can manipulate time, replace oneself at different time points, and keep oneself in a perfect peak state at all times. On the other side of eternity, one can refresh information and update one's own status in a single thought, as long as the source of the information is not damaged. Even if one is beaten into nothingness, one can recover to full health. As for the concept level creatures and the transcendents, there is no need to mention them. Normally, there are only two states for them, life and death. In simple terms, they are no different from Bai Donglin, who possesses the gift of immortality. Even a narrative like Araya's is difficult to erase, and the damage is so deep that it affects consciousness and the concept of existence. It is indeed strange, and it is probably a backlash from logic. We have taken action twice before, and have consumed a lot of energy. If we want to recover, we can only rely on the baptism of real time. It is estimated that we will need to spend 300 infinite eras in the sacred timeline. This is not a short time, Bai Donglin thought to himself, and he cannot circumvent it by freezing time or other tricks. In other words, once facing an existence like the source black light, you can only fight to death, and the enemy will not give you a chance to recover. This is also one of the reasons why, although Wang Yi and the other two are strong, the human race has been reluctant to eliminate the black disaster. Injury? Indelible loss. Bai Donglin didn't know what he was thinking of. His heart was moved and a bright light flashed in his eyes, attracting everyone to look at him. They didn't know why this fellow Bai Daoist was so excited. He. Emperor Huang Tian. Emperor Yi Tian. Let me show you a good treasure. Maybe it will be useful to you. Treasure? In this world, what kind of treasure can move a transcendent? Even so, seeing Bai Donglin's serious face, not joking, Huang Yi still perked up his interest. This is... Everyone widened their eyes, and saw a crystal-clear crystal floating in Bai Donglin's open palm. Dazzling seven-color light was lingering and flowing on its smooth surface. Yes, this is indeed an amazing treasure. Chapter 850 Yes or No. This treasure naturally enhances energy. I call it conceptual level enhanced energy. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes and stared at the crystal in his hand. After being sublimated again, this thing became colorful and dazzling. Damage reversal is one of the two talents that Bai Donglin initially awakened. Compared to the brilliance of immortality, it has always been extremely low-key, silently contributing its strength in the dark and adding to the improvement of Bai Donglin's strength. Strengthening energy can not only improve strength, it also has another property, which is to heal injuries. This has been verified many times. The largest scale used was in the Battle of Ragnarok, which brought many surprises to Bai Donglin and earned him the reputation of Lord of Sin. The enhanced energy is not static. It changes with the damage Bai Donglin suffers. Both quantitative and qualitative changes. When Bai Donglin was on the other side, he could still use the backlash of the river of time and space to enhance his energy. But after entering transcendence, this backlash could no longer cause him any harm. Perhaps the backlash of the sacred timeline could, but he had not had time to try it. In his previous fight with the original Snake Mother, he had accumulated a lot of enhanced energy, which came from the terrifying attacks of the transcendence and the conceptual injuries. The enhanced energy has transformed into another world, from being colorless at the beginning to becoming dazzlingly colorful. It seems that this enhanced energy is indeed related to the seven-color divine light. I was wondering, how could this thing appear out of thin air if it is so powerful? Bai Donglin muttered something to himself, then raised his hand and threw the crystal in his hand to Emperor Huang Tian. This feeling, Emperor Huang Tian's eyes were filled with great shock, and his emotions were surging like never before, 1,000 times more intense than when he beheaded Black Source and the ruthless man returned. Just by tightly holding the colorful crystal, Emperor Huang Tian's face, which had turned pale due to the use of forbidden techniques, suddenly turned red. His spirit was lifted, and his listless breath was obviously relieved. Call. Friend Bai. How many of these do you have? Emperor Huang Tian exhaled deeply, suppressed his agitated emotions, and stared at Bai Donglin with an extremely serious look. Bai Donglin is protected by the seven-color divine light. They cannot see through the underlying narrative and naturally cannot understand the details of this crystal. But there is no doubt that this unknown crystal is indeed useful. It can make up for their losses and perfectly heal real damage. Yi Tiandi and others on the side also realized the seriousness of the matter. Their pupils contracted, and their eyes fell on Bai Donglin. How many? Bai Donglin shook his head, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. You may not believe me, but I have as many of these as you want. Boom. After hearing this, everyone could no longer suppress their emotions. The atmosphere was so agitated that the perfect world was roaring and shaking. This is a treasure so precious that even the transcendents cannot see through it. I thought it would be a blessing to have 2 or 3 of them. But I didn't expect Bai Donglin to say such words. If that were true, wouldn't it be possible for them to use their forbidden killing moves as they wished? And killing those black disaster transcendents would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Emperor Huang Tian and others believe that the value of this colorful crystal even surpassed the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source. Ahem. Everyone, don't be too happy too soon. Although this thing is inexhaustible, you still have to rely on yourselves to obtain it. Bai Donglin cleared his throat and signaled everyone not to get too excited so as not to ruin this perfect world. Oh, what do you mean? Yi Tiandi's tone was a little anxious, fearing that things might take a turn for the worse. Attack me. What? Facing the confusion of the crowd, Bai Donglin nodded, looked serious, and continued. Use your most powerful conventional means to attack me. Don't hold back. Beat me to death. The harder you hit, the more enhanced energy you'll generate. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me getting beaten to death. Who's worried that you'll be beaten to death? Bang! Bang! The black stone jar seemed very excited, swaying in the air with abnormal emotions, while Emperor Huang Tian and others also looked at Bai Donglin with strange eyes. Could this also come from the 7-colored divine light? The 7-colored divine light gave Bai Donglin the ability to be immortal, which could not be hidden from the transcendent, especially after repeated confirmation of the information obtained from Zhan. Huang Yi obviously knew Bai Donglin very well. Damage reversal is rarely shown in public, and nothing can be seen from the few times it has been used. It is not as magical as the colorful crystal after its transformation, so the transcendents naturally ignore it. That's right. I call this talent damage reversal. It can transform the injuries I suffer into strengthening energy, which is the colorful crystal in your hand. I see. After listening to Bai Donglin's explanation, everyone suddenly felt certain, no matter how much they couldn't understand. Once it involved the 7-colored divine light, it seemed that everything could be explained. Friend Bai, I think you also know how important this item is to us. For the sake of the human race, I'm counting on you. Hey, come on. No need to hold back. Bai Donglin stepped into the void with anticipation, opened his arms, and retracted all defensive measures. The next moment, countless attacks came whistling at him. Boom! Crack! After understanding the characteristics of damage reversal, Huang Yi and others did not kill him right away, but strengthened him little by little, constantly testing Bai Donglin's limits. Ding-ling-dang. Above the void, in the corrupt conceptual light ball, Bai Donglin's blurry and distorted figure could be vaguely seen. From time to time, a colorful crystal sparkling with dazzling light fell and was caught by Emperor Huang Tian, who put it away with a solemn look on his face. This thing is the crystallization of Brother Bai's blood and sweat, and must not be wasted. The next moment, Emperor Huang Tian attacked even more harshly. Hiss! It feels so good. That's it. Use all your skills. Don't stop for a moment. Bai Donglin was in the midst of a violent storm. Although he suffered untold hardships, there was a smile in his eyes. The pure white light wheel above his brow was spinning rapidly, and it was obvious that he was operating at full capacity. Everything he did was not without purpose. He had his own little plans in mind. Contributing enhanced energy is a sincere act. After all, it is beneficial to the overall situation of the human race. And by the way, imprinting the concepts of Huang Yi and others, and improving one's own strength is also a matter of course. Bai Donglin knew that if he asked for help directly, given the personalities of Huang Yi and the other two, and given that he had saved a ruthless man's life, they would definitely not refuse, and would reveal their ideas to him without reservation. He had originally had this in mind, but the unexpected magical effect of the enhanced energy changed his previous plan. After all, it is a bit shocking to directly imprint the concept after the narrative level has been integrated. It is inevitable to have another explanation, which is unnecessary and may even make people feel strange. It is better to do it quietly. After all, it is a win-win situation, and no one will suffer any loss. In the perfect world, this space and time transcends reality, and is in absolute stagnation to the outside world. At the same time, there is Huang Ye's complete concept of infinity. For Bai Donglin, this is the most perfect place for cultivation. I don't know how long it had passed, but the perfect world gradually quieted down. Huang Ye obtained enough colorful crystals, and Bai Donglin also understood all the concepts of the world. He is now at the pinnacle of the conceptual level. The next step is to start integrating concepts. Go one step further, and step into narrative. The strength increased dramatically again. Friend Bai, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tiandi smiled, and clenched his numb hands. It was hard to imagine how tough Bai Donglin was to make a transcendent have such an illusion. And how long the crowd had been beating him. It's not hard. It's not hard. You are the ones who have worked hard. Bai Donglin smiled, and waved his hands. Although his crystal skin was almost covered with calluses, he felt very happy in his heart. After all, he had created another miracle, and completed the primitive accumulation of concepts of the transcendent in the shortest time. All in all, this trip was a happy one for everyone. Let's go. It's time to let those guys recognize the power of the human race again. Snap. As Emperor Huang Tian's mind moved, the perfect world suddenly turned into an illusory bubble, and collapsed into endless fragments. Came back. Bai Donglin's spirit trembled, and he looked around. This was the moment when he and the ruthless man just stepped into the tomb world. It seemed that everything he had experienced before was just an illusion. But his skyrocketing strength and perfect concept of infinity told him that this was all true. Humph! This damn guy. When the snake mother first saw Bai Donglin walking out of nothingness, her face suddenly turned gloomy. He could not be killed or beaten, and he was really a ghost that would linger around. Mother Snake, what should we do? The positive and negative entities themselves frowned. Bai Donglin was able to restrain at least one narrative-level being, and the situation changed again. As for the newly promoted Transcendent, Henren, they did not take him seriously. Even so, the power of the human race is far greater than theirs. It will take a battle to see who will get the secret of the source. What are you afraid of? Huang Yi has already been severely injured by the backlash of the forbidden technique. Moreover, there is also the threat of Yuan Chu Heiguang. I don't believe they can continue to be deadlocked here. Logically speaking, the Black Disaster is a common threat to all races. But when the sky falls, there is always a tall man to hold it up. And the human race is this tall man. At first, the Snake Mother shamelessly threw all the pressure on the human race. The source point must be in our hands. Upon hearing this, the thing in itself nodded silently, and its belief became firm again. Sacrifice. There was a hint of coldness in Emperor Huang Tian's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. His body became illusory for a moment, and the previous damage had been completely made up. In his hand, he was still tightly holding a piece of colorful crystal. Road. Yi Tiandi tapped his forehead with his sword finger, and an endless black vortex slowly unfolded behind him. Boom. The terrifying aura from before descended again, and all the transcendents present widened their eyes in fear. This is impossible. Huang. Yi. Do you want to die? At first, the Snake Mother felt a chill in her heart and screamed in fear. She was extremely puzzled. She could clearly sense that Huang Ye's aura had dropped by 30% to 40% just now. This showed that the backlash of this forbidden technique was very terrible. But why? Why? Have you ignored the threat of the original black light? This power of logic. You should use it to the best of your ability to deal with the Black Disaster. We are not worth it. Although this statement is self-deprecating, the Snake Mother's words are undoubtedly correct. If there were no colorful crystals provided by Bai Donglin, Huang Yi would definitely make the same choice, and use a little less power to deal with the origin black light. But now, the situation is completely different. Humph. You don't need to worry about these. Just go on your way with peace of mind. Kill. Now that the relationship has been broken, there is no need to show mercy to these traitors, who are colluding with the Black Disaster. Huang Yejie had a grim expression, with strange power lingering in his palms. He slowly dropped them at a speed that surpassed the concept of time, and pressed directly onto the Snake Mother's brows. I won't accept this. Humans, you have such cruel hearts. All we did was to find a safe place for our tribe. Is there anything wrong with this? Under the pressure of the breath, the Snake Mother's real body cracked like porcelain. The aura blocked all concepts, and she couldn't even escape by self-destruction. Unwilling? Ha ha ha. What a high-sounding phrase. Upon hearing this, Emperor Huang Tian stopped his hand 3 inches above the Snake Mother's head, and shook his head and laughed, with a look of disdain on his face. It sounds nice and righteous. But it's just selfish. We are above the material world. Above reality. So how can we not be tolerant of all living beings? You are unwilling to accept that you cannot be superior to the human race. And that your authority has been challenged. Collaborating with the Black Disaster is a decision made by you Transcendents only. Have you ever asked for the opinions of the people in your tribe? Hijacking the will of the group for one's own selfishness. Yes or no? How ridiculous. You are about to die. And you are already bringing up the righteousness of your clan? Every word he said went straight to the point. And his questioning left the snake mother speechless. Don't worry. The human race is not so narrow-minded. Your race will have a place to stand. As for those of you who have lost yourself and betrayed your beliefs, die to atone for your sins. After saying this, Emperor Huang Tian pressed his palm down without hesitation. And an extremely terrifying and strange power, surpassing transcendence, and a murderous intention, flooded the entire tomb world. No! Boom! Boom! Emperor Huang Tian attacked repeatedly, slapping out 10 palms directly. The snake mother, the thing itself, and the 8 concept-level transcendents were all crushed to death. Concepts were distorted, and the true meaning of eternity was strangely invalidated. This power spread through eternity and space, across the endless heavens, and no matter how hidden the traces of existence were, they could not escape being wiped out. Good kill. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining with divine light. While he was decisive in killing, he was also able to convince people with reason. He was worthy of being the arbitrary and eternal emperor of the wilderness. Chapter 851, Immortal Failure. How could the transcendent humans be unaware of the unrest and secret plots within the alien race? Unfortunately, the humans' repeated warnings and indirect expressions of their determination were all ignored by the aliens, who resolutely embarked on the path of no return towards separation. You surrendered today. It is all your own fault. Don't say I didn't warn you. This battle was of great significance. From then on, there were no more races in the world. Only the human race and the alien races who were irreconcilable. Snort. The second Emperor Huang Yi frowned and fell from a strange state. His eyes turned gray and filled with death. His body became ethereal and seemed like it would disappear between heaven and earth if blown by the wind. Ding-ling-dang. A large number of colorful crystals gushed out from Huang Yi's fingertips, colliding with each other and turning into a 7-colored torrent. The two people's bodies that were about to break were like black holes, swallowing up the torrent completely. They finally survived the terrible backlash, and their breath stabilized and recovered to a perfect state. So close. This scene made Bai Donglin, who was watching from the sidelines, secretly break out in a cold sweat. Huang Yi was truly ruthless and decisive. In order not to let any alien transcendent escape, he attacked continuously and overloaded the forbidden technique. Even with the colorful crystal in his hand, he couldn't replenish it. He almost broke his limit and was killed by the backlash. Fortunately, his output was high enough, and Huang Yi had a lot of colorful crystals in his hands, so he was able to escape danger. This method of offering sacrifices to the Tao is indeed overbearing. It almost burned me to death. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. With his current level, he could see a little bit of the details of Huang Yi's forbidden technique. The so-called real damage refers to the injuries left after the burning of the ego consciousness and self-existence. The reason why it is difficult to recover should be that the terrible power is at work. The Black Disaster reinforcements were sent away, and the 10 alien transcendents were all wiped out. At this time, only the human race was left in the tomb world, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. The only ones who seemed a little awkward were the human transcendents. They looked at Huang Yi with a strange look, a look of fear. Although they were all from the same family, Huang Yi was too scary. They asked themselves, if they switched places with those aliens, the result would not be the same at all. It is the instinct of living things to feel strange and uneasy when faced with a being that can threaten their life. The situation is serious now. Not only do we have to deal with the black light of origin, but we also have to guard against the alien races turning against us. Every bit of strength cannot be wasted. We cannot delay any further here. Let's go to the heart of the Black Disaster. Emperor Huang Tian returned to the top, opened his sharp eyes, looked around at the transcendents, and even had a hint of command in his tone. Huang, what should we do about the secret of the origin? A transcendent person frowned and expressed the doubts in everyone's mind. Although the situation is urgent now, this little time is not a big deal. Seeing the secret treasure within reach, but wanting to pass it by without entering, it is really incomprehensible. Killing Yuan Chu Black Light is the most important thing. I'll leave the matters here to fellow Taoists Bai. We are all human beings. So there's no need to be so formal. Hey, that's nice. Bai Donglin was secretly delighted when he heard this. Although he didn't think anyone could snatch the secret treasure from him, Emperor Huang Tian's attitude still made him feel unusually comfortable. This was recognition and also favoritism. And the beating he received was not in vain. In that case, let's follow what Emperor Huang Tian said. Good. These two bosses who could easily kill a transcendent had spoken. What could they do? Could they still object? They could only obey. After all, if they went to explore the secret treasure, they would most likely fall into the hands of Huang Yi, who was even more powerful. Huang Yi was willing to give up the opportunity, so they did not suffer any loss. The human race is still very united. The transcendents are already at the pinnacle of power and authority. But there are no madmen who are greedy for profit. Luo, since you're back, let's go together. Emperor Yi Tian looked up, his gaze spanning across the space and time of all realms and falling on a boundless continent. Good. From the continent of origin. Luo's voice was heard. And the terrifying fighting spirit actually directly invaded the tomb world. Brother Bai. See you later. Huang Yi and the others looked back and nodded. An inexplicable look flashed in their eyes. And then they took a step forward. And all the transcendents disappeared in an instant, leaving the tomb world, crossing the gray spot, and killing into the heart of the black disaster. It is difficult to enter the source tomb, but easy to exit. The beacons of transcendence in the outside world are endless. And leaving is just a matter of thought. I am the only one left. Bai Donglin looked around. The devastated tomb was silent, and he was alone in the void. Only the whirlpool not far away was still shining brightly. What do they seem to have noticed? Bai Donglin carefully savored the last meaningful look. It seemed that the reason why Emperor Huang Tian gave him the secret treasure of the source point was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. But there was a deeper reason. With Huang Yi's agility, and the fact that he swallowed a large amount of colorful crystals, it would be strange if he still couldn't guess anything. Why are the perfect heavens so special? Being able to give birth to 4 transcendents such as Huang Yi, and allowing them to be born with the instinctive fusion of forbidden techniques, and be able to mobilize such terrifying power, is completely like cheating. If you think carefully about the abnormality in the perfect heavens, the only one is the source, the blue star. Unlike the other heavens, the barrier of the source of the perfect heavens inexplicably disappeared, revealing the blue star to the outside world for everyone to set foot on. And the source blue star comes from the master of the source. The strange crystal condensed by Bai Donglin's 7-colored divine light can erase the backlash of the forbidden power, allowing them to activate the forbidden technique without any worries. All of the above seem to be unrelated, but there is an invisible thread connecting them. This clue naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of Huang Yi and the others. Therefore, they had guessed that the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source Point had already belonged to someone. The person it was waiting for was Bai Donglin, the bearer of the 7-colored divine light. In this case, there was no need to fight for it. Huang Yi still had some magnanimity. It seems to be an unintentional move, but in fact it has been carefully considered. Hey, that's interesting. I'll be very rude to refuse it then. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. No matter what, he still accepted Huang Yi's favor. He suppressed his thoughts, turned around and paced towards the vortex passage, his expression gradually becoming solemn. He had a premonition that all the doubts in his heart would be resolved here. This vortex is also extremely unusual. It looks ordinary, but it can actually block his immortality. After sending Xiao Baiyuan into it, how could he not have a hidden trick? His clone, which had been maintaining the observer status, had already entered the vortex with Xiao Baiyuan. He had wanted to use it to revive himself, but unfortunately he failed and even the connection was cut off. This was the first time that his immortality had been blocked. What does this mean? This means that no matter what is behind the vortex, its level is no lower than the 7-color divine light. How could Bai Donglin not be shocked and take it seriously? Buzz. Bai Donglin's figure was swallowed up in an instant as he crossed the whirlpool without any hindrance, as if he had passed through a layer of water waves. Finally, I'm the only one left. In the tomb world where there is no concept of time, Bai Donglin didn't know how long he had been away. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the void, exploded violently, and a dark figure stepped out. He Yuan's expression was grim as he lowered his eyes to look at his palm. The ink-black crystal that he was holding tightly was irreversibly turning gray and white, and then turned into a handful of powder. Humph! Huang Yi, the power of Father God. Is it beyond your imagination? What a pity for this bit of logical force. A look of pain flashed in He-Yuan's eyes. It was a pity that such a precious killer weapon was forced to be used up by Huang Yi before he could even warm it up in his hands. I don't know what exactly the secret treasure of the source point is. It actually made Father God attach so much importance to it that he was willing to bestow such a precious treasure. As his thoughts turned, he recalled the battle between the Father God and the Lord of the Source countless years ago. Although the Father God won in the end, he chose to completely hide his traces and never leave the house. His only wish was to break through logic. Could it be that Father God is afraid of something? Lord of the Source. The Source. Ha ha. It was unknown what He-Yuan was thinking of. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. And then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the whirlpool. Chapter 852. Terrifying Enemy. White. Everything is white. This was Bai Donglin's first feeling after crossing the whirlpool. Everywhere he looked, there was pure white. In this strange space and time, it seemed that the only concept that existed was white. Without a reference point, even the center of this place cannot be determined. Perception here is completely distorted and useless. Xiao Baiyuan. Your father is here. Zaya Baiyuan, who entered this place first, became the only thing in the pure white vision, and naturally attracted by Donglin's attention. Xiao Baiyuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling slightly, as if he had fallen into a peaceful sleep, until he heard the call. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Father. Bai Donglin frowned. Bai Yuan's originally clear eyes, which were clearly black and white, had for some reason turned into a pure white vortex, exuding an extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life aura. Should I call you Little Source? Or the Lord of the Source Point? Father, Xiao Yuan is me, and I am also the Lord of the Source Point. You can call me whatever you want. Bai Yuan's eyebrows were slightly curved, as if he was smiling, but combined with those swirling eyes, he looked a little weird. Humph. I understand. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Bai Donglin shook his head, took a few steps forward, sat down cross-legged in front of Bai Yuan, and looked back and forth with an expression of amazement. Xiao Yuan. Is that Yuanchu black light really that powerful? It actually killed you so cleanly. He could see that the Lord of the Source was indeed dead, killed by some terrible power. Even if traces of his memory were left, he could not be resurrected from it. This state is somewhat similar to the war that was suppressed by the seven-colored divine light. The only difference is that one is life, and the other is death. The reason why Xiao Baiyuan became like this was not because he was possessed by the Lord of the Source Point, but because he merged the memory traces left by the other party, and is now equivalent to a phonograph. As expected of a father, you have sharp eyes and deep thoughts. You can see my situation at a glance. The uninterrupted praise seemed to have been repeated thousands of times. It was obvious that the Lord of the Source had done this many times before. Well, I know all of this. Tell me something I don't know. Bai Donglin nodded seriously. It was only natural for his son to praise his father, even if the other party was the master of the source point. Ahem. I understand. Bai Yuan blinked and thought to himself. He is worthy of being his father, with a strong self-esteem and a unique personality that remains the same from weak to strong. Father, although the black light of origin was strong, it was not strong enough to kill me. We only fought to a draw. My death is not in the origin of the black light, but in the creation of the origin. This is one of the purposes of my return to this world. And it is also the mission you, Father, have entrusted to me. Bai Yuan's tone was deep, as if it spanned eternity, and the rapidly spinning whirlpools in his eyes revealed his uneasy emotions. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that this so-called one life did not simply refer to the reincarnation of living beings, but referred to the reincarnation of the existing black and white vortex in the entire realm of nothingness. All things and all living things are included. Regarding this point, ever since he understood that Zaya Baiyuan's birth was not based on the Ring of Time paradox, he had already guessed that the current Zaya Baiyuan and the dead Source Point Master were, to some extent, not the same person, but two different lives. How many times have you been reincarnated? Bai Donglin really wanted to know into what kind of situation the unknown enemy had pushed him, and how many times the chessboard had been overturned. I don't know. Bai Yuan shook his head decisively, looked at Bai Donglin with a strange look, and continued, the main thing is, you didn't tell me? All I know is my past life and this life. As for the past, Father, you must have a new plan, which gave me the chance to be born. Otherwise, with my mother's strength, how could she have stolen the bloodline authority from you? Okay. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now. Bai Donglin felt a little embarrassed. As if he had taken advantage of Xiaozi. He was definitely not that kind of heartless scumbag. Tell me. What exactly is the origin? Why did its birth cause your demise? Source. Because you, Father, are from Blue Star. Therefore, the source of everything is Blue Star. After saying that, Bai Yuan stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the void. And a white light suddenly appeared. Although everything here was white, this white light was abnormally dazzling. Boom. When Bai Donglin saw the white light, his mind inexplicably went blank. In an instant, some scenes that should not have remained in his memory emerged clearly. This is... He saw a beam of white light, crossing the endless void and hitting a small universe. That universe disappeared silently under the illumination of the white light. The white light spread rapidly and reached the edge of the universe in an instant. A blue and green planet was submerged in the endless white light. On the planet, a young man with a listless and exhausted look just walked out of the company building and was enveloped by white light. With a look of horror on his face, he followed the stars to the point of disappearing. At the moment when his soul was about to fly away, a ray of seven-colored light flashed by, enveloping his soul and disappearing. This is me. That's why I traveled through time. Bai Donglin was shocked. With his strength as a transcendent, although he had not experienced death in his previous life, he should have automatically awakened the relevant memories. However, he had never seen it before. Now it seems that it should be related to this terrifying white light. After seeing the source of the time travel, Bai Donglin was eager to know what the white light was. So he exhausted his senses, burned his consciousness, and tried his best to look towards the white light that annihilated the universe. Suddenly, Bai Donglin felt a palpitation, and a colorful light suddenly burst out from the depths of his consciousness, dazzling and unprecedentedly surging, as if it couldn't wait to shoot out from the depths of his consciousness. Not good. The inexplicable sense of crisis that emerged in his heart made Bai Donglin immediately stop his rash behavior. He no longer continued to trace the source of the white light, retracted his consciousness and perception, and awakened from the depths of his memory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bai Donglin's face was filled with fear. He estimated that if it was a moment later, the seven-colored divine light deep in his consciousness would break out of his body, causing irreversible consequences. What on earth is that white light? Since Bai Yuan was able to pull him into the memory that shouldn't exist, he should know something. So just let him solve the confusion. Father, you should have guessed it. Right? Bai Donglin's eyes darkened. He did notice it, although it was not quite clear. The meaning of the flowing white light was so familiar. He doesn't want vague guesses. He wants definite answers. Father, please look. Bai Yuan seemed to sense Bai Donglin's impatience and didn't dare to continue making trouble. He flipped his hand, and a three-dimensional multi-dimensional vortex appeared in his palm. There were endless dots of stars, and Bai Donglin looked carefully. It turned out to be a miniature vortex of the heavens. As someone who had controlled the power of the vortex and sensed the endless heavens time and time again, he had already engraved this vortex in his heart, and there was no way he would be wrong. I saw the vortex in the palm of my hand spinning slowly. One rotation was an infinite epoch, and the simulated passage of time was extremely rapid. Boom! A point of starlight exploded, bursting out with a last dazzling brilliance. This was the annihilation of one side of the heavens. Its wreckage broke free from the restraints of the vortex force and fell into the place where all heavens returned to their original state at the bottom of the vortex. Call out! An unknown amount of time had passed before a flash of white light appeared at the original site of the death heavens. Then, a young body of the heavens emerged from nothingness. This is the birth of the heavens. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank slightly. It was the first time he witnessed such a miraculous moment. The most important thing was that he sensed a familiar smell in the flash of white light. There is no doubt about it. This white light is the culprit that destroyed his hometown and caused him to travel through time. Creation? Destruction? I see. I see. Bai Donglin murmured in a low voice, as if he had figured out everything. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Bai Yuan with burning eyes, and said word by word, "Is the vortex of the heavens of the black disaster also nurtured in this way? In other words, there is also a corresponding black light? Father, you are indeed as wise as the abyss. That damned source of wisdom is not even worthy of carrying your shoes." Bai Yuan's instinct hidden deep in his memory came back to him, and he looked full of admiration, which was extremely natural and didn't seem fake. Ha ha. Is this the truth about the seven-colored divine light? Bai Donglin slowly stood up and looked around. His unfocused eyes seemed to be looking beyond time and space, or into the depths of his self-consciousness, staring directly at the dazzling and shining colorful light. The seven-colored divine light is not seven colors. Black and white float in the void. Old buddy, I should call you nine-colored divine light. Oh, you kept it a secret from me. His fists had been clenched unconsciously. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and his constantly flickering eyes revealed complex and surging emotions. He understood everything, and finally knew why his future self would be forced into such a desperate situation. After all, the enemy is Father. This is the message you are giving me to convey to yourself. Bai Yuan also stood up. His eyes were pure white. He slowly raised his arm and pointed at Bai Donglin with a rebellious attitude. I am just a mere clown. Yuan Chu Heiguang. How can I be worthy of being your enemy? The real enemy. It's you. My father. Chapter 853 Origin Project. The enemy is within. It is still the deepest and most fundamental self-consciousness that has always been regarded as his greatest reliance and an indispensable aid in enabling him to reach this point today. But now, they have to draw their swords against each other. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin couldn't help but have a complicated expression and mixed feelings. Father, although the nine-colored divine light is mysterious and powerful, it is ultimately just a dead object. It does not have any self-thinking consciousness in any sense. All its actions are instinctive. Bai Yuan seemed to know his father's inner struggle, and his expression relaxed as he comforted him softly. No one could understand the pain and loneliness of his father. Even he only knew a little bit. But one can imagine how hard it was for him to bury himself and everything he knew over and over again, and to restart life after life just to seek that glimmer of hope. Bai Yuan felt a little depressed and regretted that he had done too little to share his father's worries. I understand all that. Okay. I'm not that fragile. I don't need you to comfort me. Bai Donglin waved his hand, and all his distracting thoughts disappeared. His mind became absolutely rational, and there was only calmness and indifference in his eyes. Don't say it's just a dead thing. Even if it has consciousness, I won't sit idly by and let it devour the white light. The tone was resolute, revealing his unshakable will and conviction. Father, please understand. Bai Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard this. After all, this was a restarted life, and many things were out of his control. It was not impossible that his father had changed his mind. Fortunately, there was no accident. Although the information obtained was little, only a few words, it was enough for Bai Donglin to deduce many things. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. No one knows why this nine-colored divine light exists. Was it 9 colors from the beginning and then split due to unknown reasons? Or is it that the 9 independent divine lights are trying to merge into one, but have not yet succeeded? We don't know these for now. But what is certain is that the purpose of this merged 7-colored divine light is very clear, which is to devour the white light and the black light. White light is the origin of all races, the basis for the birth of all the heavens, and the root of the long history of endless life. The same is true for the black light, except that the beneficiaries are changed to the black disaster creatures. If the 7-colored divine light is allowed to swallow the white light, the outcome is predictable. The vortex of all races in the world will become a stagnant pool, and it is only a matter of time before everything returns to the abyss. Not to mention the birth of new transcendence. Bai Donglin could also choose to sit back and watch all this happen. He and many other human transcendents would naturally not die because of this. But in the days to come, facing this lifeless world, would it be too boring and lonely? One is a dead thing. The other is endless living beings, the closest relatives and clans. How to choose? Bai Donglin already has the answer in his mind. Who told him to be a human being first before becoming a strong man? As long as human nature still exists, we should not abandon it. If my guess is correct, any one of these 7 colors of divine light, taken out alone, can generate an endless vortex of the heavens and breed unique creatures. Just like the myriad races and the black disaster. No wonder the gift bestowed upon me by the 7-colored divine light is so powerful. It can give birth to endless heavens, and each of the heavens can generate its own material energy, which is reflected in immortality. What does the mass energy consumed in reconstructing my body count for? No wonder. The black disaster and the myriad races seem to be born hostile to each other. Their forms of existence are completely different. It's only because of the instinctive hostility between these divine lights that they both want to devour each other. Does the appearance of this seven-colored divine light mean that 7 unknown whirlpools in the heavens have been destroyed? Well, not necessarily. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thought. There was not much known information, and any misjudgment would lead to a huge error. He couldn't jump to conclusion now. I don't know whether my future self. No. It should be my future self in the previous life. Has discovered more information. Xiao Yuan. What else is there in the message I conveyed to myself? Unexpectedly, Bai Yuan shook his head decisively and said slowly, Father, you already know that this is a restarted life. Not a simple time loop. It can even be said that there is no connection between this life and the previous life. Because I should not have existed. This leads to countless variables. You in the previous life can only point out some key points. If you say too much, it will not only be useless, but may also mislead your judgment. Father, you have absolute confidence in yourself. You believe that you can handle everything in this life. Oh, can I only say that it's worthy of me? Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He was wrong. With his personality, how could he do something meaningless? Okay, I know who my enemy is. That's enough. Xiao Yuan, tell me about the so-called origin point plan. Yes. Bai Yuan was shocked. His father had changed the underlying logic and sent him into this life. The main purpose was to launch the source point plan. Now it was finally time to report the results of the battle. Father. The source. The father and son suddenly frowned at the same time. Slowly turned their heads and looked into the distance, with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed in their eyes. Perhaps I can also become a transcendent being like the Father God. Thinking of this, He Yuan's heart was boiling hot. Endless ambition grew, gnawing at his soul. His fingers trembled with excitement, and he wanted to roar and scream to vent his pride. Ha ha ha! Lord of the Source, your secrets and your power are all mine. As for the human transcendents who entered this place first, the moment Black Source crossed the vortex and appeared in the pure white space and time, his eyes fell on Bai Donglin, with fierce murderous intent surging in his eyes. Huh? Bai Donglin? He's just a newly promoted transcendent. Can he really turn the world upside down? He Yuan actually didn't know that Bai Donglin was the bearer of the seven-colored divine light. It was obvious that neither Palin Shadi nor the alien transcendent had told him this information. This showed how complicated the intrigues between the various forces were. Bai Donglin, have you found the secret treasure of the source? Hand it over, and I may be able to spare your life. After all, he was one step too late. Without knowing how difficult it would be to obtain the secret treasure, He Yuan naturally suspected that Bai Donglin had already succeeded. In any case, as a top-level narrative master, it would not be difficult for him to destroy a new transcendent who had not even had time to spread any traces of his existence, whether it is handed over or not. Even if the secret treasure is not obtained, He Yuan has no intention of letting Bai Donglin go. Bai Donglin sighed inwardly, wondering why there were always those fools who came to trouble him. He moved slightly, and was about to stand up and take action. After practicing in seclusion in the perfect world, his strength has undergone tremendous changes. Well, he might as well practice with this Black Source. Wait a minute. Father, why would you personally take action against such a fellow? This is a good opportunity for me to show you the results of the Origin Project. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin stopped what he was doing and looked at Bai Yuan with curiosity. He only knew that the source point blue star was the connecting node of the Tao of the heavens, but he knew nothing about the other hidden abilities of the source point. Bai Yuan slowly stood up. The whirlpools in his eyes had stopped spinning, and in their depths, endless white spots of light were shining brightly. Die! Murmuring softly, the boundless vicissitudes of life seemed to come from the ancient times. At this moment, Bai Yuan was no longer the flattering son of Bai Donglin, but the Lord of the Source, who intimidated all enemies countless years ago. Call out. A beam of white light shot out from the depths of Bai Yuan's eyes. Without any breath fluctuations or concept of physical speed, it went straight through He Yuan's brows. This is impossible. He Yuan opened his mouth with a confused look. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a sound, as if he had been erased with an eraser. Snort! Bai Donglin frowned. His consciousness was churning, and he tried his best to suppress the agitated seven-colored divine light. Fortunately, the white beam of light only flashed for a moment, and the seven-colored divine light was only agitated for a moment. Is this the Origin Project? He can actually control the white light for his own use. In this way, the abnormality of the perfect heavens is indeed rooted in the source point. The power mobilized by Emperor Huang Tian and others is also inseparable from this white light. The perfect heavens only involves one source point. But the source points driven by the white source just now are countless. So it is reasonable that it can kill the black source in one blow. Father, the so-called transcendence is the power of logic. It is not obtained through cultivation, but comes from these 9-colored divine lights. Each one is a kind of logical authority. Integrate the divine light, wield authority, drive logic, and transcend. After Bai Yuan killed He Yuan in one blow, he seemed as if nothing had happened. But the whirlpools in his eyes that started spinning again were much fainter. And even the sense of vicissitudes and antiquity was diminished. The Lord of the Source Point died after all, leaving behind only traces of memory, which could only be manifested with the help of Bai Donglin's blood. If Xiao Baiyuan had not been born, he would have appeared directly in Bai Donglin's mind, without self-thinking, and would have been just pure information. This trace of memory is already very good enough to drive the source point, but it naturally consumes a lot of energy, and if it happens again, it will probably dissipate prematurely. Emperor Huang Tian told me that the original black light is breaking through logic. Is that right? It is fusing the black light? Bai Donglin's eyes were calm, as if he had already guessed the origin of the power of logic. He was calm and turned the topic to the black disaster. Father, your guess is correct. Although swallowing the divine light can achieve logic, it comes at the cost of sacrificing the future of the vortex of the heavens. Father, you naturally won't swallow the white light. So we had the roundabout source plan. As for the origin of black light, hey, in that battle countless years ago, if I hadn't pushed him hard, how could he have abandoned his concerns and merged with the black light at all costs? With Yuan Chu Heiguang, the native of the black disaster, as a buffer. After you devour him, Father, you will have a 100% chance of fusing the black light. Bai Yuan's childish face now revealed an extremely mature and experienced expression, as if he was the mastermind behind everything who was watching the storm. Very good. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was indeed his offspring. Insidious and cruel enough. Chapter 854, Source Point Controller. The source of the black light cannot be killed for now. Black light is on the same level as the 7-color divine light and the white light, so it is naturally not so easy to merge and swallow it. As the strongest of the black disaster creatures bred by the black light, the original black light possesses advantages that others cannot replace. Choosing the original black light as a buffer vessel is just like the 7-color divine light choosing him. The purpose is the same. After all, no matter how strong he is also a creature nurtured by the white light at the root. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin's eyes sank, and the belief in his heart became stronger. After all, it was the 7-color divine light that was unkind first, so it was no wonder that he repaid kindness with enmity. The 7-color divine light is greater in number than the black and white light, but the latter are not without resistance. They possess a complete endless vortex of the heavens, and with its blessing, it is not easy for the 7-color divine light to merge them. It was also the fierce battle between the two that led to Bai Donglin's time travel as the aftermath spread. Seeing that he could not defeat the strong, the 7-color divine light chose him and helped him become the strongest. If my prediction is correct, after I integrate the infinite concept and achieve narrative, this 7-color divine light should have some changes. Right? No. Even if it does nothing, out of my desire for power, if I am unaware of it, I will naturally find ways to swallow the white light and step into logic. What a good plan. Is this thing still dead? Bai Donglin figured out all the key points, and his eyes became even colder. It turned out that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Behind all gifts, a price has already been secretly marked. Father, you don't have to worry too much about this. It is definitely an unconscious thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing how to deal with it so openly. Looking at Bai Donglin, who was somewhat resentful, the Lord of the Source Point smiled and shook his head. His tone began to become vague and uncertain, and the vortex eyes were about to stop moving. Xiao Yuan. Bai Donglin frowned when he saw this. The master of the Source Point in the previous life was not the Bai Yuan in this life after all. If this last trace of memory disappeared, it would be completely gone. Father. The Lord of the Source shook his head slightly with a calm expression. Although I'm dead, I can fill the last link for my father and share some of the pressure for you. My child, I am already satisfied. I still exist, and Xiao Baiyuan is my continuation. I hope he can also share your worries. I believe you will achieve success in this life. Goodbye. Father. Tick, tick. The Lord of the Source paced forward. With every step he took, invisible ripples appeared under his feet. The entire pure white space and time was shaking and collapsing. My son, you must be tired. Right? Take a good rest. And leave the rest to me. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly. He stretched out his somewhat stiff palms, closed his eyes, and took the slowly falling Bai Yuan into his arms, gently patting his thin back. Although the father and son have only spent a short time together, they are connected by blood. And their love is so true that even 2 lifetimes of time and space cannot separate them. Bai Yuan died while creating the Source Point project. This was entirely based on his orders. It was he who sent his own son to death. 7-colored divine light. Boom! The pure white space and time collapsed completely. And both the father and son were expelled and fell into the void of the tomb world. The vortex channel slowly dissipated. And at the last moment, a small white ball shot out and shot straight into Bai Donglin's forehead, embedding itself in the halo of consciousness, fitting perfectly, as if it should be so. The moment the white ball entered his body, Bai Donglin's consciousness rose infinitely, and his eyes turned into pure white whirlpools with endless spots of light floating in them. He sensed that all the sources were connected to him, and vaguely seemed to be able to mobilize a terrifying force. This power comes from white light. Bai Donglin, the controller of the origin. The degree of fit is 1 in a billion. This is far from enough. Bai Donglin clenched his fists, sensing the terrifying power. As if by instinct, he clearly knew the weight of the white light power that he could currently mobilize. The current situation is very clear. If we want to solve the problem of the 7-color divine light and prevent it from swallowing the white light, there is only one way. Since the white light cannot be swallowed, the Source Point plan is used to indirectly control its power, and use it to defeat the original black light after the fusion of black light to achieve the logic, and then swallow it and fuse the black light. The black and white lights, the power of logic, all belong to him. This is the limit of what can be achieved by using all that is known. Success or failure depends on this life. Logic. Logic. Until you experience it firsthand, you will understand how terrifying this power is. Is this still considered transcendental? Bai Donglin was deeply shocked. The gap between the two could be seen from Emperor Huang Tian and others. Bai Yuan told him that the anomaly in the perfect heavens was indeed a loophole he left intentionally. This transcendent power was to prevent accidents and confuse people. It could also buy time for Bai Donglin to control the source at a critical moment. A mere source point can mobilize a tiny amount of logical power that has been infinitely diluted, and it can single-handedly crush a transcendent to death. How powerful and terrifying it is. In every part of the heavens, there is a blue star as the source. And how many heavens are there? For a long time, the words infinite and limitless have been used to describe the number of heavens in the vortex of the heavens. This is not an exaggeration. It is really difficult to count and cannot be presented in numbers. If we really want a measurement, then the 100 millionth power of the Guoliheng number can barely cover a fraction of the number of the heavens. Infinite heavens. Infinite source points. The 4 emperors of Huang Tian could only control one source point at the cost of their lives. But Bai Donglin wanted to control it completely. My son, Lord of the Origin, you have done a great job. Bai Donglin was filled with admiration. At this moment, through the fused white ball, he finally saw the truth of the source and the rules of operation. When he first set foot on the source of the Taihao heavens, he discovered the peculiarity of the blue star. Let's not talk about the Bai Donglin, who is similar to him, but not him. Let's just talk about the time. It is clearly the blue star civilization that is developing normally. Time has never slowed down or frozen. And there has been no reincarnation or restart. While the time is connected with the outside world, countless epochs have passed in the outside world. While the civilization on Blue Star has only been around for over 1 million years. It is so weird and completely illogical. But if it is linked to the logical power of white light, it makes perfect sense. The source is logic itself. Distorting logic. Tampering with logic. Violating logic. The essence of the blue planet is a white light entity that has been infinitely differentiated. Its form of existence is shrouded in logic, and it possesses indelible basic characteristics. The source point cannot be erased by conventional forces. It is almost invincible. Even if the heavens are destroyed, it will reappear in the newly born heavens. The flash of white light that gave birth to the heavens is the form of the source point after it returns to the logical white light. This has always been regarded as an incomprehensible miracle by the Transcendents, who attributed it to the Lord of the Source. believing that this predecessor was too extraordinary. In fact, it should be attributed to the power of the white light. The only known source point that has been completely destroyed is by Dongling's hometown, Blue Star. Its fall was caused by the confrontation between the seven-colored divine light and the white light. These two are the sources of logic. The logical weight of a source point is too small, so it is reasonable that it would be affected and annihilated. The source point, the vortex of the heavens. The heavens in the body created by the scripture of conceiving gods and forging demons. The vortex power. Bai Donglin held the peacefully sleeping Xiao Baiyuan in his arms, his eyes flickering and a thoughtful look on his face. There is an inseparable connection between them. I think the so-called Origin Point project is what I build based on this. Continuing to nurture the heavens and enhance the power of the vortex can greatly speed up the efficiency of controlling the source point. To completely control the source point, the speed must be fast but not slow. If you are a step late and let the original black light achieve logic first, then things will be troublesome, and you may even fail. Bai Yuan also reminded that before success, he must not meet Yuan Chu Haiguang. Otherwise the other party would sense the source inner in his body, and the source plan would be exposed, and all his plans would be wasted. Don't underestimate the wisdom of any transcendent, especially the old monster Yuan Chu Black Light. It is just basic operation to know the whole picture by just seeing a small part. The source points are scattered throughout the world. To control them, they must intersect with the outside world. Therefore, freezing time is useless. We are racing against time. At the same time, I hope that Emperor Huang Tian and the others can delay it as much as possible. Bai Donglin also felt a little anxious at this time. As for the safety of the human transcendence, he was not too worried. How delicate was it to swallow the black light? The power that the original black light could mobilize was definitely not much. And it couldn't even take action directly. If you die, I will reverse everything afterwards. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin took a step forward and left the source tomb world that had become nothingness. Father? Xiao Baiyuan woke up and rubbed his eyes. His eyeballs were clearly black and white, and looked extremely clear. The memory traces of the Lord of the Source Point have completely disappeared. The reason why it is so clean is to avoid affecting Xiao Baiyuan's pure consciousness, so as not to hinder his future growth. Father, where are we going? Xiao Baiyuan was confused. Didn't he enter that vortex before? How could he fall asleep without knowing it? When he woke up, he was held by his father and walking in the void. He didn't know what he had missed. Go home. To the land of grayness. I don't know if it was influenced by the sacrifice of the Source Lord, but Bai Donglin's tone became much softer, and he became more affectionate to Xiao Baiyuan. More like a father and son. Home? Does that mean? Xiao Baiyuan was stunned when he heard this. And then he showed excitement. His father had said before that his mother was not dead, but was in the gray and silent place. He took one step forward and left the tomb world. He took another step forward, and Bai Donglin's figure appeared in the gray and silent place. This place is the best place for retreat. All vortex forces converge in the gray and silent land. It is the intersection of the black and white vortices in the sky, and is also the center of the vortex. As the Lord of Gray Silence, Bai Donglin controls everything here. All the vortices are centered on him. In other words, as long as he stands here, he is the center of the endless vortex of the heavens. Controlling the source can achieve twice the result with half the effort here. Everyone, wait for me. Jinshu Kuriko. You have to work hard too. Chapter 855, 10 Directions Shelter. In the gray and silent land, at the center of the continent, huge mountains comparable to the heavens stand majestically. This is the Yujing Sacred Mountain. On the northwest side of the main hall, there stands a temple made entirely of purple gold. It is covered with mysterious inscriptions and relief carvings of vines, branches and gourds. Although it is spotless, it reveals an infinite sense of vastness and antiquity. The door of the temple was closed tightly. It had been 100 small eras, 100 trillion years, since it was last opened. Suddenly, an extremely bright purple gold beam of light shot out from the temple and reached the end of the sky. A scorching and terrifying aura radiated out, causing all the spirits living on the sacred mountain to tremble. They all prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting at the purple emperor to calm down. This is... Xiaozi woke up from a deep sleep, her eyes wide open with surprise. This intense shock even washed away the traces of vicissitudes of life over the years. Why is this happening? My child. My brother's bloodline. No! No! The bright purple eyes were instantly filled with scarlet bloodshot. Xiaozi looked crazy. with both hands tightly covering his lower abdomen. However, even if he used all the power from the other side, it was still in vain. I saw a purple gold blood ball shining with white light slowly floating out from the lower abdomen with unstoppable power. It seemed slow, but it was unwavering. Xiao Zi's blockade with all kinds of magical powers was broken at the touch. The blood ball cut through the void, pierced through the temple, and turned into a river of light that shot into the distance. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. No matter who you are. Xiao Zi's expression was terribly gloomy, and her aura was manic, as if she was going berserk. The blood in her belly was something she cherished extremely much, even more important than her own life. She had taken good care of it for countless years. But now, boom, the temple collapsed, and brilliant golden purple light infected half of the sky. The rage contained in it could be clearly felt by any living being. What happened? Xiao Zi. There is an invasion from outside. Hurry to support Lord Zi Huang. The unusual movement in the Supreme Holy Land awakened a group of powerful men in Baiyujing. Many figures with terrifying auras stepped on the long river of information, following closely behind the torrent of purple light and galloping away. Xiao Yuan. Your mother is here to pick you up. Really? Xiao Baiyuan had a look of surprise, anticipation, and a little nervousness on his face. He had no idea how big a commotion his appearance had caused. It had caused the overlord power in the gray and silenced land to shake up and down, and all the affiliated holy places were silent as a cicada, fearing that a disaster would come. Call out. A purple gold blood river surrounded by white light shot out from the sky and went straight into Xiao Baiyuan's brow. The next moment, its aura rose wildly, and its existence became perfect. Before this, Xiao Baiyuan should perhaps be called a person from the previous life, with a hidden gap between him and the heaven and earth. But now, he is a complete creature of this world. Brother? It's you. The moment Xiao Zi saw Bai Donglin, she instantly came to her senses from her rage. Her little mouth pouted, and she almost cried out, thinking that Bai Donglin had taken back the blood in her belly. Mother! Is it really you? Xiao Baiyuan does not have the complicated thoughts of an adult. His instinct and blood connection tell him that the woman in front of him is his mother. Sure enough, his father had not lied to him. His mother was really still alive. In his excitement, he moved his body and pounced directly on her. Huh? You? What did you call me? Xiao Zi was completely stunned. Her mind had not yet come to its senses from the confusion when she suddenly felt a boundless and terrifying power, which was of the same origin as hers, surging out from the body of the child in her arms and directly merging into her origin. Xiao Zi has regained the power from her previous life and returned to the realm of vortex mimicry transcendence. Child. You are my child. Bai Yuan. Woo woo woo. The broken memories of the previous life, bit by bit, also manifested in the vortex power and were integrated by Xiao Zi, who suddenly understood everything. All kinds of thoughts came to my mind, and I couldn't help sobbing. That's enough. Everyone, get out of here. It's no big deal to let outsiders watch my family affairs. Bai Donglin shook his head and waved his hand. Those existences on the other side hidden in the information involuntarily showed up. Upon recognizing Bai Donglin's identity, they all looked stern and bowed. Greetings to the Mountain Master, Lord of Grey Silence. We'll take our leave. Most people were tactful and left without asking any questions. However, a small number of people stayed. They were all close to Bai Donglin. Above the sky, there are 4 graceful figures standing side by side, with various postures. All of them are peerless elegance, and their aura is extremely powerful. They are faintly connected, yet independent of each other. The woman in the green dress, the dimension-hard Xiaolu, frowned and said with some resentment, Sister, did we lose? When Lian Xian heard this, her eyes darkened, as if filled with endless bitterness. She looked at Bai Donglin below with resentment. Feeling distracted? I don't know. I respect my junior brother's choice. As long as he is happy, that's all that matters. Elder sister. Humph. You are just too soft-hearted and too kind. Otherwise, how could we be one step ahead of this crazy girl Xiao Zi? Jioya looked dissatisfied. Her feelings towards Bai Donglin were more of admiration for a strong man. She herself had a hot-tempered personality, so her words were rather radical. Well, come to think of it, this is all my fault. Tian Luo had a bitter look on her face. It could be said that Xiao Zi's fate today was closely related to her. Back then, during the outer test of Wandering Emperor's inheritance, wasn't it she who personally handed Xiao Zi, who was still in seed form, To buy Donglin as a reward? Go back. Lianqing felt her eyes sore, and she didn't want to stay any longer. Nor did she think of going down to disturb the family reunion. After saying that, she turned around and left. Although the other 3 people were very disappointed with her, they had no choice but to follow her. Xiaozi won this war between women, like a general returning victorious from the battlefield, with her head held high. But when she looked at Lian Xian's lonely back as she left, for some reason a trace of pity flashed through her heart. The two are enemies in love, but as women who also follow by Donglin, they are the only ones who understand the sadness and pain involved. So it can be said that they sympathize with each other. Brother, don't you want to go and take a look? Well, let's talk about it later. I have something else to do. Bai Donglin shook his head. He didn't want to dwell on these romantic affairs any longer. Anyway, he already had Xiaozi, so he no longer had any resistance to this matter. Naturally, he would not let down Lian Xian's affection for him. Are you leaving again? Xiaozi's expression tensed. She didn't know what her elder brother was busy with. He was like a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail. It had been missing for trillions of years. When she heard that there was something to be done, she couldn't help but react reflexively. No, I will stay in the Grey Land for a very, very long time this time. Controlling the source point must be a huge project, which is time-consuming. At the same time, he has to devote himself to it and cannot be disturbed by the outside world. Therefore, he has to deal with many trivial matters before starting his retreat. Infinity Source Point Logic 10 Directions Protection. When a thought arises, the world is shocked. A pure white vortex flashed in the depths of Bai Donglin's slightly closed eyes, and he murmured softly, silently. A faint white light emerged from nowhere, enveloping the entire gray and silent place, infecting everything. Xiaozi, who was close at hand, had achieved pseudo-transcendence, but was unaware of the changes in the world at all, simply because the gap in their realms was too great. This was the magical power of logic. The war with the Black Disaster has already broken out, and will soon spread from the level of the transcendent to the lower levels. By then, all the heavens within sight will be drawn into the flames of war. With the protection of his logic, the Grey Land is unbreakable, and will be the safest rear base for all spirits, where they can attack or defend. Only when the source Black Light achieves logic and takes action personally will he be able to break his methods. Of course, he would not let this happen. He had to control the source at all costs. I haven't been home for a long time. Bai Donglin sighed softly. The home here was naturally not the blue star in his previous life, which had long been destroyed in the clash of divine light. Instead, it referred to the Bai family in the only true world, the starting point of his rebirth. As he spoke, Bai Donglin paced towards the Yujing sacred mountain. In the void dimension on the top of the mountain, in the invisible time and space, there sat an extremely large round sphere. It was the only real world after the crazy growth and expansion. At this time, the outlines of the heavens and myriad worlds have already appeared. Everyone in Baiyujing, listen to my orders. Bai Donglin's expression was stern. His voice was filled with supreme majesty. He raised his hand and waved it, and countless information starlight floated away, crossing the void and falling into the eyebrows of everyone. The 12 building masters and 5 city lords of Baiyujing have, after long years of development, all become behemoths that can make the heavens tremble. Countless powerful men among them, at this moment, bowed their heads to receive orders, carefully comprehending the highest legal meaning in the information spots. We obey your order. The mighty voices were all filled with the aura of the other side. Only beings of this level were barely qualified to listen to Bai Donglin's instructions. Today's Baiyujing is an existence that is no less powerful than the space-time administration, the life tribunal, the sword wielder, and other supreme forces in the universe. The reason why it can develop so rapidly is because it has the Grey Land behind it. With this precious land in hand, countless powerful people and hegemonic forces were crying and shouting, vying to join Baiyujing's army. Bai Donglin nodded, then stepped towards the only real world. Xiaozi followed closely behind him, holding Bai Yuan. Like a clingy person, he did not reveal too many secrets in his edict, but only informed everyone of the coming of the catastrophe, warning all races to make preparations early, and it would be best to strike first. Well, Bai Donglin stopped in front of the boundary wall, looked back, his gaze transcending numerous dimensions and time and space, and met the gaze of Lian Xian, who was looking up at him. In those slightly red eyes, he saw affection that made his heart tremble. Senior sister Lianqing, Forget it. Forget it. Bai Donglin's heart softened. But as before, he did not use his magical powers to spy on the fate and future of those close to him. Even so, he felt that if he went into seclusion like this, his lonely and helpless Lien Xian would definitely not be able to survive the erosion of time and would die from the collapse of consciousness. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin moved his mind to unblock the blood blockade. The next moment, the breath of new life appeared in Lianxin's lower abdomen. It was extremely strong and full of vitality. And there were two different waves of consciousness. Junior brother. Lien Xian sensed all this and pressed her trembling hands against her lower abdomen, tears welling up in her eyes. Senior sister, live well and take good care of our children. After saying that, Bai Donglin stepped over the boundary wall without looking back. Xiaozi beside him was stunned at first, and then looked relieved. He did not follow him into the only true world, but took a step forward and appeared in front of Lien Xian with a smile on his face. I'm your wife, and you're your concubine. The tone was overbearing, and indeed had some purple emperor style. Sister Xiaozi, you know that junior brother hates the distinction between superiors and inferiors the most. I advise you not to mention this again in the future. Lianxin was no longer as weak as usual. She didn't even raise her head while speaking, but just gently stroked her belly with a kind face. Perhaps this is what it means to be a mother. Snort. Xiaozi opened her mouth, but did not refute. Her elder brother was indeed that kind of person. Mom, am I going to have a younger sister? Yes. Xiao Yuan swears that he will protect his two sisters, and no one can bully them. Bai Yuan raised his little fist that could smash Baiyan to death. Although his voice was childish, it was extremely firm, and did not sound like the nonsense of a child. Chapter 856 Blue Star Will. The only true world took root in the gray and silent land, absorbing nutrients and growing wildly. Now it has become a rare holy place for cultivation, comparable to the highest heavens. Compared with the gray and silent land separated by a world, it is far inferior, but its status is higher. The meaning of its existence is far greater than its own value. Non-native creatures, even the strong ones from the other side, cannot set foot in it. It's still this world that makes me feel comfortable. Bai Donglin stood on the god-slaying monument with his eyes slightly narrowed and his consciousness rippling slightly. He had completely covered the only real world, the endless dimensions. Not a grain of sand or a stone, and nothing could escape his perception. The only true world is his birthplace, his second home, and also the carrier of the crucial ring of time paradox. It began here and should end here, and only then will it be complete. Huh? I didn't expect this old friend to still be alive. Everything related to the transcendent, no matter how big or small, is reflected in his mind, which is omniscience. However, Bai Donglin is not impressed by this ability and actively blocks it. After all, it is useless against the transcendents who can threaten him. It only leaves the rest, which can bring some small surprises from time to time and is also quite interesting. For example, now, Bai Donglin took a step forward, crossing the dimension and time, ignoring all obstacles, and appeared in a small world in great tones. The monument realm. It is no longer appropriate to call it a small world. Its size has expanded billions of times, like a vast universe filled with an entire dark continent. On the continent, a forest of steel stands tall. Each steel is tens of thousands of light years high and has a majestic aura. The inscriptions engraved on them sparkle with brilliant light. Different steel carries different wills. The first owner of the 12th floor, Madame Whitebone, rests here forever. The first master of the 12th floor, Blade Without Edge, sleeps here forever. The first generation 12th floor master, Duya Miamia, sleeps here forever. The first lord of Qingdi City, Jiang Wudao, rests here forever. The fourth generation ancestor of Jida sect, Xue Tu, rests here forever. The first generation ancestor of Jida sect, the Lord of All Saints, rests here forever. The last spell keeper of Jida sect was fierce and ferocious, and he sleeps here forever. Ding! Ding ding. The sound of faint bells rose from the center of the forest of steels, brushing past the endless stone tablets until it reached the end of the world. Faint Buddha sounds could be heard, making this world seem even more solemn and dignified, and allowing the dormant will of the strong to calm down. Alas, after all the cycles of life and death, how few people can truly realize eternity and transcend everything. Bai Donglin shook his head and sighed. He saw many familiar names, many of whom were extremely talented. Unfortunately, they were all dead, either on the battlefield, in secret places, or because they could not survive the erosion of the long years and their consciousness collapsed. What is eternal life? In the eyes of mortals, 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years is already an extremely long lifespan. To some extent, it can be regarded as eternal life. The time has passed quickly since the one true world connected with the endless heavens. 103 epochs have passed. 103 trillion years. For those who have not yet achieved the other shore. Is this not eternal life? Unfortunately, due to the cultivation system, the self-consciousness maintains the self, which leads to the possibility of self-disintegration and death even in the 11th realm that has concluded the timeline. It is not difficult to solve this drawback. That is, to abandon the self, annihilate humanity, and become a heartless and desireless dead thing, without the consciousness of the self. It is naturally not afraid of the erosion of time. But few people take this path. Look at the stone tablets in front of him. Many of them died because of the collapse of consciousness and the extinction of their own humanity. That is cutting off their own way forward. And they will never be able to step into the 8th realm of consciousness and achieve the other shore. With their arrogance, they naturally would not do so. Even if it means death. Everyone has his own destiny. So just try your best to live your life. Bai Donglin did not feel sad for these former comrades in arms. He was silent for a moment, and then walked towards the place where the bell sound came from. A black lotus was suspended in the air. An old monk in a black robe, with a withered figure, was sitting cross-legged on it. He held the Jidao bell in his hand, and struck it with a strange rhythm. Slowly and firmly. As if it had been like this since time immemorial. Moro. Long time no see. Clang. Moro's figure paused. He put away the Jidao bell. Slowly stood up. And clasped his hands together in a salute. Amitabha Buddha. I am Mara. A humble monk. Honored to meet you. Sir. Many of the creatures that walked out of the one true world have reached the other side with the support of Baiyujing, such as the Wandering Emperor, Shili Feng, the exiled Immortal, etc. Not to mention those who were close to him. But Moro was different. After leaving the only true realm with the help of Bai Donglin, Moro did not stay long. Nor did he think about gaining benefits in Baiyujing. Instead, he left alone and traveled alone in the endless heavens. Surprisingly, not only did Moro not die, but he also stepped into the other side of eternity and became the ultimate existence among them. Even Bai Jiana and Bai Xuanzhen were slightly inferior to him. It is really unbelievable. And the difficulty involved is self-evident. How long have you been sitting here, comforting the dead souls? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with surprise. Even if he was his old acquaintance, Morua, he should not have stopped. Because this Morua was even more shocking than he appeared. My lord, after obtaining the permission from Baiyujing and Jidao, I have been sitting in this world for 98 trillion years. Mara, dressed in black, had compassion in his eyes and answered questions in a gentle voice. In the extreme darkness, it seemed that infinite light was brewing. Good. Bai Donglin nodded in praise. Although this Moro's method of cultivation was strange. If he were to predict the next transcendent in the one true world, this Moro would at least be in the top 3. To be able to reach this point on his own. Moro is truly terrifying and can be called a monster. Sir, I don't know why you came back this time. Just like you. In seclusion, seeking further progress. After saying that, Bai Donglin was about to turn around and leave. But he suddenly stopped and said, Forget it. There is still some time. I will discuss this with you. How much you can understand depends on yourself. Moro is an evil man who fell into a trap in order to obtain the sacred stone song. He once committed heinous crimes in the ancient world of Mingyu. But to this day, Bai Donglin actually saw his own shadow in the other party. In order to become stronger, he slaughtered many lives. Although they were all alien black disasters. When it comes to evil, Moro cannot be more evil than him. Thank you. Sir. When Moro heard this, his eyes, which were as quiet as dead water, trembled slightly, and his emotions, which had been quiet for trillions of years, actually fluctuated a little. It can be seen how much the Tao of Bai Donglin, the supreme existence, means to him. The intention I passed on to you was not perfect. Let's discuss it today. To achieve transcendence, one must first realize eternity. And it is most appropriate to use the mind to guide Mara. Although it is a discussion, how can Moro have a say? After 99 and 81 days, Bai Donglin got up and left. Moro was still deeply immersed in enlightenment and unable to extricate himself. It was estimated that he would not be able to wake up for hundreds of millions of years. Well, a faint sigh echoes in the world of monuments, engraved forever in time and space, never to fade away. Xianyuan continent, Nanyang country, the Bai family's ancestral land, the first forbidden area in the real world. Two figures had been standing on the Shaohui mountain for a long time. Bai Donglan arrived here first and silently looked at the three tombs in front of him, as if waiting for something. Big sister. Second brother. Elder sister is right. If you come back, you will definitely come here. Bai Jiang's appearance has not changed, but his long snow-white hair is extremely eye-catching, and his sharp eyes also reveal a boundless vicissitudes of life. Second brother, do you need me to help? Bai Donglan frowned and said with some reluctance. No need. In 100 small eras, every 1 trillion years, Yi's consciousness would collapse once, and I would revive her. She would kneel down and beg me to forget her. Bai Donglan opened his mouth and sighed secretly, without saying anything more. Is that true? Among every 10,000 swordsmen, there will definitely be one infatuated one. Fortunately, he is heartless and not trapped by love. The relationship between him and Lianqing Shizi is not like love, but something else. The three of them did not talk much. Bai Donglan took out incense, candles, money and paper, and lit them one by one in front of the grave. Mom, I'm here to see you. Today is the 105.9 trillionth anniversary of Qingying's death. Understand everything and cut off distractions. Bai Donglan sat cross-legged on Shaohui Mountain, the starting point of his practice, on the edge of a cliff, and began his retreat. At his level, it makes no difference where he retreats. Cultivation environment? It is useless to him. Safety? Who in the world can hurt him in the slightest? The only true world is contained in the land of Grey Silence. As the Lord of Grey Silence, Bai Donglin's retreat in this world will not affect the amplification he gets from the Grey Silence vortex. My other self. Destroy. The first thing Bai Donglan did during his retreat was to destroy countless clones of himself in the outside world and put himself into the observer state. Having understood the origin of the seven-colored divine light and mastered part of the power of white light, Bai Donglan now finally understands the essence of immortality and the so-called observer state, which should actually be called logical consciousness. This involves the power of logic, which is why immortality is so powerful and unsolvable that even transcendence cannot glimpse it. After his self-destruction, his clone and logical consciousness now have other meanings, and are the key to Bai Donglin's quick grasp of the source. With my will, I will transform the source of the world into the heart of heaven and earth. Blue Star will stand. Boom. The source point is shrouded in logic, and exists at the logical level. It is invincible and has no self, and cannot be infected by external forces in the slightest. Only the immortal logical consciousness can cross this gap, enter the blue planet, and advance from surface control to complete control. Moreover, the burden of the source points on Bai Donglin's consciousness was completely transferred to his clone, and the pressure was sharply reduced, which greatly improved the efficiency of controlling all source points. It worked, however. This is just the beginning, and the chance of entering the source is only 1 billion. I need more of him in me. At the same time, the heavens within the body must continue to expand, strengthening the power of the vortex in order to increase the efficiency of controlling the source and by time. Original black light. You are the same as me at this moment. Right? On the road to mastering black light. I have worked so hard and shed so much blood. It's a pity that I have to work hard every year to make wedding clothes for others. Chapter 857, Misty Time and Space. At the core of the vortex of the black disaster in the heavens, at the deepest part of the end of nothingness, the dark fog is boundless, and ripples appear as if they have life. This area is an absolute forbidden zone of the black disaster. What is revealed to the world is only a conceptual surface projection, and the core at the bottom can be called the ultimate nothingness. Without the guidance of the guardian black source, even those who have transcended the black disaster cannot rashly enter. When Balanchati first met Bai Donglan, he realized that he could not wipe out the other party with his own methods. When he felt strange, he prepared to use the real illusion to drag him into the end of nothingness. He had two purposes. One was to kill the hidden danger of the human race, and the other was to use this to test the details of Yuanshu black light. Unfortunately, the plan ultimately failed due to the intrusion of war. But from this, we can see that the rebellion within black disaster had been foreshadowed. After all, as transcendence, no one wants to be stepped on by a being that can wipe them out at any time. Sizzle. The superficial concept of the end of nothingness. The barrier of infinite weight. was cut open by a silver-white sword light. The next moment, many majestic beings with strong auras and various shapes stepped in one after another. They were the coalition forces of humans, aliens, and the Black Disaster. Looking up, he saw nearly 50 transcendents. This was the most powerful force in history, capable of almost subverting everything. Original black light? Guchisha frowned. His handsome face was cold and stern. His bright eyes looked through the fog and saw the stone tablet without words standing in the center of this area. The pitch-black stone tablet had no concept of size, and it was twisted and unstable, sometimes larger than the endless whirlpool of the heavens, and sometimes so small that it could not be observed. Jehovah, you are well informed. A group of human transcendents, whose strength was no less than that of Guchisha, naturally saw the stone tablet deep in the fog and the disturbing aura. This showed that Jehovah of Eternal Darkness did not deceive them. When it comes to major issues, I can still distinguish the important from the urgent. Jehovah of Eternal Darkness had a mysterious smile in his eyes. As things had developed to this point, he had already done his limit and tilted all favorable aspects towards the alien races. If the original black light can achieve logic, with the temperament of the Black Disaster, both the human race and them will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. This time, using the power of others to fight against them can not only consume the power of the human race and seize the secret of the source point, but also eliminate the hidden dangers of the Black Disaster. It is perfect to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The Black Disaster transcendents such as Balanchati on the side exchanged glances secretly. They had already communicated with each other and denied leaking any information to Jehovah. They couldn't help but have doubts in their hearts. Where did this birdman get the information from? The existence of the original black light is an absolute secret. Even with the means of a transcendent, it should not be obtained in any way. The 3 hostile forces were now forcibly brought together by the source of black light. Although they were wary of each other and schemed against each other, and wanted to kill each other. At this point, everything had to wait until the source of black light was resolved. Well, boom! The deep sigh, filled with endless vicissitudes, penetrated through eternity of time and space, and echoed endlessly on the sacred timeline. In the past, present and future, all the heavens and worlds were affected by the sigh and twisted into an indescribable chaos in an instant. Wherever the sound waves passed, the end of nothingness trembled violently. An endless fog rolled endlessly, as if there were horrible creatures lurking in it, ready to devour people. The source of black light sensed the arrival of everyone, and slowly opened his eyes on the black monument without words. His eyes were dark and deep, and all concepts collapsed into them uncontrollably. Is that really the case? Yuanchu Haiguang murmured in a low voice. He thought he had been careful enough, but he did not expect that an accident would come to him at the last moment. Logically, once a supreme realm that no being has ever reached enters, it will bring disaster and distress. Thinking of this, Yuanchu Haiguang shook his head. There are endless heavens and countless civilizations. In some cultivation systems, when one reaches a certain realm, there will indeed be things like heavenly punishment and Taoist disasters to test the practitioners. But these things are just the will of heaven, or the will of the great Tao, because the heaven and earth cannot bear too many powerful people. The means of natural nurturing only exist in those worlds of the heavens that cannot grow on their own, such as the inner world of a strong person, or the universe opened up by a thought. The heavens that were born naturally in the realm of nothingness do not have such restrictions. They can grow on their own and have unlimited energy, not to mention the number of powerful people. Even transcendent people can be born. The so-called heavenly punishment is meaningless. Who is he? The original black light? The supreme existence in transcendence is only one step away from logic. The will of the heavens cannot even withstand a sigh from him. So how can it be qualified to arrange human disasters to block his path? Therefore, Yuanchu Haiguang believes that the current situation can only be attributed to the unpredictable consciousness of the transcendent. Those who united to kill him were all transcendents, whose thoughts and consciousness were absolutely independent, absolutely free, and absolutely could not be peeped into or infected. Even he could not see clearly the thoughts of the transcendents under his command, which led to the rebellion. Perhaps, only by stepping into logic can one control the consciousness of the transcendent, or even tamper with it. Yuanchu Haiguang suppressed his thoughts and looked at Balanchati. He could naturally understand why all the races wanted to kill him, and he also understood why his own transcendents would rebel. But this group of traitors made him hate them even more. He made up his mind that once he broke through the barrier, he would kill these traitors first, 90% of the Transcendents chose to betray me. Do you really fear me so much? Or is it that? There was a strange flash in Yuan Chu Haiguang's eyes. In the entire Black Disaster, except for a few Transcendents like He Yuan, who often stayed by his side, the rest had rebelled. This number really surprised him. Never mind. Once the black light is integrated and the logical authority is completely stabilized, no matter how many Transcendents there are, they will not be enough to kill them. The strange color in Yuan Chu Black Light's eyes quickly dissipated. Although he vaguely sensed that something was wrong, he was about to merge with the black light. The power of logic gave him great confidence, and a little doubt could not disturb his firm belief. Humph! You want to stop me from achieving enlightenment? You better get closer to this place first. Yuan Chu Haiguang had a stern look on his face, facing the siege of dozens of Transcendents. He did not choose to retreat, and he had no way to retreat. The black light is the origin of the vortex of the Black Disaster in the heavens, and it is also rooted in the core of the vortex of the heavens. If he wants to merge with the black light, he can only stay here. Otherwise, he will directly escape into the boundless void. Who can find his trace? Clang! The source of black light stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly, making a crisp sound when it collided with the stone tablet. The next moment, invisible ripples spread out. An endless fog moved with it. Countless strange shadows slowly appeared. Some were silent, and some were roaring. He, the source of black light, sneered, closed his eyes, and slowly disappeared. He put all his attention back on the fusion of black light, and no longer paid attention to the outside world. The logic is deadlocked, and cannot be disturbed or interrupted in any way. How could he not make full preparations in advance? Even the black source that was created by his own blood, Origin Black Light, did not have absolute trust. He only believed in himself and his own strength. This is... The infinite fog was divided into nearly 10,000 layers of strange time and space that were difficult to cross, wrapping the core wordless stone tablet layer by layer in all directions. The first layer of foggy space and time was a void, with only a blood-stained bronze table suspended in the air. 13 chairs were scattered around it. A figure with a blurred face was sitting on it, holding a knife and fork. Layout on the plate was actually a mountain of round heavens. He ate silently, and every mouthful he swallowed contained countless lives. Seeing this scene, it seemed as if there were endless wailing and wailing lingering in his ears. On the second level, a pitch-black sun was hanging in the sky, releasing endless light and heat. Indistinctly, one could see a tall figure, upper body naked, sitting cross-legged on the sun, holding a spear. Kill! 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 The solemn and murderous atmosphere, the scarlet color like blood, and the extremely strong smell of blood hit me in the face. The third layer is an endless sea of sand. The sand is colorful. Looking closely, you can see that it is actually the debris of the heavens. The sea of sand is undulating and rolling, as if a huge monster is moving through it at high speed. Layers of fog, space, and space. The scenes are different, becoming the hardest barrier, blocking the superior coalition forces outside. If it is only seen on the surface, it is impossible to bluff any super-detached person. But there is a strange breath in the fog in time and space, which makes everyone look serious. Could it be that terrible power? Impossible. The Origin Black Light doesn't dare to show up. It must be that it has not yet succeeded. How can it control the power of logic? That may not necessarily be the case. The Taoist muttered in a low voice, with a thoughtful look on his face. Didn't the two heavenly emperors Huangyi fail to achieve logic? Didn't they still drive the power of logic? Although the price was a bit high. If this is the case, who can guarantee that the original Black Light is not okay? He is already seeking to step into logic. Yuan Chuhai is too old, too mysterious, and only the master of the source with his era. Except for those who have been detached from the Black Disaster, no one has taken photos with him. What means of the other party? It can be said that it is unknown. Why are you all looking at me? The Emperor of Pawan was trembling slightly, and his face was embarrassing. Although he had not been here many times at the end, he never noticed that there were such terrible arrangements. Yuan Chuhai never mentioned it. He wanted to come. There is no time to waste. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are, we can break them with our sword. Tongyan's eyes were cold and stern, as decisive as ever, with murderous intent in his eyes. He held the Qingping sword in his hand, and walked towards the foggy space and time. Wait a minute. It was unknown what the Eternal Dark Lord was thinking of. And he spoke to stop Tontian. His figure flashed, and his true form of Inishiyu was revealed. This battle was started by me. So I should be the first to fight and show my intention. Although Jehovah is a birdman, it does not mean that he likes to be the first to take action. The reason for this is not because he is really so righteous, but because the first layer of foggy spacetime has a close relationship with him. If he has to choose one from the 10,000 layers of spacetime, naturally the first layer is the most suitable for him, and he is most likely to break through. Okay, then leave the second floor to me. Tontian naturally had no objection to this, and let Jehovah walk past him. Interesting. Interesting. As soon as Jehovah stepped into the fog and space, the figure automatically appeared in front of the bronze table, and a chair appeared underneath. Boom! With the arrival of the Eternal Dark Lord, the first layer of foggy spacetime shook violently, then collapsed and sank into the depths of concepts, disappearing from sight. The game between the two could not be seen, but there was no doubt that only one side could come out alive. Fellow Taoist Tontian, be careful. Tontian nodded slightly, fearlessly, as he stepped onto the dark sun. The next moment, endless sword lights and spear beams engulfed everything, and the foggy space and time collapsed and disappeared. There are numerous obstacles, and the Transcendent Alliance has only dozens of people. It is not easy to get close to the wordless steel. Each layer of foggy time and space can hold back a Transcendent. This shows that their previous speculation may come true. The power of logic? Balanchati, together with Azathoth, Eternal Sin and others beside him, all had somewhat terrifying looks on their faces. They had underestimated the power of the original black light. Perhaps this choice was wrong, but none of them showed any regret. The will of the Transcendent is so firm. How can it be easily shaken? I am afraid that only at the moment of death will the emotion of regret appear. Although it seems to be the power of logic, I did not sense any danger of death from the misty spacetime. Obviously, this power is extremely weak. After all, the original black light has not yet entered the realm of logic. So how can it cover the sky with one hand? Dr. Chun, what do you think? The Supreme Tai had an indifferent expression and an ordinary face, but under the cover of divine light, he exuded a strange charm. Just as I expected, Dr. Chun stared at the misty space and time with burning eyes and curiosity. He was always full of strong desire to explore and research new things. Let's go and meet this weird thing. Before he finished speaking, Gu, Bei Ming, Chun, the Lord of Truth, Absolute Power, the Four-Colored Wheel of Origin, the Lord of Tao, the Supreme Tai, the Buddha of Shirkong Brahma. Those who have transcended the human race have all stepped into the misty time and space. The aliens followed closely behind, and the Black Disaster Group, who were in a dilemma, looked confused for a moment, and then also disappeared into the fog. The end of nothingness fell into silence again. The difference from before was that the periphery of the wordless stone tablet was shrouded in circles of fog and time and space, with all kinds of evil scenes, making this place even more weird. Snap! The infinite conceptual barriers were broken again, and Emperor Huang Tian walked over with his fist filled with the meaning of destruction. It seems we are late. Yi Tiandi, Henren, Shurguan and other transcendents walk out of the conceptual void one after another, looking at the foggy space and time ahead with strange eyes. They sensed a force that was very similar to the force driven by the sacrifice, but much weaker. Not late. Just right. The source of the source of the source. There is no concept of time in these two areas. They could sense the conceptual aura of many fellow Taoists, who had just left not long ago. So the timing of this connection was not too bad. It was just right. Sacrifice. Road. What else is hesitant? Just use your ultimate skill and kill him and that's it. Chapter 858 The Ignored Key. Bright. A bright and blurred figure, walking in the empty domain of the empty. Every moment can cross a variety of days and sprinkle the light under your feet. Most high. Really clean. Infinite pure white light. All the heavens that are shining by the glory. The endless world. The suffering. Disasters. Evil spirits. Death. Ignorance. All negative flow disappeared. The blessed beings became frenzied, knelt on the ground, counted, and shouted loudly. Praise be to Jehovah, the most pure, the source of infinite light, the eternal love of the world. Praise. Jehovah's eyes were gentle and full of genuine compassion. In the light that lingered around him, every particle of light was twisted to take on the appearance of the heavens. Within that space and time was infinite, and there were countless devout figures prostrating themselves on the ground. At this moment, The attention of all races, and the black disaster is focused on the source black light, or the source tomb realm. The human race has no time to take care of the left and right. How could Jehovah miss such a good opportunity? They are expanding their believers on a large scale, which is 1,000,000,000 times more efficient than the previous timidity. Suddenly, Jehovah stopped, frowned, and the light around him poured into his eyes, revealing the image of an ordinary old man, without any divinity, and with a kind and gentle look. Is this misty space-time really so powerful? And, Huang, Jehovah's expression changed. He and the body of eternal darkness were two sides of the same coin. Everything they knew and felt was seamlessly connected. Naturally, he knew everything that was happening in the nothingness of the end at this moment. How could this happen? Doesn't that logic secret technique have a terrifying backlash? But now, the human race should not be provoked for the time being. We need to wait and see what happens. As his thoughts flowed, Jehovah's expression became determined. He then reached out and lightly tapped his brow. The infinite light particles in the depths of his pupils, and the endless shadows of the human race inside them suddenly shattered and dissipated. As for the remaining alien phantoms, they were not so lucky. For eternity, they became the most fanatical believers of Jehovah, with no self at all and a life worse than death. Come! Jehovah stretched out his hand again, piercing through infinite time and space, layer upon layer of concepts, reaching the destination of all positive concepts, the end of the zero boundary, the deepest part of the white sky, and tightly grasped a ball of divine light. He withdrew his palm and slowly spread it out. What was floating in Jehovah's palm was actually a pebble, plain and bright orange in color. With Huang's wisdom, he will definitely question me. At this moment, I am weak and helpless, so I can only tell me the truth. Holding the stone in his hand, Jehovah suppressed his thoughts, locked his consciousness on the end of nothingness, and stepped into the air and left. Boom! Snap! As soon as he entered the end of nothingness, Jehovah looked around, and his vision was filled with a violent scene in the distance. The aura of terror lingered in his mind, and his eyebrows could not help but tremble. The power of logic is truly terrifying. Eternal darkness. There was no time to think about it. The situation of the body of eternal darkness was not very good at this time. Relying on the mysterious connection, Jehovah looked at a piece of nothingness, and a bright beam of light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, creating a dark crack in the nothingness. Roar! 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 An Aishiu's true body fell from the crack, its jet-black feathers stained with blood, and there were 13 hideous bloody mouths attached to its surface, biting madly. The strange tearing force locked onto the origin of the concept, and through the connection between immortal consciousnesses, it was actually constantly erasing the traces of Jehovah's existence. You are too careless. Snort! The Lord of the Eternal Day stretched out his hand and waved, and the 10 feathers of the Ni floated behind him, merging perfectly with his body, as if it was supposed to be so. Boom! Light! Dark! Two sides of the same coin. Same origin. Positive and negative concepts merge into one. As Jehovah steps onto the 9-step narrative ladder, holding the sword of light and darkness, locking his mind on the bloody mouth, and slashing down repeatedly. Kill! Roar! 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 The foggy space and time is, after all, just a trace of weak logical power that has been infinitely diluted. Although its essence is high, the amount is too small. Once the narrative transcendent gets serious, it is not too difficult to erase it. It only requires some considerable price to be paid. 13 bloody mouths were pierced by a sword, shattered, and turned into meaningless text descriptions, completely disappearing from the narrative level. Moan! When Jehovah solved the first layer of foggy space and time, a green sword light suddenly flashed in the void not far away, and even concepts were wiped out wherever it passed. The second layer of foggy space and time was shattered, and the infinitely huge dark sun had been chopped into pieces. Surrounded by endless particles, a burly figure with a naked upper body and muscular body stood in it. The halberd that he held tightly in both hands had been broken into 2 pieces, but his high and inextinguishable fighting spirit and sharp will remained unchanged. Good. What a Fanji Lu Fengxian. You are indeed a man of unparalleled fighting spirit. If I am right, the mysterious man who destroyed the Qin dynasty with one halberd and beheaded the first emperor under the Great Wall must be you. Right? The Qingping sword in Tongqian's hand kept humming, and the burning fighting spirit in his body could not be calmed for a long time. The transcendent first emperor was no simple person. The infinite Great Wall he once built connected trillions of heavens, and was the pinnacle of the way of ruling a dynasty. I am free. Feng Xian. Thank you for your kindness. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light burst out from between Lu Fengxian's eyebrows. Every strand of light was the purest sword light, the ultimate in murderous intent and destruction. Under the illumination of the sword, his body melted like snow, leaving only a piece of the halberd tip, which cut through time and space and escaped to an unknown place. Alas, what a pity. Tan Tian shook his head slightly, regretting the death of another transcendent of the human race, and regretting that he had one less equally matched opponent with whom he could have fought. But he did not have the heart to think about these things at the moment. He could not help but look into the depths of the foggy space and time, with a divine light flickering in his eyes. Huang, how did they do it? Unbelievable. Jehovah and Tan Tian seemed to have sounded the horn of victory. One by one, the transcendents broke through the fog of time and space and stepped out from nothingness. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they were all fine. When the concept transcendents with weaker strength faced danger, they were able to escape successfully with the help of everyone. For a moment, the human race, alien races, black disaster and other transcendent beings all stood in the void, staring in amazement at the foggy space and time that was constantly being destroyed in the distance. With mixed feelings in their hearts, the human race was naturally very excited, although they had some doubts. Huang Yi and the others were still human after all, so the stronger they were, the better. But the alien black disaster was not so easy to say. Their eyes were uncertain, as if they had eaten a fly, afraid that Huang Yi is not strong enough to kill Yuanchu Heiguang. What's more worrying is that Huang Yi is too strong. Who can stop the human race from gaining momentum afterwards? The feeling is complicated and hard to describe. Break. Emperor Huang Tian holds the Chu sword in his hand. He can kill gods and Buddhas. Every time the sword is slashed, dozens or hundreds of layers of fog and time and space are destroyed. Emperor Huang Tian, the ruthless emperor. With every punch and palm strike, layers of fog shattered like a mirror. No matter what kind of weird and evil things are inside you, it is completely the crushing of the power of logic in both quantity and quality. And everything in the universe can be broken by it. Alas, it seems that there is no need for us to intervene. Dr. Chen shook his head and sighed, not knowing whether he was admiring the strength of Huang Yi and others, or regretting that he missed the research material in front of him. He had gained a lot in the foggy space and time just now. Hearing Dr. Chen sigh, everyone looked at each other. They had taken great pains to break through a layer of foggy spacetime each. Compared with Huang Yi's, this efficiency was pitifully low. In just such a short period of time, only 1 in 10,000 layers of foggy spacetime remained. That's not the case. The power exerted by Emperor Huang Tian and his men is extremely depleting. We should do our best to relieve the pressure on Huang Yi and his men. Master Dao, what you said makes sense. The real enemy is Yuanchu Heiguang. The enemy leader has not appeared yet. As a killer, Huang Yi should try to conserve his strength as much as possible. Although Huang Yi's endurance in performing the secret technique far exceeded their imagination, everyone was puzzled as to why, and they only thought that the problem lay with the ruthless man and the sword. Before Tai finished speaking, the human transcendents nodded in unison and were about to step into the foggy spacetime at the same time. But suddenly their movements faltered and they were stopped by a figure that suddenly appeared in front of them. Shortage? You are not mistaken. When Emperor Huang Tian was crushing the foggy space and time, he actually had the energy left to create an incarnation. The aura was boundless, and it was obvious that he possessed the full strength of his original body. How could everyone not be amazed by such ease? My fellow Taoists, let us handle this foggy spacetime. You don't have to get yourself into trouble. Emperor Huang Tian had an indifferent expression, implying that he was still worried that he would not be able to stop himself and accidentally hurt the transcendent human beings. The power of the heavily blessed Chu sword was no joke. After all, this is borrowed power and cannot be fully controlled. Being able to destroy does not mean it can reverse creation. If there is any mistake, death will be in vain. Considering everyone's face, Emperor Huang Tian did not say it too clearly. But the transcendent was sharp-minded and had already understood it, and his eyes could not help but flash. It seems that after the trip to the Source Tomb, Huang Yi has undergone earth-shaking changes. Huang, can you still bear the backlash of the secret technique? John frowned, looking concerned. No problem. Emperor Huang Tian rarely showed a smile. God knows how long the four of them had been beating by Donglin in the perfect time and space. Anyway, the stock of colorful crystals was sufficient, and less than 1/10 of it had been consumed. So, The secret treasure of the Lord of the Source Point has been successfully controlled by you. Huang. Only in this way can everything that is happening now be explained. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Transcendents present changed slightly. Especially the alien Black Disaster, whose mouth corners twitched, and he did not dare to look directly into the indifferent eyes of Emperor Huang Tian. No. I handed the secret source to Bai Donglin to handle. What? Bai Donglin? That extremely lucky kid who accidentally became the carrier of the seven-color divine light? Seeing everyone's faces full of disbelief, Emperor Huang Tian frowned, keenly aware of something wrong, and a thoughtful look flashed at his eyes. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of them had inadvertently downplayed the significance of Bai Donglin's existence. Seven-color divine light. What is that? It is something that even the Transcendents cannot see through and cannot understand. And it is very likely related to logic. At this time, facing the disaster of the original black light, we should exhaust all means. With the thinking of a Transcendent, we should not ignore the seven-color divine light, even if it is only a tiny possibility, because of the unknown uncertainty that the Transcendents cannot see through. It should be one of the considerations for the Transcendents. But the fact is, they ignored the seven-color divine light, and even Huang didn't mention it at this moment. Even Bai Donglin was subconsciously ignored and downplayed. Could it be? Not knowing what he was thinking of. Emperor Huang Tian's eyes condensed slightly. He raised his hand and waved, and the body that was crushing the foggy spacetime in the distance looked back. Sacrifice. Chapter 859 The Mystery of Pebbles. Road. Boom. The strange and powerful force, with the gaze of Emperor Huang Tian as the medium, came across the void and enveloped all the transcendent humans. Ha. Interesting. Good trick. Dr. Chen's pupil suddenly contracted, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Then, as if he remembered something important that had been forgotten and ignored, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Horrible. Gu Chencha's eyes were slightly closed, his eyes flickering fiercely, and it was obvious that he was not calm inside. It can distort our cognition silently. Undoubtedly, this can only be the power of logic. Seven-color divine light. Bai Donglin. Who is he? Under the influence of the strange and great power driven by Emperor Huang Tian, the human transcendent's cognition, which had been disrupted by logic, returned to normal, and they instantly realized the key that they had once overlooked. Seven-color divine light, and Bai Donglin. Everything that seems illogical is forcibly corrected, covered up, and tampered with. Everything that seems unreasonable becomes reasonable and logical as it should be. This is the power of logic, which is purer and more terrifying than what Yi and I borrowed. Emperor Huang Tian murmured in a low voice. He and Emperor Yi Tian and others performed the forbidden technique sacrifice several times. This strange and powerful force that seemed like logic broke through the logical maze that distorted their cognition. Only then did they gradually pay attention to Bai Donglin. This was one of the hidden factors why Emperor Huang Tian chose to hand over the secret source to Bai Donglin. But the change in cognition was so silent that even Emperor Huang Tian himself was not aware of it. It was not until this moment, when he was suddenly awakened by the contrast in cognition between the human transcendents and himself. The human transcendents all had strange expressions. They seemed to sense a huge hand hidden in the darkness, controlling everything. The alien races and the Black Disaster looked at the human race, who were in a state of uncertainty, with a puzzled look on their faces, not knowing what the other side was up to. Huang, do you think Bai Donglin can be trusted? Reliable? Without waiting for Huang to answer, John took over the conversation and continued confidently. I have been with Donglin for a long time, and I know him better than you do. In short, he is definitely loyal to the human race. John, are you sure that everything you saw wasn't a result of your being blinded by your perception? There was a flash of hesitation in John's eyes. It was not impossible. What he called a long time together was only the time when Bai Donglin was trapped in the real illusion. Bai Donglin. I believe him. Emperor Huang Tian spoke softly. Although he was not sure what the big hand in the dark was, he only looked at the facts. The fact was that Bai Donglin saved the ruthless people, endured endless pain, and gave them endless colorful crystals. If there were no seven-colored crystal, Emperor Huang Tian knew that even if he exhausted everything, the number of enemies they could kill would not exceed 20. And the human race would definitely not be able to survive the disaster before them. That's enough. Don't worry too much. I believe that Brother Bai will give us an explanation. If not, then maybe even he himself doesn't know. That's right. Maybe Donglin is just like us. His cognition has been distorted by logic. But he hasn't realized it yet. With the consolation of Emperor Huang Tian and Zhan, everyone felt a little relieved. At least, all assumptions were meaningless before Donglin revealed clear hostility. Let's not talk about this for now. I still have a question in my mind that I need your explanation. Jehovah. Finally come. Sensing that Emperor Huang Tian's gaze was falling on him, Jehovah's heart trembled. This existence now had the ability to completely wipe him out. How could he not feel depressed and palpitating? Emperor Huang Tian. Do you want to know why I can perceive the existence of the origin black light? And why I can accurately predict that the other party is breaking through logic? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Jehovah, with all kinds of inexplicable meanings, especially the Black Disaster Transcendents, who were even more curious. The origin black light can already slightly control the power of logic. He used some means to conceal his own existence and also imposed a logic lock on a group of Black Disaster Transcendents, preventing them from revealing his information to anyone. This is also the reason why Balanchati and others could not rebel on their own initiative, and could only wait for Jehovah to come and form an alliance with them before they would take action. Therefore, they were also very curious about how Jehovah obtained such secret information. Is there any hidden story behind this matter? The Taoist master frowned. They had originally thought that Jehovah had reached some kind of agreement with the Black Disaster, and only then did he learn the information about the origin of black light. But now it seems that things are not that simple. That's right. Emperor Huang Tian's expression became solemn, and he stared at Jehovah with an extremely oppressive look, as if to say, if you tell a lie, I will chop off your head immediately. Ahem. Don't worry. Everyone, just listen to me. Jehovah had anticipated this, and had never thought of resisting. After all, encircling and suppressing the source black light was an act of justice, and the human race was willing to step into this conspiracy. So it was no wonder that he was the one who did this. Under the gaze of everyone, Jehovah slowly spread out his palm, and orange pebbles slowly appeared. This is cobblestone. It was this seemingly ordinary pebble again. But even the narrative transcendent could not hurt it at all. The information recorded on the previous pebble, which was dark yellow in color, attracted the transcendents of all races to take action, dragging the transcendent of the Black Disaster into a silent confrontation, causing the world to fall into a blank time without transcendence. And this one triggered a great war to encircle and suppress the source of black light, not to mention the transcendents. Even an ordinary person could smell the scent of conspiracy. For a moment, the looks of the transcendents became uncertain again. What secrets are you hiding? Emperor Huang Tian, with curiosity in his eyes, stretched out his hand without any hesitation and snatched the pebble from Jehovah's hand. The latter hesitated slightly, but did not even dare to fart. Boom! The moment the pebble was in his hand, the strange and powerful force connected to the body seemed to have found an outlet, surging uncontrollably and pouring into the stone without a trace. Snort! The noise was so great that it even affected Huang Yi and the other four who were crushing the fog and space in front. Their expressions changed slightly, and they were unable to continue attacking the fog. They hurriedly took out a large amount of colorful crystals to maintain the rapidly increasing consumption. Without the replenishment of crystals, they would be sucked into dry bones in just a moment. Clang! An unknown amount of time had passed before Emperor Huang Tian felt a sudden crisp roar in his mind. And then his consciousness became light and illusory, rising continuously until he was submerged in a strange scene. Did you make it? It turns out that the power of logic is the key to unlocking this thing. Emperor Huang Tian suddenly realized something, and it was no wonder that he had not thought of using this method to deal with the other dark yellow pebble. The cost of using the forbidden technique was really too high, so he would not use it for no reason. Fortunately, he did not do so. Otherwise, he and Yi Tiandi would have been swallowed to death by now. Where is this place? Emperor Huang Tian's perception spread, and he could not clearly determine his current state. He did not know whether his consciousness was pulled into a new space and time, or whether a memory was forcibly imprinted on him. Endless whirlpool of the heavens? Looking down from a god's perspective, I finally caught a familiar presence from this seemingly ambiguous scene. The emperor was still doubtful. The vortex of the heavens was a little strange. On the above many details, it was very different from the vortex of the heavenly vortex that gave birth to him. This aura is a creepy feeling of destruction, as if a catastrophe was about to happen, suddenly emerged in his heart. This sense of crisis seemed illusory, yet real. When Emperor Huang Tian was shocked, He could not help but curiously look towards the source of the crisis, which was the core of the vortex of the heavens. At the core of the vortex, Emperor Huang Tian saw a figure sitting cross-legged. Just one glance, and an infinite sense of desolation and vastness came over him. This life is over. The mysterious figure slowly raised one hand and sighed softly. Emperor Huang Tian sensed endless fatigue from it. Combine. Boom. Under the extremely shocked gaze of Emperor Huang Tian, he saw the endless whirlpool of the heavens collapsing madly, and the endless heavens fell towards the open palm. In just a moment, the heavens as far as the eye could see were no longer visible. In the endless darkness, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, with a ball of infinitely bright light suspended above his outstretched palm. When the light faded, an ordinary pebble, bright orange in color, was revealed. Wah! What? Emperor Huang Tian was stunned. His thoughts were in turmoil, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The endless vortex of the heavens, the immeasurable heavens, were actually compressed into a pebble. Is this the origin of the pebbles? Was it just to convey a message at such a huge cost? No! This is absolutely impossible. The mysterious being holding the pebble seemed to have sensed something. He slowly turned around and looked at Emperor Huang Tian. Not good. Emperor Huang Tian's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt his consciousness was in a trance. Then he broke away from the strange scene and returned to reality. His appearance. Emperor Huang Tian's pupils shrank suddenly. In the last glance, he saw the other person's blurry face. It seemed a little familiar, and the feeling of déjà vu lingered. Thinking of this, in order to verify his conjecture and to see the face of the mysterious man clearly, Emperor Huang Tian looked at Gu Qinsha and said in a serious tone, Gu, lend me that pebble. Good. This dark yellow pebble, apart from the information recorded on it, cannot reveal anything else. It has been kept by Gu Qinsha. Now that Emperor Huang Tian seems to have made some discoveries, there is naturally no reason for him to refuse. Reaching out to take the dark yellow pebble, Emperor Huang Tian looked solemn. The next moment, endless strange and powerful power surged in again, and the colorful crystal was quickly consumed. The truth is right before our eyes. The hand that collapsed the vortex of the heavens is the big hand that controls everything behind the scenes. Emperor Huang Tian's consciousness lightened, and he slowly floated up, falling into that strange state again. Well, this life is over. Chapter 860 Logical Black Source. Humph! A bunch of trash. The original black light was awakened, and under the premise of continuously integrating the black light, a faint shadow of consciousness slowly opened its eyes, looking slightly angry. Huh? It was not until this moment that Yuan Chu Haiguang realized that the 10,000 layers of foggy space and time that he had carefully arranged had been destroyed, leaving only a few hundred layers. He could not help but cast his gaze on Emperor Huang Tian and others with a look of surprise and doubt. Lord of the Origin, you old men are finally willing to show your whereabouts. May I? The fusion of black light requires full commitment. Even if only a wisp of consciousness is separated, it will not interrupt the fusion process, but the efficiency will drop by 90%. Therefore, the original black light was unaware of the mist being broken, and it is estimated that it will only wake up when Emperor Huang Tian and others approach it. There was another reason why he suddenly woke up. He was disturbed by the death of the black source that was born from his origin. There is no mistake. The white light that wiped out the black source is so familiar. Exactly the same as before. It must be the master of the source point without a doubt. And the auras of those human transcendents. Are they the descendants of the Lord of the Origin? No wonder it can break through the fog of time and space so easily. The Lord of the Source Point closed his eyes slightly. The black source came from him, and there was a special connection between the two. The last scene before his death had been automatically imprinted in his consciousness. What meets the eye is a sea of white. A pure white color filled with infinite death. The immortality of the transcendence is completely infected and swallowed up, and all traces of existence are turned into nothingness. Very good. If you die, who can I ask for redress for the humiliation I suffered? Even if I were to annihilate all my races, it would still be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. As for these little guys, I will take their lives as interest, due to his infinite hatred towards the Lord of the Source Point. Naturally, Yuan Chu Haiguang also hated the inheritors such as Emperor Huang Tian. Even if there was no such grudge, he could not allow the four to continue advancing to prevent the fusion from being interrupted. My origin remains even after death. While murmuring, the shadow of consciousness slowly stretched out its palm, penetrated deep into the consciousness core of the main body, and grabbed out the black source figure imprinted in the memory. Unreal, dull, and lifeless. The annihilation from the white light was truly terrifying, and Heiyuan no longer had any hope of resurrection. This is the last of my savings, but it is enough for this moment. After saying this, the shadow of consciousness flipped his palm and took out a pitch-black colored glass bead. Faintly, one could see an indescribable ray of black light swirling around inside it, like a living thing, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, transforming into all kinds of things. Logic black source. Boom. As the glass bead was pressed into Heiyuan's brow, his illusory body instantly turned into a solid entity. His dull eyes regained their divine light, and an infinitely terrifying and weird aura gushed out. Black source is dead, and logic black source was born from his concept and carries the power of logic. It is the same person in different ways, and there is already a hint of reversal of logic. Bai Donglin and Bai Yuan created the Great Source Point Plan, which can completely control the white light. On the other hand, Yuanchu Black Light is not an ordinary person. He has also realized some things in the endless years, although not much. It is barely useful. The mist of time and space and the logic glass beads are the final manifestation. Father God, Heiyuan, will kill the enemy for you. Before he finished speaking, the figure of logic black source twisted and then disappeared. It reappeared, having crossed the stone tablet, foggy time and space, and appeared in front of Emperor Huang Tian and others. The shadow of consciousness of the source black light nodded with satisfaction, as if he had confidence in the logical black source. He no longer cared about the outside world, and was too lazy to watch the death of the inheritor of his enemy. The reappearance of the traces of the Lord of the Source made him feel more urgent than ever. At this moment, he only wanted to merge the black light as quickly as possible to prevent any accidents. As consciousness returned, the eager original black light had abandoned all concerns, and the fusion efficiency increased exponentially. It was only one step away from completely integrating the black light and controlling the logic. I see. Is this the truth? Fellow Taoist Bai. Emperor Huang Tian opened his eyes, bursting with brilliant divine light, and stepped into that strange state for the second time, although he fell back to reality in just a moment. At the last moment, he finally saw the face of the mysterious figure, and made eye contact with him, and gained an unexpected reward. More or less, he learned some truth. Or rather, it was the truth that Bai Donglin wanted him to know. At this point, Emperor Huang Tian had no other choice but to believe it. Before he had time to think about it, Emperor Huang Tian's brows suddenly trembled, and a strange sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Instinctively, he held the Chu sword and slashed fiercely at the nothingness in front of him, and a strange and powerful force surged. Boom! Snap! The void was shattered. Concepts were erased, and endless dark cracks spread in all directions. They were all so huge that each one could fill up billions of heavens. In the center of the crack, a figure shrouded in black light stood there, his robe fluttering, revealing a body covered in black and purple scales. The hideous evil and the holy brightness were intertwined in a strange and illogical way. He raised his sturdy arm slightly, and with two sharp fingers, he clamped Chu Jian's terrifying blow. What? When the ruthless men of Emperor Yi Tian standing by saw this, their pupils shrank slightly. Their expressions became solemn. They walked forward and stood beside Emperor Huang Tian. Black Source? No! Who are you? Emperor Huang Tian frowned, shook his hand, and broke free from the claws. A flash of white light passed by, and several colorful crystals were consumed. The Chu Jian that was on the verge of breaking was restored to its original state. Heiyuan and the others were very familiar with him. They had killed him not long ago. There was no way that he could have such strength, although they looked exactly the same. Their consciousness fluctuations and aura were completely different. The black source of logic, come to take your lives. Those who disturb the Father God's purity shall be killed. Kill. The logical black source waved his sleeves, and an infinite black curtain fell, covering everything and swallowing up everything. Emperor Huang Tian and others who were nearby were involuntarily trapped in the dark space and time. Bai Yuan and Heiyuan. Unfortunately, little Bai Yuan is still a child and has not grown up yet. Otherwise it would be impossible for the logical Heiyuan to wreak havoc. Compared to the exquisiteness of the Source Point project, the means of the origin black light are much more brutal. He silently annihilated countless black disasters in the dark, and extracted that ray of black light with secret techniques. although most of it would escape. The large amount was finally forcibly melted into a logical glass bead, which became one of the biggest trump cards. The logical force that Emperor Huang Tian and others can drive is just the source point in the perfect heavens. In comparison, it is completely crushed by the logical black light. The moment they fell into darkness, in a space and time without existence. For supreme transcendent beings of the human race fought countless times with the black source of logic that was integrated with darkness. The aftermath of each clash opened up and gave birth to trillions of heavens. Because both sides possess the power of black and white light. These heavens are the original heavens, and are no different from those in the realm of nothingness. There is no concept of time. In the gap between the two sides, these trillions of heavens have passed through tens of thousands of epochs. And the number of powerful people born on the other side is enormous. Unfortunately, these endless heavens, many other shores, and weaker creatures were all destroyed in the next clash. Afterwards, a new batch of heavens were born and opened up. This went on repeatedly. And in countless clashes, each side unleashed a brilliant attack, and finally fell into a brief stagnation. Is that the end? Emperor Yi Tian's eyes were stern, and his tall and majestic body began to become illusory under the erosion of the black curtain. The two or three-legged tripod floating above his head was also shattered. If it were not for the protection of the white light that flashed from time to time on his body, it would have been wiped out by logic long ago. The situation of Emperor Huang Tian and Henren on the side is not much better. Although they are not in danger of their lives for the time being, they are still surrounded by dangers, and the situation cannot last forever. After all, the colorful crystals are only large in quantity, not infinite. There will always be a time when they are exhausted. By then, it will be too late to save the situation. Death is not scary. The transcendent ones have long seen through life and death. What they cannot let go of is the belief in protecting the human race. No, it's not over yet. During the fierce battle, Emperor Huang Tian's eyes had been a little vague, as if he was absent-minded. Until this moment, his eyes finally calmed down, and when he heard Emperor Yi Tian's discouraging words, he couldn't help but smile. Yi Zi, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Yi Tiandi and the other two were stunned. Just when they were about to ask, they suddenly found something new in their minds. After a careful look, it turned out to be Chapter 861 White Tomorrow. Logic transcends concepts. But it is also a force. Since it is power, no matter how strange and powerful it is, there is naturally a way to control and use it. Whether it was Emperor Huang Tian or Logic Black Source, the power of logic they displayed was only the crudest use. The reason why they were so powerful and could easily kill transcendence in seconds was that they relied on the greatness of logic itself. The word application was not even a question of fact. What Emperor Huang Tian saw in the dark yellow pebbles was by Donglin, who destroyed the world for the 6th time. At the moment their eyes met, he obtained a mysterious secret technique, which was the method of logical manipulation. With the realm of Emperor Huang Tian, it is naturally impossible to comprehend it easily. Although there is a backup plan left by the 6th generation by Donglin, he is still in the dark. After countless battles, in the constant collision of black and white light, he suddenly gains enlightenment in a flash of inspiration. To perform this method, I need your assistance. My own consciousness is not enough to shake the logic. Emperor Huang Tian had a solemn expression. Although he had already understood it, he had never really put it into practice. He was still a little nervous, as this was his only chance. We understand. Emperor Yi Tian nodded solemnly, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and he was shocked by the method that appeared in his mind. So, this is the real horror of logic? The 4 people came from the same perfect heavens, and they had a tacit understanding that seemed like instinct. The self-consciousness of the transcendence, which should have been pure and spotless, could actually merge into one in a short period of time. Of course, it was not ruled out that this was affected by the source point and the white light. Incarnation. Sacrifice. Road. Incarnation of the way of sacrifice. Yi Tiandi and the ruthless men made nameless seals with their hands, and their bodies emitted colorful brilliance. Their figures were distorted, as if countless bright light particles were reconstructing. Clang. Emperor Yi Tian's figure was illusory. He took a step forward and actually merged with the origin Tao cauldron above his head. In an instant, the broken giant cauldron turned into perfect colored glass. Colorful divine light lingered on its surface, shaking slightly and clattering. Its internal space was filled with crystal clear colorful crystals. Upbraid. The ruthless emperor shouted coldly, and the light particle body flowed into the bronze ghost face mask. Its essence was reversed and turned into colorful glass. Thank you for your help. Emperor Huang Tian raised his hand and put on the glass mask. The huge glass tripod above his head rotated silently, scattering bits of colorful light. The Chu sword in his hand was crystal clear, gushing with 7 colored edges, sharp and unparalleled. Boom! Emperor Huang Tian only felt thunder roaring in his mind. The consciousness of the 4 people reached an unprecedented unity at this moment. It was not a simple superposition of quantity, but an unknown and strange change. Although he didn't understand why, Emperor Huang Tian knew in his heart that it was enough. Enough to perform that method. It's a long story. In this dark scene where there was no time, in just the short moment of retreat after the fight, Emperor Huang Tian and others had already performed the incarnation sacrifice. This is... Logic Heiyuan's eyes trembled slightly, and he keenly sensed that something was wrong. Without time to think, he rushed forward again and delivered a terrible punch. Late. Emperor Huang Tian's eyes were indifferent, as if they contained 4 kinds of wills. He raised his hand and slashed down with his sword without haste. At the same time, 4 strange whispering sounds merged into one, resounding throughout the dark space and time. Logical white hole. White tomorrow. The essence of logical black source is still a conceptual creature. The logical power he possesses all comes from the black light logic glass beads. It is just a carrier of logic, under the protection of logic. It is so indelible, and has unparalleled combat power. Concept-level creatures originally had no past or future. Their existence completely collapsed into a single concept. But now? So this is the power of logic. So powerful, and so wonderful. A beam of white sword light slashed over, and Logic Heiyuan seemed to sense something. He stood there in a daze, staring at the sword light. Under the shining white light, the logical veil surrounding the black source of logic was lifted. Its body twisted and tomorrow appeared strangely, which means the future. The concept of the future that was forcibly tampered with by logic was cut off by a sword, and then reflected on the present world. Without the logical black source of the future, it simply dissipated strangely and died completely. Snap! As the black source was annihilated, the logical glass bead lost its restraints and shattered. The swirling black light in it shot out, flew towards the stone tablet, and merged into the body. This, Emperor Huang Tian noticed the trace of the black light, and was about to raise his sword to cut it down. But suddenly his face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He immediately fell from his invincible state. Has it reached its limit? Buzz, the giant tripod, the mask, and Chu Jian all trembled violently, and then twisted and transformed into the true forms of Yi Tiandi and others. Their auras also becoming extremely weak. It worked. Unfortunately, most of the 7 colored crystals have been consumed. I don't know if they are enough to deal with the origin black light. Yi Tiandi's eyes were filled with worry. If a logical black source was so terrifying, how could he guess the original black light behind him? Just thinking about it made him feel stressed. However, Emperor Huang Tian had an unusually calm expression. He knew some secrets, and was well aware that they were not the main force to eliminate the origin of black light. What few people didn't know was that the Sword of White Tomorrow just now was not as simple as it seemed. The killing of Logic Black Source was just a casual act, and the damage it caused had only just been revealed. Nothing that Old Six by Donglin did was without purpose. This time he just gave Yuan Chu Haiguang some information. After all, raising a tiger will only bring harm to you. It would be hilarious if it ends up in trouble. He would definitely not be so stupid. Sizzle! With the death of the logical black source, the dark space and time collapsed. Emperor Huang Tian and others looked at each other, stepped into the present world, looked around, and found that the human race, alien races, and black disaster transcendence had all disappeared. However, abnormal fluctuations were transmitted from the foggy space and time in the distance, which had obviously been activated. How much time has passed? Not very optimistic. Emperor Yi Tian frowned. Then he thought about it and understood the current time point. In the dark space-time and the end of nothingness, the concept of time does not exist. So the time between the two cannot be compared at all. Fortunately, before they fell into the dark time and space, they left traces of their existence in the end of nothingness, and then linked the traces of existence in the outside world, and compared the three with each other. They came to a conclusion. Although the fierce battle in the dark space and time was long, there was no concept of time, and it was not counted. But from the moment the dark curtain collapsed and they stepped out, 13 immeasurable epochs had passed in the end of nothingness and the whirlpool of the outside world. That is, 130 trillion years. Why is this? Why is the speed of time at the end of nothingness and the outside world unified? Emperor Huang Tian frowned. They knew too little information to determine the exact cause. It was only because they were trapped in the dark space and time that the illusion of three intertwined points of time appeared. If Bai Donglin was here, he could naturally give an explanation. The reason why the time of the end of nothingness was synchronized with the outside world was the same as his. To integrate the black light, he must interact with the vortex of the black disaster in the outside world. And the time must naturally be on the same track. He was also restricted by this when he wanted to control the source. I hope all of you fellow Taoists are safe and sound. Emperor Yi Tian sighed secretly. But he did not blame the transcendents for their rash actions. He could understand it. After all, in that situation, who knew if they could come back alive from the dark time and space? Perhaps they have been waiting for a long time and finally could not wait any longer. So they ventured into the foggy space and time again, hoping to break through the last hundreds of obstacles and interrupt the logic of the origin black light's breakthrough. The remaining foggy time and space are not simple. I hope it's not too late. Emperor Huang Tian has the most say in this regard. After all, they were the ones who jointly crushed most of the foggy space and time. They know that the closer they are to the core, the stronger the logical power contained in the foggy space and time. And the danger is self-evident. After just a moment of contemplation, they did not dare to delay any longer and activated the sacrificial Tao again, stepping towards the foggy space and time. The end of the world suddenly changed. And the outside world was also in turmoil. The source of everything started from the extremely brilliant sword of tomorrow 13 infinite epochs ago. The time goes back to 130 trillion years ago. Boom! Crash! The golden light is boundless and dazzling. The infinite sacred timeline is surging forward in the endless fog, flowing towards the unknown and opening up the future. The absolute time and space, which is said to be extremely tough and cannot be crossed, is the result of the fusion of all time and space in the endless heavens. However, it is merely an illusory reflection of the sacred timeline projected from the bottom of the concept into the present world. And even the golden light has not penetrated it. It seems that the sacred timeline at the bottom of the concept only exists because of the transcendent. All living beings have nothing to do with it, let alone touch it. Those who have not achieved the conceptual body cannot even see it. Today, this eternal and endless sacred timeline suddenly stopped. The next moment, a pure white sword beam came from nowhere and slashed down from the chaotic future. Faintly, whispers could be heard. White tomorrow. Boom! The forefront of the sacred timeline is separated by an invisible gap. That gap is a future day that has been annihilated. Due to this obstacle, the sacred timeline can no longer flow forward. And the eternal iron law is broken. The surging river cannot flow forward. So where should the endless flood go? There is no other reason. It either flows in all directions or flows backwards. At this moment, the endless heavens, infinite time and space dimensions, and the countless living beings in the present and the past all heard the sound of surging waves. And then, their vision was filled with brilliant golden light. The sacred timeline has infected the endless heavens, the present world and the past time and space. At this moment, time is unprecedentedly stable, and only those who are transcendent can step into it. All living beings are in panic. The other side is trembling with fear. And even the transcendent is dumbfounded and speechless. The whole world was in chaos. Chapter 862, The Silence of All Heavens. Present world. 13 long epochs have passed since the sacred light incident. The heaven and earth have been decaying in disorder. And the endless chaos has eroded all living things. The war has intensified. And all forces are on the verge of a major explosion. On this day, a spark finally ignited the tense black disaster. Send the order. Begin the 1.3 trillionth sacrifice. Call upon the Supreme Great Being, His Majesty Azathoth. The Whispering Divine Realm is one of the many supreme cores of the black disaster. At this moment, countless thrones are suspended in the void, with tall figures sitting on them. When they hear the orders coming from the central altar, their auras are shaken, and the wills of the other side intertwine and collide, turning the information into a mess. Everything that happened here seemed to have released some kind of signal. In the other supreme areas of the black disaster, decrees were issued at the same time, starting the largest and most cruel sacrificial ceremony in history. This is the 2 trillionth sacrifice. Everyone, please join us and use the most pious will to call upon the Supreme Being, Lord Varanshadi. begin the 1.8 trillion sacrifice. Calling upon the Lord of original sin with endless sin and evil. Open. Yes. An unprecedented massive sacrifice began. This was Black Disaster's last-ditch effort after countless failures. All of his hopes were placed on this, hoping to get a response from a transcendent being, even if it was only one. Boom! The boundless altar spanning hundreds of super thoughts, under the control of many beings on the other side. The information inscriptions flickered brightly and burned with raging flames. The dark and sticky sacrificial flame twisted and jumped like a living thing, licking the void into pieces. A strange aura lingered around it, and shrill wails, roars and cries could be heard from time to time. Sacrifice. Snap. The void shattered, and a huge, deformed black shadow emerged from the crack and fell towards the altar, stretching in all directions. This was actually a piece of wreckage from the heavens, covered with spikes that were trillions of light years long. Countless thick chains extended from each spike, tightly binding a figure larger than the universe, making it unable to move. No! Crash! A dark purple figure, as if made of metal, is a supreme being from the mechanical god clan, now facing death. He can't help but roar madly and struggle violently, causing the chains to rattle and the aura of the other side to vibrate continuously. Ha ha ha! Are you finally here? You Black Disaster bastards. Feel free to use whatever tricks you have. If I frown, I'm not your ancestor. Countless powerful men from all races were imprisoned here, and naturally there was no shortage of those who were ready to die. They looked wanton and crazy, and they only wanted to die quickly, which was better than enduring endless torture, be it cursing or begging for mercy. All kinds of words. None of them moved those high above, sitting on the throne and looking down coldly at the other side of the Black Disaster. And the wreckage of the sky slowly fell at a constant speed. What is Black Disaster trying to do? On the battlefield. He went to so much trouble to capture us, just for the so-called sacrifice? Humph. It seems that he must have a big plan. The Sword Hunter, the sword wielder of the universe, remained majestic even though he was suppressed and restrained. He stared at the magnificent altar below with a frown, a hint of worry in his eyes, as if he didn't care about his own life or death at all. On a battlefield where conflict is extremely intense, it is much more difficult to capture a being from the other side alive than to kill them directly, let alone such a large number of them. The Sword Hunter looked around and saw countless spikes on the surface of the wreckage of the heavens. Each one represented a suppressed and sealed existence from the other side, from all races, including not only the human race, but even a few scattered Black Disasters from the other side. This scene is really unbelievable. Being bound by spikes is a treatment only available on the other side. As for other relatively weak creatures, they are imprisoned in the space and time inside the wreckage of the heavens. This was what the Sword Hunter had seen with his own eyes. An endless amount of creatures from all races. Some were captured on the battlefield, and some were creatures captured by the Black Disaster in the heavens. The number was impossible to count, and it completely filled up the wreckage of the heavens that served as a carrier. You know, although a normal universe is vast and boundless, most of the area is nothingness, and the space occupied by living beings is negligible. It is conceivable how much it cost for Black Disaster to gather so many sacrifices. Hateful. The Sword Hunter was secretly resentful in his heart. He was both worried about the Black Disaster's plan and felt pity for so many human beings who would suffer misfortune. Although humans accounted for less than 1/10 of all the sacrifices, the total number was still too huge. Fortunately, the existence of the Grey Land has enabled our tribe to take a dominant position on the battlefield, which has greatly reduced the number of captured souls. Jianshou shook his head sadly. He didn't even have the ability to protect himself now, let alone save others. When he was dying, he could only think of good things to comfort himself. 10,000 races. 10,000 is just a figurative reference. The actual number of ethnic groups far exceeds 10,000. Although the human race is the largest among all creatures, it does not have an absolute advantage in the total number of ethnic groups. But even so, there are a number of strong people who can compete with all alien races on their own, especially at the level of transcendence. The reason for this is very secret, and only those who transcend know the root of it. The advantage of the human race lies in that the Lord of the Source Point controls the vortex of the heavens with the Source Point, secretly supports the human race, and gives all kinds of benefits to the human race through the Tao of the heavens. This is the fundamental reason why the human race remains strong and prosperous. Boom. The miracle did not happen. The debris of the heavens fell onto the altar, and rolling black flames rushed over. All the existences that were contaminated by this terrible flame were turned into nothingness. All thoughts and distractions will vanish at the moment of death. The human race will surely achieve the final victory to comfort our souls. Ha ha ha. Hey Zai. I'm waiting for you down there. Almost there. Almost there. The sword hunter laughed wildly towards the sky, his tall body collapsing under the licking of the flames, even though only debris and dry bones were left. His wanton laughter continued, attracting many sidelong glances from the other side of the black disaster. Humph. Keep going. Crack. The void shattered, and another piece of debris from the heavens appeared. It was exactly the same as the previous one, with spikes on it, suppressing and binding the existence on the other side. This is just a place for sacrifice. The same scene is happening simultaneously in hundreds of core areas of the black disaster, until the ninth piece of debris from the heavens was devoured by the pitch-black flames. This unprecedented horrific sacrifice in the Whispering Realm finally came to an end. Quiet, without the curses and noise of the sacrifices. Only infinite silence remained in this area. Standing in the endless altar in the void, the dark fire was still beating silently, making the scene even more bizarre. Countless people on the other side of the black disaster stared at the altar, and some even prostrated themselves on the ground, muttering to themselves and kowtowing. The look changed from nervous anticipation to fear and anxiety, and finally to boundless despair as the dark flames on the altar completely died out. Impossible. This is impossible. It's over. My lords, have you really abandoned us? Or have you all perished? This last sentence would have been considered treasonous in the past. People would not even dare to think about it, let alone say it out loud. But now, no one cares about this out-of-control existence from the other side. All the black disaster creatures present actually have this idea in their minds. Otherwise, why haven't there been any response to trillions of calls for sacrifice? At this time, the results of other sacrificial sites were also transmitted and summarized. Not surprisingly, just like the Whispering Realm, the sacrifice that Black Disaster paid a countless price for failed again. The transcendents have all disappeared. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. On the central throne, a tall figure slowly stood up. His disappointed look gradually turned into indifference. He looked around and continued. Not only us, but also the transcendents of all races, who have been testing and observing for a long time, have disappeared together, disappearing in the brilliant golden light of the day of divine glory. Although I don't know what happened, I just need to make one thing clear. The situation of the 10,000 races is the same as ours. The war is not lost yet. The other side of eternity is the supreme existence second only to the transcendent. The mind is so terrifying that in a short moment, everyone accepts this horrifying reality, and their eyes become indifferent and firm. Although the traces of transcendence are hard to find, and they may even disappear on a large scale for a period of time from time to time, it has never been as thorough and long as this time. Everyone realized that something earth-shattering must have happened. The myriad races were also extremely terrified by this, but none of them were as exaggerated as the Black Disaster, who made sacrifices again and again, regardless of the cost. The reason is that there have been shocking anomalies within the Black Disaster, a major event that has shaken the foundation of existence, leaving all those on the other side of the Black Disaster helpless. And so they can't wait to seek help from the Transcendent. Unfortunately, now this last hope has also been annihilated. Newspaper. A figure stepped through the void. Before the person arrived, the anxious shout spread out. Everyone on the other side felt nervous. Is he coming? Did that weird thing happen again? Your Excellencies. News has come from frontline observers that the last corner of the middle region of the vortex of the heavens, which exists in the countless heavens spanning across 800 trillion superthought voids, has been extinguished at the same time a quarter of an hour ago. No luck. All turned into death. The will of the heavens dissipated, and the heavens completely lost the ability to generate material energy by themselves. The means arranged by the masters have completely failed. The observers still haven't discovered the cause of Zutian's death. Just like before, they all mysteriously extinguished at the same time. The powerful Black Disaster, who reported the information, could not utter a single word at the end. He was covered by countless cold wills, and his whole body fell to the ground, trembling constantly. The heavens are dying on a large scale, and now only the core areas are still intact. But at this exaggerated speed, they will not be able to last long. This is the shocking change that Black Disaster is facing. They have also confirmed that this strange thing did not happen among all races, as if it was only aimed at Black Disaster. Everyone. At this point, there is only one way to go. Start. The final battle. Annihilate all races. Their heavens will be our new place of residence. Roar. 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 Kill. 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 Chapter 863, Untouchable Realm. In the final battle, facing life and death, the Black Disasters came out in full force, risking everything, from all the existences on the other side to the endless cannon fodder that had no self-awareness and only knew how to kill and destroy. And even the remains of the extinguished heavens were forcibly sacrificed and refined into horrifying weapons of war. All things and all forces in the Black Disaster vortex of the heavens were divided into two terrible torrents. One took the conventional battlefield path, from the junction of the vortex arms, avoiding the strangling force of the boundary of the black and white vortex of the heavens, and invaded the heavens of all races. Another large army sank to the bottom of the vortex and landed on the Tai continent, hoping to break the gray and silent land and target the core area of all races. If the plan succeeds, it will form a two-pronged attack on all the races in the universe. For Black Disaster, this is the fastest way to annihilate all the races and occupy the other side's universe. The completely crazy Black Disaster no longer had any worries now that the Transcendent had disappeared. If they don't fight with all their might, what awaits them will be a lifeless dead land. The longer the time drags on, the greater the gap between them and the myriad races will be. They must win this battle as quickly as possible. At the very least, they must share the White Heaven Vortex with the myriad races equally, so that they will have the capital to compete with them. Sir Supreme Military Commander, look! The Tai continent is ahead. The former Tai battlefield, the entrance to the land of Grey Silence, was built here. Oh! The Black Disaster's highest military commander's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze fell on the dark continent below. Long ago, the Tai battlefield was defeated by an expeditionary force of all races, and the enemy was able to invade its hinterland, causing considerable losses. Since then, Tai has never been rebuilt. The Tai battlefield was indeed a formidable force in the past. But now, compared with their army that has integrated half of the entire Black Disaster's power, it is pitifully small. Therefore, in the heart of the Supreme Military Lord, the Grey and Silence land was not taken seriously. Go, find the head of Tai that fell on the continent. It used to be the gate to the land of grayness, and it contains what we need. Yes, sir. As soon as the order was passed down, a tiny army rushed out from the large force, as if a hair had fallen off a bull. This terrifying contrast was due to the fact that the total size of the Black Disaster army was too terrifying. In fact, this one Calhair alone is made up of as many as 1 trillion majestic warships refined by the heavens, and there are no less than 10 trillion of them on the other side. It was so dark that the shadow cast by the end of the warship group completely covered the Tai continent. The next moment, densely packed figures walked out and descended upon the dark continent, all with bright eyes, and the aura from the other side made the continent tremble. It's not that the Supreme Military Commander is making a big fuss. It's just that the Black Disaster army is too vast, and this Calhair is already the smallest troop unit, and the highest order cannot be made any smaller. But it doesn't matter. There is strength in numbers. With so many people from the other side taking action at the same time, it will take only a moment to retrieve the head of Tai that has been shattered into pieces, and extract the key power to open the land of silence. Trillions of them are like locusts passing through. Their figures can be seen in every corner of the dark continent, and their numbers are no less in the invisible depths of the earth. What is this? A man from the other side of the Black Disaster, holding a piece of pale bone in his hand, was about to leave, but was attracted by a faint light not far away, perhaps out of curiosity, and also because this might be a part of the Tai head. He couldn't help but reach out to hold it, and subconsciously squeezed it. Hey, it's bouncy and feels pretty good. Hayes eyed by and showed a mischievous smile on his face. And the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. His pupils shrank sharply, and his body was swallowed by endless light. Boom! Boom! An indescribable horrific explosion and endless destructive light instantly swallowed up the Tai continent. Trillions of otherworldly beings on the continent were directly turned into ashes. And even the source of information could not escape. The huge ball of light that was rising up had a diameter of a terrifying 1 trillion super thoughts. The troops that came to collect the head of Tai were huddled together, enveloped by the explosion that broke the concept of speed. The defense barrier only lasted for a moment before it collapsed into nothingness, without even a trace of embers left. This is... The Supreme Military Commander was stunned. He stood up suddenly and looked directly at the ball of destructive light. In a trance, the endless light condensed into a tall figure, who stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. The front is gray and silent. The black disaster stops. Stop! Stop! Indifferent and cold. The voice echoed again and again in the void, with the countless black disaster creatures annihilated in the big explosion as the background. The murderous intention was extremely terrifying, despicable, insidious, cruel, treacherous villain. Stinky old six. The Supreme Military Commander quickly went through all the words he could think of in his mind. But since what had already happened, he could only helplessly rage. Although the loss just now was nothing to the entire army. It was just a drop in the bucket. But the failure seemed to represent a bad omen, which was a huge blow to morale. And, Supreme Commander, you issued the wrong order, causing our army to suffer losses. I hereby revoke all your titles and take back your command power. Effective immediately. A group of old men with white hair and beards suddenly appeared in the command room, holding bone books engraved with characters, and read out the decrees meticulously, with an expression that was full of the meaning that they could not be disobeyed. Yes, sir. The former Supreme Military Commander shook his head and smiled bitterly. He slowly put down the scepter of command, retreated, and disappeared into the shadows. Lord of the Underworld, after consultation with the Supreme Council during the war, you are now the Supreme Military Commander. The transfer of power only took a moment. These two armies were the gathering of all the forces of the Black Disaster. How could they be controlled by a single being? The power structure is extremely complex. If the Supreme Military Commander makes the slightest mistake, the Parliament can immediately replace him as long as it determines that you are not capable of commanding the army. The Black Disaster will stop? Humph! Let's see how a mere gray and desolate place can stop my army. The Lord of the Underworld had just taken office as the Supreme Military Commander, but he did not feel any discomfort at all. As soon as he took over the scepter of command, he began to attack the gray and silence land. Take the transcendental instrument. Capture the power of the vortex. Lock onto the gray and silent land, and forcibly open an entrance. Although the transcendents have disappeared, the objects containing the power of transcendence that they left behind still exist. There are quite a few transcendent objects that gather the entire power of the Black Disaster and possess various special powers. Now that the transcendents have disappeared, I wonder if there is any possibility of their return. The transcendental instruments are becoming less and less as they are used. They are extremely precious and are a non-renewable strategic resource. The previous Supreme Military Commander also had this in mind. So he was thinking about retrieving the head of Tai to save the transcendental instrument. But he didn't expect to fall into the trap set by the old bastard by Donglin. With clear instructions, the huge machine of Black Disaster began to operate at a rapid speed, capturing the movement trajectory of the vortex force and locking onto the intersection of the black and white vortex hearts. Although it was invisible and intangible, it was where the gray and silence land should exist. Bow! A giant bronze axe cut through the void, severing all concepts along the way and tearing an extremely large black crack in the void. The Black Disaster on the other side immediately escaped into it, then stepped out after a moment and shook his head in disappointment. The vortex is unstable and fluctuates irregularly at all times. It is reasonable that there will be deviations. Continue. The Lord of the Underworld frowned. It was just a failure. But he did not take it seriously. He continued to give orders, bombarding the void with transcendent weapons. After 100 times, several transcendent instruments had been used up. But the entrance to the gray silence was still not opened. How is this possible? Is this really just bad luck? The Lord of the Underworld no longer had a calm look on his face, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. For some reason, he always felt that this was not a matter of luck, but as if there was an unknown force that completely concealed the gray and silence land. At this time, the old men holding the bone book suddenly appeared again, looked at the Lord of the Underworld coldly, and read aloud. In fact, the Supreme Council during the war believed that the ghost's method was not wrong. Even if someone else was in charge, they would probably only be able to open the entrance in this way. But when something goes wrong, someone always has to take the blame. The wisdom on the other side is not much different, including the ability to command. The purpose of the existence of the Supreme Military Leader is just to take the blame. The 10 Directions protection that covers the gray and silent land was a measure taken by Donglin after he achieved transcendence and controlled a part of the source points. It contained the power of logic and could not be broken by a mere transcendental device. even if the Transcendent himself came. It's unknown how long this Black Disaster army has been here. Half of their transcendental instruments have been used up. The highest military leader has been replaced one after another. And no matter what they do, they still cannot open the entrance to the land of gray and silence. To Black Disaster, the land of gray silence is an untouchable area, unless the source of black light comes out in person. Withdraw? Woo! 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 This road is blocked in this gray and silent place. During the Black Disaster War, the Supreme Council recognized the reality and had no choice but to return in disgrace. Join up with another army, take the conventional route, and invade the world of all races. The gray and silence land was preserved, and the Black Disaster's two-pronged attack plan was crushed without moving a single soldier. However, in contrast, the pressure on the front line of the 10,000 races' heavenly arms spiral arm suddenly skyrocketed. At the moment, the heavens with large blockbusters and the dark disaster have fallen. Even the other shore exists, as if it has become a cannon fodder, under the crushing of the terrorist war machine between the two sides. It is extremely fragile. All races have a strong rear base as support, and a steady stream of strong people are born and then enter the battlefield, which is suitable for a long tug of war. On the other hand, as the heavens in the core of the vortex in the rear continue to extinguish, the Black Disaster's army became more and more crazy, desperate, and more ferocious and terrifying. It was a fight with their backs to the wall. For Black Disaster, this was a war with no retreat. With the blessing of this determination, it broke the stalemate on the battlefield in an instant, suppressed all races, and pushed the front line deeper into the vortex of all races, and soon crossed the middle domain boundary. Countless lives were lost and casualties were inflicted, and requests for help continued to pour into this desolate place like snowflakes. Over the long years, the Time and Space Administration, the Sword Wielder, the Life Tribunal and other supreme forces in the endless heavens of the human race have already been secretly regarding the gray and silence land as their leader. That is why, under the guidance and help of the gray and silence land, most of the human race moved to the core areas of the heavens, and some of the more important supreme heavens even directly escaped into the gray and silence land. Therefore, on the rotten battlefield today, the vast majority of casualties are foreigners, and the casualties among humans are only those passionate soldiers. The innocent creatures who are powerless are safe and sound. But facing the increasingly crazy Black Disaster, the human race naturally understood the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. And now they can no longer sit still and began to dispatch troops to the front line. The only true world is deep in the monument world. Namo Amidba. Sanskrit sounds floated, and brilliant golden light spread, replacing the dark Buddha light. Moro looked up, his gentle eyes full of compassion, as if he could see through time and space and hear the desperate howls on the battlefield. Little monk Mingjing, after 13 immeasurable eons, are you still determined to stop me from entering the realm of transcendence? Moro frowned, sensing the clear and compassionate state of mind, and couldn't help feeling inexplicably irritated. Mora, are you disgusted with me again? It was you who chose to invade my body in the beginning. Humph. If I had known you were so difficult to deal with, I would have possessed a dog instead. Ha. If it weren't for me, you would have died under the fierce iron fist a long time ago. How can you still be here now? Hearing Mingjing's ridicule, Moro fell silent. No matter how strong he was now, he could not refute the facts of the past. Morua, why do you think Brother Bai spared your life? Do you think that because you helped Emperor Bai Xian enter the cycle of reincarnation and broke the reincarnation source of the Mother River for Brother Bai, he will forgive you for everything you have done out of gratitude? No. I know Brother Bai. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Merits and demerits cannot be offset. Brother Bai hates evil as much as he hates evil. How could he spare your life and teach you the great way of intention? Shut up. Moro's eyebrows twitched, as if the biggest secret in his heart was exposed. He lost his composure and started shouting loudly. That's the truth. Brother Bai spared your life only because of my existence. You are alive because of me. Mingjing. Is that right? Mingjing spoke slowly and in a deep voice, saying that Moro couldn't hurt him, so he was not afraid of him. What do you want? Moro's eyes darkened, but he quickly calmed down and became calm. It's very simple. I will help you achieve transcendence on the condition that I will temporarily control your consciousness until I can quell this great black disaster for countless sentient beings. Ha. Little monk Mingjing. Countless years have passed, and you haven't changed at all. He's right. You really are the best person in the world. How? Humph. Little monk. Remember? I'm not afraid of you. I'm just giving that person face. Hee hee. Chapter 864 Buddha is originally a demon. Amitabha. Buddha is originally a demon. Boom. Ming Jing let go of the consciousness of consciousness. Moro's consciousness like a mirror. And the last dust above it was described as invisible. In an instant, endless brilliant Buddha light emerged from the depths of Mara's dark pupils. Omnipresent. Invading everything. All the way to the bottom of concepts. The golden light submerged the monument world. And its spreading momentum showed no sign of slowing down. Almost at the same time, it broke through the gray and silent land and went up along the vortex of the heavens. Countless heavens were shrouded in the Buddha's light. And even the rotten battlefield on the front line was not immune. This is, will the holy day of glory return? In the boundless battlefield, the roaring and fighting suddenly fell silent and fell into a brief silence. On the infinite other side, all the figures froze and their pupils shrank sharply. This situation is similar to the scene before the 13th infinite period. The same golden light. The same golden light. The same cannot see the details of the light. At this moment, a faint but unblocked whisper of Sanskrit sound rang in the ears of countless living beings. The Buddha is originally a demon. The transcendent one. The demon Buddha. The great Sumera Mara. The six-path reincarnation celestial being. The sound of heaven and earth. This is the sound of Taoism formed by a being that has stepped into the ultimate realm of transcendence, and has been inspired by the will of the endless heavens, and recited its own title. The momentum and the impact were so huge that it was hard to imagine. It was completely different from the vision that appeared when the ruthless emperor achieved transcendence. The reason was that the sea of illusion was far away from the vortex of the heavens. And the will of the heavens was difficult to perceive. So naturally they could not react. Transcendent. Who? Who is it? Which forces produced the transcendent? The quiet battlefield was suddenly plunged into noise. The reappearance of the transcendent, who had disappeared for endless years, would undoubtedly completely change the situation of the war. Both the Black Disaster aliens and the human race fell into panic, kneeling to worship, praying loudly, praying that this new superiority is their own existence. Otherwise, a disaster is about to happen. Is this the power of concepts? It is indeed wonderful and powerful. Mara. No. It should be Ming Jing at this time. He slowly opened his calm and gentle eyes. And his figure flashed. His withered and hunched body suddenly turned into an appearance of a handsome young man. His jet-black robe was also replaced by a clean and pure white monk's robe. This was the true appearance of the little monk. Mara's method of transcendence is very similar to that of Jehovah. The other party has both light and dark sides, while he is a combination of Buddha and devil. Mara, whose true form is a devil, is now sinking in the depths of consciousness. Moro was honest, and temporarily handed over his consciousness to him as agreed. Ming Jing knew in his heart that it was not so much that Moro was trustworthy, but rather that Bai Donglin had enough reputation, and was strong enough to oppress Moro so much that even if he had achieved extraordinary things, he did not dare to act presumptuously. Thinking of this, Ming Jing, who had been sitting cross-legged for endless years, slowly stood up. His eyes moved slightly, and his sight crossed the many dimensions of time and space. He saw the Qianyuan continent and the lonely figure on Shaohui Mountain. He could not help but saluted respectfully. Brother Bai, I understand what you mean. Hearing this, the silent Moro's heart trembled. Sure enough, these two guys had already been in contact in secret. Fortunately, they did not do anything messy. He did not expect that this person would value the young monk Ming Jing so much. As for what Ming Jing understood, and what Bai Donglin's purpose was, Moro knew nothing about it. I am going. After saying that, Ming Jing stepped into the concept barefoot, and instantly left the gray and silent place, and headed towards the front battlefield. The 10-direction protection is only for the creatures in the Black Disaster, while the rest can enter and exit without any hindrance. With such a big commotion in the only realm, the Land of Silence was the first to be affected, which naturally caused reactions from all sides. At the sacred mountain of Yujing, a figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the main hall slowly opened his eyes, and colorful light dispelled the darkness. Mora, I have waited for you for 9 immeasurable epochs. Have you finally entered the state of transcendence? According to the date, it's exactly the time my father mentioned. Fortunately, I didn't delay my work. There was a strange light flashing in Bai Yuan's eyes. Thanks to the gift from his previous life, he entered the realm of transcendence before Moro. However, there were some things that he was not suitable to show up in public, so he had to leave them to Moro. Bai Yuan suppressed his thoughts, and did not dare to delay his father's plan. He tapped the air with his finger, and decrees containing Supreme will shot out one after another. 12 Tower Masters of Baiyujing. 5 City Masters. Listen to my orders. Time and Space Administration. Sword Bearer. Life Court. All the supreme forces of the human race and the universe. Listen to my orders. The Lord of Grey Silence has issued a supreme decree ordering you to lead all the forces under his command to the front line immediately to annihilate the Black Disaster. No mistakes. The sonorous and powerful voice was filled with a meaning that could not be disobeyed. Coupled with the unique vortex power belonging to the Lord of Grey Silence on the decree, the countless powerful human beings all looked solemn, bowed their heads and accepted the order, not daring to disobey in the slightest. We all listen to your orders. Boom. The gray and silent land spanning 190 million super thoughts is boundless. At this moment, countless warships and towering temples suddenly rise up, and tall figures with terrifying auras cover the sky. With a loud thunder, numerous vortex passages formed by the convergence of vortex forces appeared in the sky. They were dark and deep, and one could instantly reach any corner of the vortex in the heavens by just stepping through them. This is the significance of the gray and silence land as a strategic location. In addition, the controllable vortex force left by Donglin has suddenly raised its value. Open! Pull out! Boom! Boom! Woo! Woo woo woo! War drums thundered. Horns wailed. And the endless human army turned into colorful torrents and rushed madly into the vortex channel. Win! 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 Human race. Invincible. Human race. Must win. Only beings above the 10th realm are qualified to step into this unprecedented grand battlefield. There are more living beings left in the gray and silent land. They cannot go to the front line, but can only stand on the ground and watch, roaring at the top of their lungs, expressing infinite expectations and blessings to the human army, hoping for its triumphant return. Even if the vortex channel is large enough and the number is enough. It has been past for a whole hour that all the people of the human race are all transmitted. After such a long time, the Black Disaster has finally taken the bait. In addition, the power of the alien race has been greatly weakened. Now is the best time for our human race to enter the game. I think that after this, the psychological barriers of the alien races to submit to the human race, who is like a savior, will be much smaller. Father, I wonder if you are satisfied with my actions. The hall was still silent, with only Bai Yuan's mumbling echoing. As usual, there was no response from Bai Donglin. He knew in his heart that his father was at the most critical moment and must not be distracted at all. Brother! Bang! Clank! The palace door was roughly opened, and 2 figures, one in white and one in red, with graceful figures and faces covered with white sand, walked in. We also have to go to the front lines, kill enemies for our race, and share our father's worries. Second sister. Third sister. You ah! Bai Yuan frowned, feeling a headache as he looked at his half-sister. The other's gaze was more determined than ever before. He knew that this time, just like in the past, there was no way he could persuade her. Since birth, she has never seen her father. The only way she knows about her father is through various legends. Does she want to step into the battlefield and kill the enemy this time to attract her father's attention? Bai Yuan's eyes flickered, and he had seen through the 2 girls' thoughts. Okay, you can go. But, real. The 2 girls were delighted. They thought they would continue to throw a tantrum, but they didn't expect the eldest brother to be so open-minded this time. For the sake of safety, you need to bring them. Crying blood? Bai Yuan stretched out his hand, and the scarlet sword that had been inserted diagonally on the huge rock outside the hall for endless years trembled slightly, and flew towards him with a fierce buzzing sound. Roulette of life and death. Boom! The majestic and immeasurable Yujing Divine Mountain actually rose several inches in the roar. And then a black and white divine light shot out, circling and landing in Bai Yuan's hand. Crying blood and life and death are the personal utensils of the father and adults. They have Imo Dawe and have their protection. But it can keep you. Thank you, brother. The 2 girls took the treasure with a look of surprise. Not because of the power of the item, but because they all used to follow their father. If they were not concerned about their image, they would have wanted to rub their faces against it to feel their father's breath. Ahem. Just go and have some fun on the battlefield. Don't go too far, Bai Yuan said. He is the master of the source, with special identity to prevent the vigilance of the beginning of the black light. He cannot leave the place of gray for the time being. I know. Goodbye. Big brother. Watching the two women cross the whirlpool and leave, Bai Yuan's eyes sank slightly, and he looked towards the deepest part of the temple, where there was a strange space and time. In the endless nothingness, there were only two gorgeous crystal coffins floating alone. Mother Master, Zihuang and Lianqing are sleeping in the coffin. The reason why they sealed themselves up is not because they can't stand the erosion of time, but because they can't bear the pain of missing each other. Therefore, after Bai Donglin had been in seclusion for 300 trillion years, he sealed his consciousness and fell into an endless long sleep. Hurry up. Hurry up. The father of the father can end all of this soon. Humph. Let's start with the annihilation of the Black Disaster. Chapter 865. Omniscience and Omnipotence Paradox. The endless whirlpool of all races. The boundary of the central region. The rotten front line was extremely long, forming an almost airtight spherical barrier that covered the entire central region without any dead corners. Super S gaps. Where is the Transcendent One? What is his position? The Black Disaster Army's command center and the wartime Supreme Council were drowned in boiling discussions, and silent fear was spreading wantonly, although they were unwilling to admit this fact. They already had a bad feeling in their hearts. Quiet. Humph. Shut up. Boom. A towering figure with a dark purple body and 8 arms roared angrily. In each of his arms, he held a transcendental weapon. A terrifying aura filled the air, oppressing everyone so much that they immediately shut up. Wait, can't you accept reality yet? The Buddha is originally a demon. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Apart from the myriad races, how can there be such a thing among us? As soon as these words were spoken, all the people on the other side of the Black Disaster were speechless. Some who were unwilling to accept opened their mouths, but could not think of any words to refute. For a while, the time and space of the entire parliament became quiet and silent, despair and fear, and turned into a substantial black mist. After finishing, it's completely over. That is the superb. Even if it is just a new promotion, it is not the power of the unbelievable power they can resist. Then, what should we do? Is it surrender? Surveying? Ha ha ha. Idiot. Or so naive? I really think that there is still a way to retreat now. The only option is fighting. Pray. With our most pious will. Pray that the Transcendent One can return. Otherwise, let's all return to the void together. The 8-armed other side had a mad look on his face. With a wave of his hand, legal decrees shot out one after another, and the highest orders were immediately conveyed to every corner of the Black Disaster Army. The extremely huge Black Disaster Army began to move abnormally, breaking through the central domain boundary with no regard for losses and a determined attitude. Like black ink, it spread to all directions and infected the endless races and heavens. The power of transcendence cannot be confronted head-on. If it is concentrated together, no matter how many warships there are in the heavens and the existence on the other side, they will not be enough to kill them. For now, Black Disaster has made the only and best choice, which is to break the whole into pieces, bind himself together with all the races in the world, use the lives of all the races as protons, and prevent the Transcendents from carrying out large-scale killings. This is also a choice made out of desperation. It is not a long-term solution, and can only delay the speed of the Transcendent. The only way to break the deadlock is to pray that the Transcendent, who disappeared on our side, can suddenly come back. Amitabha. Not long after Black Disaster set off, brightness crossed the boundless distance and appeared on the battlefield. The eternal and indestructible Transcendent will spread out, instantly covering the boundless space and time of billions of super thoughts. Although the Black Disaster Army moved quickly, only 2/3 of them crossed the border of the central region. The remaining endless troops were piled up outside, becoming lambs to be slaughtered. Tricky guy, but pointless. His bright eyes slightly closed. The look of compassion and sympathy disappeared, and a demonic black light full of tyranny emerged. Concept. With a light touch of clear fingers, the invisible and intangible thread of concepts is plucked, and with a transcendent consciousness, it is tampered with. The concept of life and death. Life is death. Death is life. In the area shrouded by pure consciousness, the concepts of life and death are reversed. This method of tampering is very crude and is generally only seen in the hands of new transcendents. But even such a crude method is an irresistible calamity for non-conceptual creatures. No! Roar! 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 In just a moment of thought, in the space and time of billions of super thoughts, the endless warships suspended in the sky, and everything they carried, whether it was the other side or low-level cannon fodder, all perished in boundless despair. And silently, their eyes returned to dimness. As for those dead objects such as the warships, magical weapons, etc., they suddenly seemed to come alive, twisting and squirming, growing facial features, weird limbs, roaring and screaming, and turned into strange creatures with chaotic consciousness. When Mingjing saw this, he moved his mind again, and his inverted concepts of life and death returned to normal. The object creatures that were stretching their limbs returned to their original state. As for the dead black disaster creatures, they could never come back to life again. Escape! 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 The transcendent. It's really the transcendent. Run away! Among the deadly battleships in the dead, there are scattered stars, and there are black disasters to the other side of the shore. They are more or less, and they hold at least one ultra-detached device. The power of transcendence protects them and avoids the damage from the concept. But it is only that. The scattered god light is on the verge of crushing, and it is obviously that the origin is about to exhaust. Well, it was my first time using the power of concepts, so I was a little rusty and missed so many fish. Mingjing shook his head, not caring much. His eyes swept over and saw those madly fleeing black disasters on the other side. Their figures suddenly froze and were instantly enveloped by the black flames. Amidst endless wailing, they were annihilated along with the transcendental instruments in their hands. The device of the detachment is strong and weak, and the grass in one wood, Dan Fan stain the breath of the super away, can be called a super detached device. For example, the stone slab that the Eternal Day Lord stepped on and the footprint left behind were all fought over as supreme holy objects. Another example was the weeping blood that Bai Dongling carefully crafted. Both were transcendental weapons, but the gap between their strengths was as huge as heaven and earth. Obviously, these dark disasters are all garbage in the hands of the other side, and they can't stop the gaze of Mingjing. After wiping out so many black disaster creatures, Mingjing remained neither sad nor happy. After confirming that nothing was missed, he walked to another corner of the battlefield and repeated his old tricks. The silent killing was a complete crushing of the power level. Every moment, large tracts of black disasters were annihilated. Before long, the space and time outside the boundary of the central region were completely wiped out. This is because Mingjing has just made a breakthrough and his consciousness coverage is limited. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble for something that could be solved in one go. As for the black disaster that has already invaded the central region, it will be much more difficult to eliminate it. After all, we cannot harm innocent people, and we cannot tamper with concepts wantonly. But fortunately, the human army has arrived, and with their assistance, the speed of clearing out the black disaster has not slowed down much. In particular, there is a scarlet sword and a black and white disc, which are very terrifying when killing black disaster. Compared with the silent and clear killing, the tyrannical intention makes black disaster more frightened on the other side, in a place that cannot be perceived by any existence, including the transcendent Mingjing. When every person on the other side dies, no matter it is the black disaster or the creatures of all races, an invisible force will inexplicably emerge from the depths of their consciousness and swallow up the ego consciousness that has lost its support and is about to dissipate. Endless, the consciousness of the other shore is trapped by the power of the logical eddy current, crossing heavy space-time and coming to the land of gray. The only small back to the mountains of the real world is all converged in Bai Dong's body. Bai Dongling's eyes were closed and silent. Just like before 13 of Infinite Discourages, there was no change, but the degree of stimulation surpassed all. The consciousness on the other side are all the 8 realms of consciousness that can create something out of nothing. They are extremely precious and priceless. At this moment, they are gathering into a river like light spots, arranged into a strange matrix, and suspended above the vortex of the heavens in Bai Dongling's body. At every moment, every particle of consciousness can create the material energy of the universe out of nothing, and then be swallowed up by the vortex of the heavens. The humanoid battery project provided Bai Donglin with inexhaustible energy. The constantly opening up the heavens grew to their peak as soon as they were conceived. The true scripture of conceiving gods and forging demons had been cultivated to an incredible level, even surpassing the size of the endless vortex of the heavens of all races. Such a magnificent vortex power has greatly accelerated the speed of Bai Dongling's control of the source point. At this time, it is only one step away from his complete control of the source point. Logic white light. Your power is mine. Well, no matter how fast I hurry, I am still one step ahead. Yuan Chu black light. I gave you a chance, But it's a pity you couldn't grasp it. With a faint sigh, as if he had traveled through eternity and space, Bai Donglin, who had been silent for endless years, slowly opened his eyes. In the boundless pure white, there were endless bright spots of light suspended. They are the source point and the core of the heavens. They are closely connected with each side of the heavens. The logical power of white light is divided and controlled by them, and then controlled by Bai Donglin. This is the only and most perfect way to control the power of logic without consuming the white light and destroying the foundation of the human race. The concept is restricted by logic. The reason why logic is not established is not the concept, but a subjective solution. The power of logic is the ultimate power of the end of the concept. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, looked around, and felt something in his heart. He could now do almost everything that did not involve the seven-color divine light. He has even broken the paradox of omniscience and omnipotence. Omnidirectional paradox, that is, those who know that they can't know what they don't know. And all-round people cannot do what they cannot complete. It may sound a bit confusing, but to give a simple example, an omniscient and omnipotent being cannot create a stone that he cannot lift based on the facts without any sophistry. Non-sophisticated confirmation of facts. Forget about those little tricks like you are countless times stronger in the next second than you were in the previous second. Those cheap things that distort reality don't count either. In the reality of the same time and space scale, you cannot create a stone that you cannot lift. This is the paradox of omnipotent and omnipotent. At this moment, Bai Donglin broke this paradox. He could create a stone he couldn't hold up in the fact that he couldn't lift it. And at the same time, he could raise the stone. As mentioned, this completely goes against logic. The two things are fundamentally contradictory, and it is impossible for something to happen. Not logical. This is right. This is the power of logic. Infinite, great, incredible. Bai Donglin smiled as he slowly spread out his palms, lowered his eyes and gazed. With a thought, the entire empty space, including the tiny vortex of black and white heavens, was held in his palms. With another thought, everything returned to normal. Ah, it's boring. I'm completely invincible. He shook his head and sighed, but could not hide the pride in his heart. Then he looked deep into his consciousness and saw the seven-color divine light that was closely connected with him. Of course, besides your guy. But it's almost. At the beginning of the black light, you have to work harder. Bai Donglin couldn't wait to imagine to what situation his strength will skyrocket after the logic of swallowing logic. Everything is arranged. In this life, it will be able to solve the seven-color god light. Chapter 866. Those who kneel live. Those who disobey die. Energy is the basic element and component of all things. The origin of the heavens, which was nurtured by a ray of black and white divine light, can create infinite energy out of absolute nothingness. This is also the fundamental reason why the heavens are self-contained, self-sufficient, and can grow infinitely. The black disaster heavens were constantly extinguished and returned to deathly silence, which meant they had lost this ability. The most important ray of black light, the underlying logic of the existence of the heavens, was extracted and merged into the black light itself. I don't know how long it has passed. As the last party goes out, the infinite huge dark disaster vortex falls into eternal death. Finally, murmuring softly, echoing in the dark stone tablet and time and space, the origin black light slowly opened his eyes. The boundless black divine light in his eyes boiled and rolled endlessly, and the sense of perfection emerged in his heart. At this moment, the complete black light has been carried by him. Thousands of calamities, endless years. I sacrificed everything, and finally came to this step. I, the first black light, will control the logic, overlook everything. Indescribable enthusiasm and excitement almost blew away the sanity of the source of black light. He chose to sacrifice the future of the entire black disaster and sealed himself with countless eras in the stone tablet. All for the present. Without any hesitation. As soon as the thought of the source black light came to mind, all of my consciousness poured into the black light. Success or failure depended on this one move. Boom. Fusion of logical black light. This is an unknown territory that no one has ever set foot in. There is no experience to speak of. And the origin black light does not know what kind of strange situation will arise. But it is already mentally prepared to deal with all tests. This is. The heart of the original black light trembled. After a moment of blankness in his consciousness, he sensed the essence of black light's existence. Infinite darkness. Extreme and pure evil. Tyranny. Destruction. And negative logic intertwined in the haze. He finally understood why the creatures of the Black Disaster were filled with the desire for killing and destruction from the moment they were born. The root cause was the black light of logic that gave birth to the endless Black Disaster heavens. It turns out that logic is also biased. The origin black light had no time to be surprised before its consciousness was overwhelmed and swallowed by endless negative logic. At the last moment, he was not even afraid but happy instead. He himself was the synonym of extreme evil, and he and the logical black light were like-minded. So the fusion between them must have been extremely smooth. After a moment, the silent black light suddenly surged violently. Like a dark curtain or a sticky liquid, irregular protrusions appeared on its surface, and vaguely a face could be seen. It was the origin black light. His expression was extremely distorted, weird and terrifying, and his empty eyes were full of unwillingness and fear. Ah! No! Hate! 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 I will not give up. How could I possibly fail? The source black light panicked. He still underestimated the horror of the logical black light. Although he was the most evil and powerful existence in the Black Disaster, compared with the negative logic of the black light, he was so weak and pitifully childish. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. His own consciousness seems to be too weak, not enough to bear the negative impact of black light. In order for a cultivator to break through a realm, the consciousness of the realm of the only true self must break through to the supergod realm. The consciousness of the realm of the eternal other shore must reach the state of creating something out of nothing. And in order to achieve transcendence, the consciousness must reach the end of eternal immortality. Thinking of this, Yuan Chu Heiguang's heart sank. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that to step into logic, there were higher requirements for consciousness. Eternity. Not the end? Yuan Chu Heiguang felt desperate. If he had known about this hidden condition earlier, he would have had time and opportunity to search and explore. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. There was no way back. So far, faced with the onslaught of negative logic, the concept of immortal consciousness completely lost its logic of existence. If he died in this state, there would be no possibility of resurrection. And no matter how many traces of his existence there were, they would be empty talk. Just as the consciousness of the original black light was sinking and about to dissipate, a ray of black light emerged. It seemed to have a strange sense of stagnation, which was somewhat out of tune with the surrounding black light. Buzz! A ray of black light trembled slightly, and then a white light emerged from it. Faintly, a vague murmur of white tomorrow could be heard from the white light. The tiny white light seemed extremely fragile, surrounded by endless black light, and shattered in an instant. Among the specks of light, an abstract figure surrounded by 7-color light stepped out. With an unclear face, he stared deeply at the consciousness of the original black light that was about to dissipate, and then stepped in and merged with it. At this moment, the self-consciousness of the origin black light seemed to have undergone an essential transformation, which was mysterious and indescribable. Boom! Snap! Break! Kill! At the end of the end. At this moment, how can it be described as a chaotic? The battlefield was in a state of disarray, with the three forces attacking each other. Fortunately, with the joining of Emperor Huang Tian and others, they spared no effort to consume a large amount of colorful crystals, and finally broke the foggy spacetime until only the last layer remained. The origin black light was very cautious. He added more chips in the final foggy space and time, which contained abundant logical power, gave birth to more ferocious and terrifying things, and contained unspeakable weirdness. How could these guys turn against us in the middle of a battle? Tongyan's eyes were slightly closed. His expression was gloomy. The Qingping sword in his hand was humming violently, and with each swing, he cut out a brilliant sword light, forcing back the Black Disaster Transcendent who was rushing towards him. Pawan Emperor? Facing the doubtful gazes of the crowd, the corners of Balanchotti's mouth twitched involuntarily. He looked around and found that among all the transcendents of the Black Disaster, only he, Azathoth, and the Lord of Original Sin had not changed sides in the face of the enemy. As for the other transcendents, the eyes became indifferent, as if they'd lost their minds, regardless of everything, and to attack them without differences. The will of the transcendent is unwavering. How could it waver? Moreover, the current situation has not yet reached its worst point. There is only one possibility. It's the original black light. He left some strange means in the misty space and time to control or influence their consciousness. Balanchotti frowned. Yuan Chu Heiguang was the oldest existence in the Black Disaster and the first transcendent. They, the later ones, were more or less connected to him. although not as exaggerated as Heiyuan. After much thought, the reason why the three of them were fine was probably because they did not have much contact with the source black light. So they were not targeted. Humph! I'll trust you for now. Gao Tai was cold at a glance, raised his hand while talking, and split the black disaster over the bearing behind him into pieces, and then shocked into nothingness. The black disaster, who was killed instantly, moved his mind and walked out perfectly from a totem pole in the dead silence of the heavens. He looked around indifferently and found that countless heavens in the boundless area were in dead silence. He pondered for a moment, but did not care. He turned around and stepped into the end of nothingness and continued to fight. The annihilation of the black disaster's creatures and the extinction of the endless heavens. The origin black light will not care. And these black disaster transcendents will not care either. Not to mention that the black disaster does not have the emotion of mercy. Now the battle in the end of nothingness is the key. And everything else is trivial. Difficult. Although the human transcendents are numerous and powerful, they seem a little stretched at the moment when facing the immortal transcendents and the things that have walked out of the foggy space and time. The most important thing is that those guys and aliens are all paddling, and they do not know what to do. Sure enough, it is still the same sentence. Desert Emperor. If you want to kill quickly and thoroughly, you still have to use the logic to use it. And everyone cannot help looking at the Dark Emperor and others. Everyone. Please hold on for a moment. It will be over soon. There was deep meaning in Emperor Huang Tian's eyes. Although he had guessed some secrets, he was not 100% sure and could not put all his hopes on guesses. Therefore, he chose to retain the power of logic as much as possible to deal with the original black light. Even if we kill those black disaster transcendents, the fog is weird and not many colorful crystals will be consumed. But we should save as much as possible. Anyway, just like the black disaster transcendents are difficult to kill, it is not easy for human transcendents to die. Incarnation sacrifice. Boom! Emperor Huang Tian had a stern look on his face, holding a colorful glazed sword in his hand. This last layer of foggy spacetime was terribly tough, surpassing the nearly 10,000 layers before it. The four of them bombarded it together for a long time, but they couldn't crush it. As a last resort, they could only use the logic method again. Although this state is strong, it consumes a lot of energy to maintain. The colorful crystals are visibly reduced. There is no time to delay, and he directly cuts it down with his sword. Broken. There is no need for a terrifying slash, like White Tomorrow. With a clear mind, just an ordinary blow is enough to crush the foggy space and time in front of you. Moan. Crash. The swording sounded, and the nothingness in front was like a mirror crushing. And then the endless sword was drowned. The immeasurable space and space completely evaporated, leaving only the endless black monument that was lonely in the center. Click. Snap. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and the next moment, dense cracks appeared all over its body, and the cross-section surface was as smooth as a mirror. This sword of Emperor Huang Tian not only completely broke the foggy spacetime barrier, but also maintained its power, and directly shattered the retreat place of Yuanchu Heiguang. Seeing this scene, the end of nothingness fell into a brief silence. The transcendents were stunned at first, and then their expressions lit up with joy. Did you make it? The breakthrough of the original black light was interrupted. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Emperor Huang Tian's pupil shrank suddenly, and he was horrified. Perhaps because of his current state, his perception of logic was extremely sharp. He sensed the terrifying aura in the broken stone tablet. Darkness. A boundless aura that can devour everything. An extremely weird negativity. And a pair of indifferent eyes. Still a step late? The origin of black light. He has successfully stepped into logic. Boom. The shattered stone tablet was shaken into nothingness from the inside out by an invisible breath. Yuanchu Heiguang was carrying a dark sun wheel. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he looked at the group of transcendents. I, the origin black light, have achieved the realm of supreme logic today. As a witness, I can spare you the death penalty. Kneel down. Or die. The source black light was in an extremely happy mood at this moment. Not to mention the fusion of black light to achieve logic. He originally thought that he would die under the impact of black light. However, I never thought that at the last moment, my ego consciousness would be reborn from the brink of death, break through unexpectedly, reach an inexplicable state, and successfully merge with the black light extremely smoothly. After entering the world of logic, his vision has changed greatly. These transcendents in front of him, whether they are enemies, friends, or traitors, are nothing more than ants under his feet. It makes no difference whether they are alive or dead. In short, he is above everything at this moment, and it is not excessive for him to take some transcendent people as slaves and servants. Right? White tomorrow. Darkness does not exist. Emperor Huang Tian had a solemn expression, holding the sword in front of his chest. The sword, tripod, mask and his body were all burning. The colorful flames dyed the nothingness brilliantly. When they saw the original black light for the first time, Emperor Huang Tian and his three companions knew that they only had one chance to strike. They burned everything without leaving even a single colorful crystal. They no longer had the energy to think about retreating. The darkness no longer exists. It is the advanced attack of White tomorrow, and its power has increased 1 billion times. Kill! The sword that burned everything and melted endless power, carrying the unyielding will of the human race, suddenly slashed down. The darkness retreated, and the light spread. Boom! The nothingness of the end melted and annihilated under the shining light. The aftermath of the sword light surged and descended into reality. It rose from the core of the black disaster vortex and slashed through it, splitting the entire boundless black disaster vortex into two. Time and space tilted and turned upside down. The past and future time and space were forcibly collapsed to the origin and annihilated. It's like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. The inheritor of the Lord of the Origin is no more than this. Yuan Chu Haiguang stood where he was, shook his head and sneered. This brilliant attack didn't even touch his hair. The gap between the two was too terrifying. Those who kneel live. Those who resist die. Ignoring the Emperor Huang Tian and others, who had already burned themselves to ashes, Yuan Chu Haiguang looked down indifferently, looking coldly at the group of transcendents, with a condescending attitude. Ha ha ha. We humans were born between heaven and earth. When have we ever kneeled down to beg for mercy? It's just a death. Why should we be afraid of it? Kill. Being insulted like this, Tian, who had the most violent temper, immediately had red eyes. Perhaps he was angry. Or perhaps he foresaw the tragic future of the human race. Before others could react, he drew his sword and attacked. The intensity of its momentum and the benefit of its intention are boundless and beyond description. Tian. No way. Humph. You're looking for death. The source of the black light moved, and he stretched out a finger and slowly pointed it out, with wisps of black light lingering on it. Before that, the Taoist took a step ahead and stood in front of Tian, using his back to face the terrifying attack of the origin of black light. Master, you? Tonqian's eyes trembled slightly. Perhaps they both could not escape death today, one after another. However, the Taoist master's selfless protection made the gap of endless years between the two of them disappear. Ridiculous sentiment. There was a hint of sarcasm in Yuan Chu's dark eyes, but his movements were neither hurried nor slow. The power of logic condensed at his fingertips, and he was about to kill both with one strike. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from nothingness and tightly grasped Yuan Chu Haiguang's wrist, making him unable to move. Old man, do you think you can insult my human race so easily? Yuan Chu Haiguang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately saw the power of logic lingering around by Donglin. It seemed different from his aura, but equally mysterious and inexplicable. By Donglin! Hiss! It's him! Why? Seeing this scene, all the transcendents were stunned. The meaning of being able to block the attack of the original black light was self-evident. Emperor Huang Tian had said that he had given the secret treasure of the source point to Bai Donglin to deal with. Could this be the power left by the Lord of the Source Point? Could it be that this was destined in the dark? The battle between the original black light and the Lord of the Source Point. In another way, after countless years, came again. Friend Bai, thank you for saving my life. The Taoist master's eyes trembled slightly, and his consciousness had not yet recovered from the deathly thought just now. Facing Bai Donglin in front of him, he could not help but bow deeply. Not only did he save him, but he also saved Tian. The sincere gratitude that surged in the Taoist's heart penetrated the bottom of his concept and ran through time and space throughout eternity. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and laughed. No need to thank me. You can leave first. I will take care of this. Back in Qianyuan continent, he once saw the familiar statues of the three pure ones from his previous life in a dilapidated sect. He felt a sense of familiarity and bowed in worship. Unexpectedly, the stone statue immediately cracked and showed signs of collapse. I thought it was an old age, and the root cause was here. How could a statue of the Taoist master who was nothing more than a trace of his incarnation. Bear the worship of his savior? Presumptuous. Boom. Yuanchu Heiguang's eyes were gloomy. In a short moment, he thought of many things. His first reaction was that the Lord of the Source had returned. Upon closer inspection, he found that the person in front of him and the Lord of the Source were indeed closely connected. But the logic was that one was before the other. This person is actually the Father God of the Lord of the Origin. Whoever you are, you must die. Kill. Chapter 867, Beyond Transcendence, Final Chapter. Kill. Everything outside of me is annihilated. The original black light was inexplicably furious. And as soon as he thought of it, he uttered murderous words. For the first time, he used the terrifying power of logic that he gained after merging with the black light. The first to be hit were the transcendents around them, all of whom had horror in their eyes. Then their consciousness and real bodies were destroyed, turning into a handful of illusory fireworks. The vortex of black disaster in the endless and dead heavens that was cut in half by the white tomorrow still exists, as well as the countless black disaster creatures left inside. They are abstract and distorted, as if wiped clean by an eraser, and only darkness and nothingness remain in the boundless sky. The black vortex of the heavens is gone, the place where all living creatures of all races were born and nurtured, and the white vortex of the sky followed closely behind, only a millimeter late, and then disappeared into thin air. Even the gray and silent place with Logic 10 Directions shelter could only hold out for a moment before it was reduced to ashes. In a flash of thought and with a single word, the infinitely vast whirlpools of the heavens on both sides were completely wiped out. The horror of this scene was beyond the imagination of any living being. This is the power of complete logic, so vast that all resistance seems weak and meaningless. Slap. Not bad. Not bad. Black light is indeed a very powerful force. Bai Donglin smiled as he stood in the endless void, looking at the source of the black light from a distance. He was not hurt at all in the strange attack just now. He tapped his hands lightly. Not only did he not care about the tragic scene in front of him, but he nodded with satisfaction. He also possessed complete logical power. So naturally, he saw through the means used by the Origin black light to destroy the world. It's very simple. As the first transcendent of the black disaster, the Origin black light naturally left countless traces of his existence all over the world. Many of them are biographies with him as the protagonist, recording his power and praising his supreme glory. Every transcendent has the same thing, and Bai Donglin is no exception. Such as one of his novels is called The Immortal Me. But just now, the Origin black light tampered with the logic, and turned the biography written about him into reality. And the endless black and white vortex of the heavens that was supposed to be real turned into an illusory world in the biography, and became a fantasy created by a little guy. As Yuanchu Heiguang's thought came to mind, the little fellow wrote with a big brush, "Everything outside of me will be destroyed." The fantasy immediately became reality, and he easily accomplished the feat of destroying the world. This move is similar to the use of the power of narrative, but it becomes extremely terrifying because of the addition of logic. Even transcendents cannot avoid it. The reason why Origin Black Light came up with this way of attack is also related to the fact that he has been at the narrative level for many years, and has just stepped into logic, and is not very familiar with his own power. Of course, the objects destroyed in this world destruction naturally do not include Bai Donglin, who is protected by the logical white light, and the endless source blue star that serves as the control core. The reason why Bai Donglin showed joy was that the original black light had indeed merged with the black light, controlled the complete power of logic, and completed the mission of the buffer tool. Black light? Ha! Great! Great Bai Donglin. Yuanchu Black Light laughed in anger. Even now, after he destroyed the world, the guy in front of him still looked down on him, and did not take him seriously at all. He even called him Black Light. Have you noticed it? Hey, this Yuanchu Heiguang still has some brains. He's not totally stupid. Bai Donglin's heart moved. Due to the isolation of the black light logic, he could not see through the consciousness and thinking of Yuanchu Black Light. However, he guessed why Yuanchu Black Light was so angry. Yuanchu Heiguang, although you understand some things, it's too late. Well, that makes sense. Whether you understand or not, what difference does it make? Without the original black light, there are still other cats and dogs. There must always be a black disaster to merge the logical black light and become a buffer tool for me to devour the black light. All resistance is meaningless and futile. Bai Donglin had a calm expression as he stated the facts slowly, word by word. However, to Yuanchu Heiguang, it sounded extremely harsh. The pent-up anger condensed in his heart, and his eyes became increasingly gloomy and dark. Human, I have to admit that your calculations did deceive me. But so what? You are too confident. You should never, ever let me successfully merge with the black light. At this moment, we both possess the power of logic. It is too early to say who will win or lose. As soon as the thought of Heguang's thoughts moved, he turned the rolling emotions, all of which turned into the hot war, making himself always at the perfect state of combat power. He understood that from the moment Bai Donglin appeared. After he realized that the Lord of the Source was his offspring, and also controlled the power of logic, he realized that he had been living on someone else's chessboard. How is the thinking of logic controller? Even if there are only the slightest clues, the slightest bit of abnormality, based on this illogical anomaly, various possibilities can be immediately deduced. And in the midst of all uncertainty, the facts closest to the truth can be instantly locked on. Just calculated. So what? As the source of the beginning of the black light, he cannot be self-comfort, but to control the logic black light. He has this confidence and defeats the same level of Bai Donglin. Moreover, he has already begun to think about how to plunder the logical power of the other party to take himself to a higher level. He is full of confidence. I'm so confident. No. This sentence should be given to you. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly with a strange look in his eyes. It was no wonder that he looked down on the origin black light. If it weren't for his advanced arrangements, the origin black light would never have been able to merge with the logical black light, and would have died under the impact of the endless negative logic regarding how to merge the black and white divine light. He was too careless at first. It was not until he controlled the source point and understood the power of the logical white light that he realized that in order to control logic, his self-consciousness needed to undergo a transformation that transcends eternity. Don't think about it. A certain life must leave the arrangement in advance. With the help of the Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor, cut off the sword white tomorrow, and took the initiative to transform the consciousness to the mouth of Yuanshu Kuroshi. Bai Donglin could sense that the aura that was closely connected to him had already merged with the consciousness of the origin of black light, making no distinction between you and me. With the door after the door, the first black light. How do you fight with me? Pressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin's eyes became serious. His real enemy was the seven-color god light in consciousness. The first black light was not a clown, and there was no need to delay on him. Time and space, present, stretching a little bit, endless ripples. The sacred timeline that was completely annihilated by the source of the Chu-Chu was recreated by Bai Donglin with logic, from scratch. When the brilliant golden light spread to the boundless edge, Bai Donglin took a step forward and returned to the past, before the destruction of the world. With a wave of his hand, he captured the white vortex of the heavens and all the dead transcendence in his palm, and then walked back to reality. As for the black disaster vortex of the heavens, it is gone, and there is no need to rescue it. Even if the source black light does not kill his own relatives for the sake of justice, he will do it himself afterwards. Moreover, without black light, the black disaster has lost the basis for its existence, and extinction is only a matter of time. As Bai Donglin descended into the world, those source points hidden in the invisible world actively shot out and attached themselves to their own heavens. The source blue star is shrouded in logic and is absolutely unique in time and space. Without Bai Donglin's signal, they did not return to the newly born past time and space. Meaningless emotions will only hinder you. Yuanshu Heguang watched coldly, and did not try to stop Bai Donglin. He even wished he could do so. The so-called tribal justice was nothing but a hindrance, and might become the key to his victory. You don't understand. Bai Donglin flipped his hand, and transformed the vortex of the heavens into his own mind, becoming an indelible memory. There was no place safer than his mind and time and space. Boom. The two sides no longer speak. Look at each other coldly. And the endless and horrible breath came from. In a moment, the endless empty and empty domains were divided into two. One side was pure white. The side was dark. And it was clear. The time and space disappear. Without the past. And there is no future. Everything collapses to the two people in a logical form. Object. I saw that when Yuanshu black light flickered, it immediately jumped out of the empty domain, which was extremely inconsistent with logic. Among the nothing that should not be existed, it forcibly created a higher level domain surface time and space. The source of black light stood in the new world. His body was huge and boundless. His palm slowly spread out. The domain of nothingness was like a black marble displayed in the palm of his hand. His dark eyes looked down, Endless bright black thunder flashed in his eyes. And then his palms suddenly clenched. Logic empty. Sizzle. One side is not famous. Full of empty logic lines that are full of distorted disorders. And suddenly emerge. Swallow the empty domain directly. And the sound of crispy and delicate chewing is faint. Dare to swallow everything? I'm not afraid of eating bad stomach. The rolling thunder sounded out of the sway from the first black light of the source. And the invisible ripples were full of logic and mixing the entire domain surface. From the inside out, the body was almost pounded into mud. But the first black light was still calm. And the sword finger was erected without panic. And a purely dark thing condensed on the fingertips. Slowly knotted the eyebrows. Greedy poison logic worm. Swallow. Assimilate into one. Endless negativity and extreme evil thoughts are about to completely pollute Bai Donglin's consciousness. Devour his existence. And reduce his logic to one. More urgent than me? Ha ha ha. So, just like what you wish. Realizing the motive of Yuan Chu Heiguang, Bai Donglin couldn't help but smile. However, he had to say that this old guy was quite smart. He understood that the logic master could not be eliminated by conventional means. And the only way left was to devour and assimilate him. Use my weakness to attack your weakness. The battle of ego consciousness is nothing more than this. Humans, how can your consciousness, which is full of emotions, compare to the infinite and pure negative evil? As long as you have even a hint of malicious thoughts, you will no longer be yourself. And I will be you. Do you want to devour me? This is malicious. Boom. The source of black light sat down, with his hands forming strange seals, and his eyes emitting infinitely high and distant black light columns. Invisible flames lingered around his majestic body. All forces were distorted and virtual, and all poured into the depths of his consciousness, carrying the power of logic. Huh? This is... The original black light turned into a dark sea of light, and enveloped Bai Donglin. Before he could devour him, he noticed something strange in his consciousness, and suddenly stood there in a daze. A look of disbelief on his face. Yuan Chu Heiguang. You lost from the very beginning. Bai Donglin stood in the endless darkness, with an indifferent expression. The terrible negative logic kept washing over his consciousness, but was isolated by a layer of bright light. At the same time, a little bit of colorful seven-colored light slowly emerged and enveloped Bai Donglin. His expression was indescribable, and the mysterious fluctuations of consciousness were not within the scope of eternity. Impossible. This is impossible. Yuan Chuhai was consciously fell into a short blank. The shape was forcibly remitted, and the dark light returned to the real body. The seven-color glory flowed out of its eyebrows, and quickly spread to the whole body. Ha ha ha. So ridiculous. Ridiculous. I died long ago. The source black light laughed wildly toward the sky, showing the sadness and unwillingness of a hero's demise. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reverse the process of his consciousness being assimilated. Logic. Although he can use the power of logic to tamper with everything, he cannot distort one fact. That is, the breakthrough and transformation of his self-consciousness was successfully completed under the impetus of that ray of seven-color light. If it is tampered with, although it can be forced to be logically valid, the consequence is that his consciousness will fall into the realm of eternal immortality and lose the qualification to control logic, which is also a dead end. The root cause of the failure of logic is that the nature of that ray of seven-colored divine light is too against the will of heaven. It is also filled with the power of logic. Under its protection, he cannot tamper with its ownership. Logic will only be defeated by logic. Yuan Chuhai realized everything, gradually stopped laughing, and the unwillingness in his eyes dissipated. He was completely defeated. At the beginning, he lost his first hand, and was set up by the other party at the most critical pass. But then again, no wonder Bai Donglin is insidious. If he didn't have this hidden hand, he would have no possibility of integrating the black light. That's why Yuan Chu Heiguang said that he had died long ago. Died on the way to integrating the black light. The defeat was not unfair. I accepted it with conviction. How did you do it? Yuan Chu Heiguang asked in a deep voice. The seven-colored light had already covered most of his conscious body. His true self was about to dissipate, but he was still full of curiosity. Do you mean a breakthrough in my consciousness? Bai Donglin understood Yuan Chu Heiguang's thoughts at the moment. At this point, it didn't matter. He had no place to show off, so there was no harm in talking about it. After all, this origin of black light voluntarily sacrificed himself for his grand plan. Endured loneliness in the stone tablet space and time. and secluded himself for endless years. This can be considered as a great contribution, which can satisfy his small wish of wanting to die clearly. You may not believe it, but in the process of controlling the source point, my mind merged with all things. Everything in the endless universe. Every blade of grass. Every grain of sand. Every speck of dust. All once existed as carriers of my consciousness. I have been immersed in this mysterious state for 130 trillion years. Oh! Of course. In some low-dimensional spacetime and small worlds, the speed of time is different. On the time scale, it probably needs to be multiplied countless times. I don't know how long it took. But when I woke up, my consciousness was completely different. I had entered an indescribable state. So mysterious that even I couldn't describe it. There are no words to describe it. So I call this state nothingness. Beyond the end of eternal. The end of consciousness. No realm. After listening, Yuan-Chu black light fell into a long silence. And the seven-color glory infection left only the limbs. That's it? That's it. Just relying on those ridiculous universes? Endless years? How? How is this possible? In the murmur, Yuan-Chu's black light gradually became low. Even if his heart was filled with incredible, he almost disappeared completely. What reason did Bai Donglin deceive him? I know that throughout your life, Yuan-Chu black light, you have only focused on logic, thinking day and night about how to integrate black light. And you simply look down on things like the endless heavens that can be easily destroyed. But have you ever thought that the origin of all things in the universe also comes from the divine light of logic? Although it is fragile, it is not ordinary. The two are complex and simple, and they are the extremes of two different directions. To a certain extent, their values are equal. Among them, why can't it contain infinite power? All things of things, my consciousness, is the brightest creation of the heavens. The fertile soil growing in consciousness is naturally among all things in the heavens. Will your neck get sore from looking up at the starry sky all the time? Remember to lower your head from time to time and look at the flowers and plants around you. Although they are not as dazzling as the stars, they are within reach, real, and even have a fresh scent. Lower your head. Fragrant. The corners of Yuan-Chu Heiguang's mouth twitched slightly, and he murmured softly. The voice of Bai Donglin was still in his ears. And then it became vague, getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. The black flame on his conscious body was extinguished and swallowed by the seven-colored light, and his true self completely dissipated. The original black light died, leaving behind his body, his consciousness in a strange state, and the terrifying black light of logic. Finally, everything is ready. The seven-color god light? It should also get rid of this timing bomb. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His mood was extremely complicated, with excitement, anticipation, and a little bit of nervousness. He did not choose to cut off these things called distracting thoughts, but savored them carefully, as if drinking nectar. These human emotions, which are regarded as weaknesses by Yuan-Chu Heiguang, are something that Bai Donglin never wants to discard. Only with them does life have meaning. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and dead things? While Bai Donglin was lost in thought, he walked forward, slowly stretched out his finger, and gently tapped on the center of source black light as eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, the seven-color divine light, which had been silent and steady like an old dog from beginning to end, suddenly broke out into unprecedented movement. Seven-color god light is a dead thing, and there is no conscious thinking and emotion. It only acts in instincts, which is beyond doubt. At this time, it felt the consciousness of its own host and merged with a kind of magic light. Well, although it is different from the white light that was designed at the beginning. But the logic black light. How could the seven-color god light control these? The purpose of its existence is to summarize all the nine-colored gods. Whether it is white light or black light, it is one of the goals. At this time, it is just order. There is no difference. Bai Donglin's eyes showed strangeness, and he didn't dare to move at all. He let the seven-colored divine light break away and slowly flow outwards. If we compare strength, he is definitely not as good as the seven-color divine light. But when it comes to wisdom, this dead thing can't catch up even if it tries hard. Seven-color god light has been lurking deep in his consciousness. There are two conditions of activation. One is that he integrates the concept to break through the narrative, and the second is the fusion logic white light. In fact, the seven-colored divine light instinctively predicted that once Bai Donglin broke through the narrative and his strength could not go any further, he would begin to seek the power of logic and merge the white light. That would be the time for him to appear and reap the fruits of victory. But Bai Donglin realized this, and he destroyed the world again and again just to avoid this dangerous situation. So he tried to bypass the breakthrough narrative level so as not to awaken the seven-color divine light, and use the power of the vortex and the source point to indirectly control the logical white light. Until this successfully controlled white light, this can run through the previous generations with logical power. The revision is not in line with the logic, and it is calculated that the first black light is originally the first to plan the logic. Swallowing the black light is only one of the goals, and taking the opportunity to draw out the seven-color divine light is also the top priority. Otherwise, this time bomb will always lurk in the consciousness, and will always be an unstable factor. Seven-color God light, acting according to his ability, it will be regarded as Bai Donglin, which will be assimilated by the original black light after assimilation, and perceive the logical black light that has been fused. If the fruit is cooked, what else hesitates? Seven-color God's light abandoned Bai Donglin without hesitation, and he couldn't wait to whistling, rushing up to Yuanshu black light. The logic of black light was too seductive, and his soul had been hooked. As the seven-color divine light completely left, Bai Donglin realized that the three talents of immortality, damage reversal, and transcendent light had also dissipated. His heart was empty at first, and then he felt unprecedented relief, as if a huge rock pressing on his heart had been lifted. It doesn't matter, although one has to admit that these talents gave him unparalleled help and advantages in the early and middle stages of his cultivation. Now that he has mastered logic and the heaven-defying consciousness of the state of nothingness, the talents have become useless, and it is no pity to discard them. Bai Dong's eyes were calm, without the slightest distraction, and fully felt the movement of the seven-colored light. At the moment when the seven-colored divine light attached to the origin black light, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, bursting out with an unprecedented bright light, and the edge could be vaguely seen. Stupid! You're on it! Drink it! Nothingness! Rotate! Boom! Whoosh! Origin black light suddenly opened its eyes, and met Bai Donglin's bright gaze. In its lifeless pupils, a strange stream of light flashed, carrying a ball of consciousness light that was fused with the logical black light, and appeared directly in Bai Donglin's consciousness, violating logic, and not crossing the distance of time and space at all. The seven-colored glory that just merged into the conscious body immediately found that the place where he was just lost. The broken conscious body, not to mention the logic black light. There was no hair, although it was tricked. The seven-colored divine light had no idea what anger was. Once it sensed the logical black light on Bai Donglin, it was extremely honest and went back the same way, trying to reattach itself to Bai Donglin's consciousness. After finally getting rid of this difficult thing, how can Bai Dong avoid it like a snake scorpion? Retreat, without any hesitation. After recovering the consciousness light ball, and without even having time to devour the logical black light, Bai Donglin took a step forward and instantly escaped from the mind of the original black light. He used logic to create infinite layers of space and time and escape to infinity. Swallow. As he controls the power of logic, Bai Donglin naturally knows how terrifying this power is. Infinite barriers and distances cannot block the seven-colored divine light at all. The opportunity may only last for a moment. He needs more powerful power, and needs to swallow the black light immediately. Buzz? Huh? After the strange buzzing sound, Bai Donglin opened his eyes wide in surprise. At this moment, his left eye was pure white, and his right eye was pitch black, both of which were filled with the terrifying power of logic. Substantial light flowed from the corners of his eyes, and a strange pattern of black and white interwoven was condensed in the consciousness halo between his eyebrows. The breath. Mysteriousness. How could it be so smooth? Bai Donglin sensed the earth-shaking changes in himself, and was deeply shocked. He knew exactly what happened to the original black light. This logical black light was filled with endless extreme negativity. He thought it would take a thrilling experience before it could be successfully integrated at the critical moment. Unexpectedly, in just a moment, he swallowed up the black light, which was beyond his expectations. Before his consciousness broke through, Bai Donglin thought that only the consciousness transformed by the seven-colored divine light could successfully integrate the logical divine light. Now it seems that his consciousness of the state of nothingness is even more powerful than he imagined, and has a strong ability to accommodate the divine light. So, maybe I can carry more than one kind of logical divine light, or even swallow up the seven-colored divine light in its entirety. As soon as this idea came out, Bai Donglin was startled by himself. At first, he did not have this plan at all. The biggest goal was to break the seven-color god light and differentiate his strength, and could not threaten him. It's not that he is not greedy enough. His nature has not changed. The reason for this plan is that after countless deductions, a living being, an independent self-consciousness, can only carry one kind of logical divine light. If there are more, there will be conflicts, and even the divine light will be integrated and unified in the consciousness. Becoming the master, he just swallowed the logic black light. The white light is not a fusion, but it is just controlled indirectly with the source. Bai Donglin was not prepared to take this risk, but the unexpected power of the realm of nothingness gave him some evil thoughts, and he decided to give it a try. Coming! While he was thinking, in a flash, in less than a second, the black light of origin, which was possessed by the seven-color divine light, had crossed many domains and was in front of him. His godless eyes flashed with seven-colored brilliance, staring straight at Bai Donglin, with a strange expression of ruthlessness, desirelessness, and abnormal greed that made people feel creepy. Without any stagnation, the seven-colored divine light did not know what fear or probing meant, but just followed instinct, stepped forward, raised his fist and struck. It had only one purpose, which was to re-enter Bai Donglin's consciousness and swallow him and the logical black light whole. You bastard! Do you think I'm the prey waiting to be slaughtered? Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and his breath was violent and roaring. The anger that had been suppressed for endless years was completely ignited by the gaze of the seven-colored divine light. Who is the prey? Who is the hunter? Today, I will be the most evil and strongest hunter. Kill. Without retreating or avoiding. The halo between Bai Donglin's eyebrows shone brightly. Black and white flowed, and the beam of light gushing out of his eyes directly cut the body of Yuanchu Heiguang in half. Then he threw a terrifying punch, lingering with the power of black and white logic, the power of infinite vortexes of the heavens, and the power of the consciousness of the realm of nothingness. All forces merged into one and collided violently with the seven-colored divine light. Silently, the strange domain that only exists in logic is filled with endless brilliant light, with black and white interweaving and seven colors surging. The disordered and corrupt logic became abstract and distorted in the pulling. I don't know how many heavens and how many empty domains were born and destroyed under the light. And there was endless reincarnation. Two figures beyond imagination, standing above logic, infinitely huge and infinitely small. In every instant of collision, the bodies wrapped in the power of concepts will collide countless times. Pieces of flesh and blood, fragments of consciousness, splattered wantonly, and every drop of blood that shot out contained terrifying power. Wherever it passed, all time and space were annihilated, and nothing could survive. Ha ha ha! Happy! Kill! 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 Boom! Snap! The power of extreme tyranny is so great that it can smash everything to pieces. Even the absolute nothingness is crushed and even logic is torn apart. No words, no vocabulary can describe this battle. Even if it is a transcendent creature, no matter how hard they try to imagine, they cannot describe even one possibility of it. They can only measure it indirectly through the damage caused by the slight aftermath. And they will be terrified. Seven-colored divine light. You are indeed very strong. Very strong. Strong enough to make all existence despair. But if you want to regain my consciousness, it is still far from enough. The fight got more intense, and Bai Donglin became stronger and stronger. Gradually, from being at a disadvantage in the beginning, after countless fights, he had integrated his own strength. After pushing his logic to the extreme, he was able to beat the opponent violently under the pressure of the seven-colored divine light. You are just an aggregation of seven logical forces, and one aspect of Jane. And I possess the simplicity of logical black light, the complexity of logical white light, and the consciousness of the realm of nothingness. The most brilliant flower in the universe. You are going to lose. Without the words, Bai Donglin had been printed on the heart of the seven-colored godlight, and the infinite power spread. At the beginning of the black light, he could not stand the destruction. The seven-colored godlight, a ball of red, yellow, green, blue, purple, colorful and brilliant intangible spheres, revealing it together, floating in nothingness. Broken. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank sharply, and his figure twisted and stretched, merging with logic, turning into black and white spikes surrounded by many great powers. Suddenly, it drew an inexplicable trajectory and directly pierced through the seven-colored divine light. Snort! Sensing the seven-colored divine light invading his consciousness, Bai Donglin's invisible eyes turned cold, And then the black and white spikes collapsed and turned directly into a sphere, embedded in the hole, where the seven-colored divine light pierced through. The wheel of black and white logic. Drink it. Open it for me. Boom Ronaldo. A wheel of black and white interwoven light expanded wildly in the center of the seven-colored divine light. At every moment, infinite power and brilliant consciousness collided with the seven-colored light that came into contact with it. The invisible and intangible logical divine light actually made a difficult cracking sound, and then continued to expand. The seven-colored divine light was no longer in the shape of a sphere, but a light wheel composed of seven colors. The seven-color light wheels are not perfectly and thoroughly integrated together. The places where they are connected are stretched the most severely, and they have even reached the limit of breaking. That's it. Almost there. Almost there. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright. He had seen the hope of victory, and he could not help but continue to squeeze his strength in an effort to break the seven-colored light wheel and completely split the seven kinds of logical divine light. Huh? Want to escape? The seven-colored divine light was afraid, although it had no emotions. It instinctively knew the situation it was facing and knew how to make choices that were beneficial to itself, just as it had chosen Bai Donglin as its host to seek the logical white light. Bai Donglin saw that the seven-colored divine light was retreating by the seven-colored light that was constantly shrinking and no longer colliding with him head-on. And he couldn't help but sneer. If you want to come, just leave. What do you take? Now that the offense and defense have reversed, you want to leave? You have to ask him if he agrees first. About there. While whispering, the black and white logical light intertwined to form a vague figure, who stepped on the light wheel and chanted loudly. My power, sinking in the death of the world. In endless silence. Long years, watching this life. Now that the time has come. If you don't come back now, when will you return? Return. Return. Coming. Woo. Woo. A strange whimpering and buzzing sound filled the endless void, and a cold wind came howling, filled with murderous intent. Roar. 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 Roaring and howling. It was as if countless people were praying in the midst of the destruction of the world. Creatures with infinite wisdom sacrificed everything and turned into heroic spirits, watching over one life after another. Snap. Snap. The void shattered one after another, and pieces of pebbles sparkling with brilliant light shot out. Under the endless brilliant light, the ancient and colorful words on them could be vaguely seen. Hate Song. Qi Ming. Yin Shi. Jin Tai. Qing Yi. Xian Yin. And Ri Hui. There are 7 pebbles, 5 of which are engraved with the coordinates to open Bai Donglin's passage, helping him escape from the cage of heaven and earth. Xian Yin is engraved with ancient information, causing the transcendence of all races to confront the transcendence of the black disaster, leaving them no time to care about reality. This allows Bai Donglin to take the opportunity to comprehend the power of the vortex, jump into the sacred timeline, awaken the light of transcendence, and disappear under the observation of many transcendents. The suns-filled stone drove Jehovah to start a battle to encircle and suppress Yuanchu Heiguang, filling the last link in Bai Donglin's plan. 7 stone. 7th. This means that Bai Donglin restarted at least the 7th, with the sentient beings of the 7th generation. Endless heaven collapsed in this small cobblestone. Ahem. We're all back. The 7-colored divine light gave up its entanglement and only wanted to escape, which caused Bai Donglin to feel a sudden increase in pressure. His own strength had been squeezed to the limit, and he could only seek help from the power of his previous life. I need your strength. For the last time. Please. Snap. Before he finished speaking, pebbles began to shatter one after another. Then, twisted whirlpools of heaven spread out, with countless heroic spirits roaring in them, and their fiery wills merged into one. A series of blurry figures, cross-legged in the center of the vortex, slowly stood up with the power of the heavens on their backs. The meaning of our existence is to watch over endless years in infinite loneliness. And that is this moment. Rui is my intention. The will is like one sword to kill all the gods. Boom! The 7-sided whirlpool of the heavens, carrying endless matter and the will of heroic spirits, burned everything and turned into 7 swords of 7 colors, which were held in the hands of the blurred figure and slashed down at the same time. This is a sword that burns everything. It is the power of a lifetime. The will and expectations of countless living beings are attached to it. When the sword is slashed out, the blurred human figure and the whirlpool of the heavens disappear into nothingness at the same time. Cut! 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 The 7 swords slashed at the 7-colored logical divine light respectively. Although it was slightly weaker than Bai Donglin's current strength. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Clicked. Broken. 7 color gods are cracked. Its round shape completely collapsed. And each became an independent logical divine light. It floated in confusion in the same place for a moment. And then instinctively wanted to fly away. Ha ha. It's really too late now, if you want to escape. The logical divine lights, each acting independently, were no match for the now invincible Bai Donglin. While chatting and laughing, he stretched out his hands repeatedly, and captured all the 7 divine lights in his palms. Hey, are you so arrogant? Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Come on. I will expand my consciousness. And you guys continue to devour me. Lift eyes. The repression in his heart completely dissipated. Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. And his mind was in a trance. Did he win? Is it really over? Yes. It was indeed over. From now on, nothing could threaten him. I survived and finally I don't have to die anymore. Ahem. Ah. I got a little carried away. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Given his state of mind, he would lose his composure for a moment. This showed how difficult and arduous this journey had been. To be honest, his life was relatively easy. Those who were forced into a desperate situation time and time again, and had to destroy the world and restart again, had the most difficult times. I couldn't even imagine the pain and loneliness in it. Until the end, he burned everything and struck out the crucial sword. Thank you, my past self, and all the endless heavens and living beings. Bai Donglin bowed and said, although they were all in his own lifetime, their selfless dedication was worth remembering and being grateful for. And they should be treated with the utmost respect. It's time to fulfill the promise. Bai Donglin muttered softly. Then he stepped forward. And a realm of nothingness that was exactly the same as the previous one was created by the power of logic. With a wave of his hand, the sacred timeline shone with golden light. And with a twist of his fingers between his brows, the vortex of the heavens that had turned into memory, and the many transcendents returned to reality. Back to the dead. The heavens recast. With another thought, the countless sentient beings in the endless heavens that were annihilated by the Black Disaster Army were all perfectly revived. And the vortex of all races in the heavens returned to its peak state. The only difference was that its old neighbor, the vortex of the Black Disaster Heavens, was missing. Well, I didn't expect that I destroyed 9 generations in total. TSK. I am really cruel enough. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly. And after much thought, he decided not to treat unfairly those people who had sacrificed for 9 generations. After all, in the end, they had no complaints and still chose to give everything. Logic. The 9 realms are formless. They are all real. They are all the same origin. They do not interfere with each other. Stand. In a blink of an eye, logic was tampered with. And a new supreme iron law was written. The 9 worlds that had been annihilated, the infinite heavens, and the endless mortal beings existed in a formless symbiosis in a concept beyond parallel. Except for him. Even those who were transcendent at the narrative level could not perceive each other's existence. In the 9th generation, in this world, these 10 worlds are essentially the same. There are similarities with 990% and 90-9. And countless exactly the same beings. This is perfect. Forget all the pain and suffering and live in the world again. Now, Bai Donglin is the only one who controls the power of logic, without the shackles of other logical divine lights. It can be said with certainty that he can do everything and is truly omnipotent, resurrecting an infinitely large vortex of the heavens, involving countless lives. Only takes a thought, and is extremely easy. Ah? Where is this place? Where is the original black light? At this time, those transcendents who were released came to their senses, and remembered why they were here. They were here to encircle and suppress Yuanshu black light. But when they looked around, they saw peace everywhere. Where was the shadow of Yuanshu black light? Shiro, did you kill Genshu Kuriko? Emperor Huang Tian narrowed his eyes, clenched his palms, and felt the surging power in his body, confirming that this was reality, and not an illusion. They had clearly burned everything and died. So why did they come back to life? Among all the people present, it was probably only Emperor Huang Tian who guessed something. He looked at Bai Donglin not far away with strange eyes. But he didn't want to ask rashly in front of everyone. So he could only keep it to himself for the time being. Everyone. The disaster has passed, and the world has returned to peace. While everyone is here, I have something to announce. Bai Donglin spoke slowly. Although his voice was calm, it contained a special magical power that made all the transcendents focus their attention. The black disaster, including the origin of black light, has been completely destroyed. There was no point in keeping people like Varan Shadi and Azathoth, who were fence-sitters. So naturally they were crushed to death by him. The alien race has evil intentions and plotted against our human race. Their crime is unforgivable. I will kill them as well. Although he was the one who threw out the Rehuate pebbles as bait, all his actions and various plans were the voluntary behavior of the aliens. Without his intervention, the aliens would have attacked the human race sooner or later. Hiss. Hearing Bai Donglin say such a brutal thing in a calm tone, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. But secretly, they felt extremely happy in their hearts. Although those who are not of our race must have different hearts. If our race wants to continue to develop stably, we need external threats to urge us on. At least, we need a place to vent our violence to avoid internal friction. Let's take a step back and say that the little guys down there will always need to eat blood. Right? Therefore, alien creatures have a need to exist, and do not need to be exterminated. But, the destructive power of the transcendent is too strong. I have already established the underlying logic. No one other than our human race can achieve transcendence. Also, the common language of the human race, Chinese, will be designated as the Tao language, which is used by all the heavens. It will be a billion times more difficult for other races to master it. Once the words are spoken, the logic is established. This is a dimensionality reduction attack at the textual level, making it difficult for alien races to steal the human race's magical skills. Bai Donglin's words were cold and stern. As long as no transcendent was born among the alien race, no matter how many little guys from the other side appeared, any one of Emperor Huang Tian and his men would be enough to quell all the chaos. And there was no need for him to do everything himself. He has worked so hard for so long, and finally, his hard work is paid off. In the endless years to come, he just wants to enjoy life. After saying this, without paying any attention to the stunned crowd, Bai Donglin turned away and walked back to Yujing Mountain. Father! Bai Yuan felt something in his heart. His blood was beating, and he instinctively rushed out of the hall. Father! TSK. 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 Is he our father? Oh! So handsome. Much better looking than in the portrait. Ha ha ha. I finally see my biological father in the flesh. How does this girl look like him? The mouth is very poisonous. Bai Donglin frowned, but the corners of his mouth are raised unconsciously, showing a soft smile. Yuan, you two girls, go and wake up your mother. I've slept for 10 infinite epochs, and I'm not afraid of a sword, but... Puff. Gig. Children follow. After the countless Yunji, Yujing Mountain. Why is this happening? Bai Donglin frowned, looking at the 7 restless logical lights in his palm with a puzzled look on his face. If there is anything in the world that can stop him, it is only the divine light of logic. After many attempts, he failed and was unable to devour any kind of divine light of logic. His consciousness of the state of nothingness was indeed as powerful as expected. He could even swallow 7 balls of divine light at the same time, and could withstand it and control them from merging together. But the problem is, once these logical divine lights enter consciousness, they lose their logic. Not only can they not be swallowed, they also become useless streams of nothingness. The divine light of logic is itself the embodiment of logic. Nothing more. But that's all. When it merged with the consciousness of living beings, it underwent a fundamental change and became a logical authority dominated by the will of living beings. Logic and authority cannot coexist, nor can they be integrated. Even if I force them into my consciousness, it will not increase my power in the slightest. TSK. Tasteless. Finally, the greed in Bai Donglin's heart dissipated, as he was already invincible and powerful. His desire for power was no longer great, and no matter how much power he had, it would be of no use. Go. Create a new world. And perhaps there will be something that can carry you. Call out. The 6 logic gods were shot out of Yujing Shishan. Bai Donglin forcibly left a logical light and was banned in the depths of consciousness. Even if it was useless, he didn't think that there would be another being in the human race who could reach the state of nothingness in a short period of time. He did this just to set up a safety precaution. His power is enough to easily crush the logic of the 6-way fusion. That's all. White light gave birth to all races. Black light gave birth to black disasters. What kind of creatures will these 6 divine lights give birth to? Bai Donglin slowly stood up, looked at the sky, and gazed at the endless prosperity of the heavens. He thought to himself that the castrated alien race was not enough to be a pressure on the human race. After a long time, the race would inevitably fall into comfortable corruption. Perhaps, some powerful foreign enemies, like the Black Disaster, will appear again, allowing the human race to grow through the fire of the expedition. This is the best way. With him suppressing everything, there is no need to worry about playing with fire and getting burned. I don't know which lucky man can control the logic authority and become the next logic controller. Oh, it is precisely because of the unknown that it is worth looking forward to. Isn't it? Bai Donglin's eyes were shining with excitement. And suddenly many strange visions emerged in the depths of his pupils. Several tall figures stood in him, suddenly turning their heads and looking at him at the same time. Ha ha! Interesting. Interesting. Laughter echoed on the mountain top, leaving a trail of footprints on the white snow. Bai Donglin was already walking towards the main hall. The gray and silent sky above my head reflects the endless heavens. It looks like a little bit, shining brightly. Eternal. Immortal.